Keep on going.
Gotcha. The correct answer is clear. Pause timer 3 for Timmy got first. No. Okay, we got 1 for no. Oh, my stomach hurts again. Ugh.
I mean,
You
what time do you
work
wake
yet?
up?
9.
9. That's 6 a.m. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'll be awake. I'll be there.
I was up at 6. I just fell back asleep.
PP should stop because he's not consistently there. No, whenever I go out, I stop the timer. You can do it, thank you. Whenever I go out, I stop the timer. But when I'm sleeping, I'm just sleeping, right?
I mean, what time are you gonna? Yeah.
Look at these muscles, baby. Trudeau loves the muscles, bro. Anyway, what? What is it? What time am I gonna? I actually have to
Go to
go
sleep.
2:30 probably
Hmm.
Eastern. Yeah, 2:38. 2. Are you tired, Timmy?
Yes.
Well, we gotta put makeup on, and I have to go somewhere at 10, 11 a.m. tomorrow. Unfortunately.
Are you gonna go to sleep with the makeup on?
Yeah.
Damn.
You're gonna make your pillow all makeup-y.
Well, no, I can't pause the timer. No, I can't. That's
Well, you're gonna. The timer's gonna end while you're sleeping.
Yeah.
is it?
Unless you're gonna
Yes.
wake. Yes, it is.
All right, I'll put an alarm at 8 a.m. or whatever.
It's gonna be at like 4 a.m. We're all gonna be
Huh?
asleep.
Oh well, I mean, I
No
don't have
one's gonna be
control of
there.
that. It's not my fault.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Just
don't know.
pause it.
You can just pause it.
That feels like cheating. You so sexy. Thank you, Chudo.
All right.
Conscious
Well,
mind.
4 people
Sure.
say it's not cheating.
That's because you guys want me to go longer.
Isn't that the biggest compliment we could give you?
That is a compliment. Let me think. It's cheating to get out of content. That is kind of I do kind of agree with that. Sleeping is kind of weird because I'm just sleeping, right? Like, why should I be?
We
Waste-
literally get to watch you roll over all night.
Alright.
Yeah, you get content. Listen, if I do that though, oh, this is a good song, but it's very low. If I end up doing that, guys, then I will have to increase the time per sub. I mean, decrease the time per sub. Because I like calculated it amazingly. Whatever. It's fine. It's not like you're not gonna be not streaming for that long. I don't even know what that means.
It means
those
that it's not like you're not gonna stream for like a week.
For the subathon.
Yeah, like after the subathon, you're not gonna take like a week-long break, are you?
Probably not, no.
You're probably gonna stream like later that day, the same day, right?
I might. I mean, I don't know. I'll
You
probably
could just
take a
have
day.
the subathon go into a normal stream.
I mean, you get to live your normal life. You wake up and the subathon is over.
The biggest thing that I'm missing is being able to like watch certain YouTube videos before going to sleep. That's about it. So like I'm fine with the subathon. But I also don't want to go for a long time, and it's like the sleeping is the reason. I don't know. Let me think a little bit. I'm
I
not sure.
say,
No, I swear, YouTube videos, not porn. Like, not even jerking off. I swear, YouTube videos. That I just think you guys would find boring. I could jerk off and just say I'm going to take a poop, but I haven't done that. That's kind of weird.
dude, you sure about that?
I
'Cause
haven't
you're
done that.
giving
I
off-
haven't done that. No, I have not done that. I don't get the urge if I'm busy. When I'm bored is when I get the urge, so I'm fine.
Agreed.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I went 50 days without jerking off when I was in Japan studying abroad.
50 days?
Yeah,
That's
that
so short.
What? That was so long for me.
That's like all of like no nut November.
Plus
I've
20
gone.
days.
Plus
I've
20
gone a
days.
year.
Well,
Where I'm just like,
you're on a
I
different
got
level.
discipline. I'm disciplined.
Technically, we all went like
12 years
yeah.
plus.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Some
like
people less.
in my adult life, I'll say.
Thing is, it actually tutoring. That's hilarious.
No, I actually am.
For those 3 hours, he's just getting it out.
He just steps out to the bathroom, comes back. Oh, that was so busy. I'm so tired. All right.
When are you making the OnlyFans?
Right now I'm actually writing
Dude.
down ideas.
You should do the makeup and then the OnlyFans. That way you got, like, the makeup done.
That's actually
Yeah, and then you can
smart.
post the makeup on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Wait, I gotta ask my mom. I'm going somewhere like with my mom and grandma tomorrow for like half an hour.
And
No,
then you're
no
going
tutoring tomorrow. No tutoring tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah, tutoring is Friday. Like I don't know, they just can't do tomorrow for some reason. So let me just ask my mom. Can I go to the place with bad makeup on? Let's see what she says.
What are you gonna do the makeup in the morning?
well, he,
I don't know. It depends.
Because
So
it's gonna rub off in your sleep.
you can rub it off. I'm
Like
pretty
how
sure it's
how
just a wipe.
much?
should I
how
just
much
do the
your s-
makeup tomorrow?
Have your
Y-
sister do it
Stream
tomorrow.
is gonna be over.
True.
Yeah, unless you're gonna keep it going.
I don't know,
Or
guys.
pause it. Honestly, just do everything right now. Stay up really late.
My mom said, "Huh?" I'm gonna say never mind. My mom's like, "What are you doing with your life?" I'm like, "What? What are you talking
Did
about?"
she really?
No, but I mean, pretty much.
He's hinting at it.
I've gotten that before. You know what? Fine. I have good makeup remover. Don't worry. Have fun with it. Gift yourself subs. 10,000 IQ.
Yeah. You use the
Hmm.
money from the subathon to gift yourself subs.
You wanna play
Wait, I want to
Among
think.
Us?
I want to think a little bit here.
Yeah.
Because okay, a lot of this money is gonna go towards the Mr. Beast idea I want to implement. So I'm just thinking like along the lines of that. To see if it's kind of worth it to me, you know, if that makes sense. Because for right now, I feel pretty fine being on stream. Yeah, okay, let's do it. I'll pause the timer every night. Well, assuming it'll go more nights.
I mean, you added 4 hours today, wasn't it? 4 hours was added today,
I don't know.
No, probably more.
I don't know, to be
or
honest.
2.5. Because it's 30 minutes per sub, right?
Cash, you donated like how many?
5.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you very
Then
much.
it's 10.
The optimal strategy to grow on Twitch is simple. Be rich, make a bunch of alt accounts, give yourself a bunch of hype trains. True. Sorry, go ahead. It's actually kind of clever. Basically, do you guys want to hear my calculations for stuff? Do you want to know like how much money
Yeah.
I'll probably Okay. So this is how I'm thinking. When someone gifts a sub, they give me $5. Twitch takes half of it, so it goes to 2.5. Then taxes takes like 0.5 of it. So I get like that was bad. So I got like $2 per half an hour, right? So then if you multiply that by 2, that's $4 an hour, assuming it's only subs. If I multiply that by, so this is $4 an hour by like 24, it's like almost $100, which is, you know, pretty nice, at least for me. But you guys are right. There's no content when I'm sleeping. So assuming that if we take out 8 hours and I sleep for 8 hours, that's 16 hours times $4. That'll be like $64. And then if I go, I don't know how long we'll go, right? But I've told myself if we max out at a month, like I would be okay with going for a full month, I think. So that's like almost 2K. I think that's enough for Mr. Beast stuff. Yeah. That's what I was doing in my head right now, or like writing down.
Yeah.
Interesting.
How does that make you guys feel, everyone in chat and voice chat?
I think that's ambitious.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna go 30 days. I mean,
Yeah, me either.
yeah, I could see it right now. We're not gonna.
Day
right?
3 and 9 hours left.
Yeah, which
That's-
is
that's
wh- which is fine.
Which is good.
Yeah, which
I
is
mean,
fine.
It's good.
the smaller
With-
the timer gets, the faster, the more people sub. By the way.
I
Yeah.
yeah, I guess so.
So you never know until it's over.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because like Jimmy was gonna end in like day 3 with like an hour left, and then he was like, okay, I'm gonna triple the time, and then people started donating a bunch.
Yeah. Well, so I just gotta think. It's gonna be less than that amounts because I also spend some stuff for the subathon. That's on my credit card, and then like I think if we get to the point where we make a wheel and spin it, then something like what Jimmy did could happen. So yeah,
You
but
you never know until it's over. That's why I'm saying you want it to end while you're awake.
True, but
But
I have to.
but you
I
can't
don't know.
control
I'm not
that. You
sure.
can't control that.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, we were doing modcasts, so we were getting some stuff while
Yeah, you guys had
Jimmy
content
was
while he was sleeping. That's true.
and yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, we can't do this with you because I got work and it's hard to
No,
stay up all night.
I'm not trying to make you guys do that anyway.
No.
Even if it was possible.
I would offer if I could do it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, appreciate it. Jimmy was at 48 minutes, then went to 18 hours. I it feels weird too. Like,
I mean, Jimmy asked for it too. He blatantly was like, "Okay, I need people to donate. I'm a double time right now."
yeah, I don't want to do that. Oh no, like I might do that, but I don't know. It feels weird to like push people to subscribe. That's why if you guys noticed, I haven't been like, guys, one more sub for the hype train. Like I don't know. It feels weird.
Add an incentive, like just double the time. There's nothing wrong with having incentives.
Yeah, I know, but like, I don't know.
You guys know you can get turbo.
True.
You don't have to subscribe to your favorite streamers.
True. I should be pushing that out.
Just ruining big streamers.
Bro, I'll be hated on Twitch forever. That'll be hilarious though. Kind of worth it.
Twitch will love you, but
True, actually. What? Yeah, actually, yeah, because they get all that money, right? Yeah.
yeah, it's 100% their money, $8.
It's still worth it if you subscribe to more than 2 or more people, and you're just
Yeah.
subbing for the ads.
I just get gifted subs.
Yeah.
There's like 2 streamers I like sub every once in a while with, so I don't get ads.
Gotcha. Anyway, OnlyFans. What should I put? We had elbows as an idea before.
Toes? How are your toes?
No,
My toes are not
no.
good, bro. My toes are not
No.
good. I
Don't
kind of
put those
honestly,
on
I kind of wonder that too, doctor. Cause like, technically, if a person would have gifted 10 subs across 10 different channels, but they learned about Twitch Turbo, like, but then I feel like the people that like give a lot of subs won't be affected that much by Twitch Turbo. You know, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, toes
You
no.
also get emotes,
True, that is true.
Oh,
so
yeah,
you're
there's
missing
some
out on
people.
emotes.
I'm gonna unsub from Ping because he doesn't have good emotes. Who else?
Fair.
Just Ping.
Just ping, damn. I feel like we have some good emotes.
There
You
is
have, like,
some.
Nothing too special other than the Dragonite. The Dragonite's dope.
Wow, my dead dog.
Yeah,
Your
that's
Dude,
mean, man.
I'm telling you, your dead dog needs to put up his game, bro. He needs to like.
I need a halo around him. That would be
makeover.
good, right? Like put a halo
ha-
around his
And wings.
and wings, yeah. That would be
You
so
would like
good.
all dogs go to heaven.
Yeah. They get all of it, but
I'll
people
go
sub.
to heaven.
All right, elbows I
Go to
think are
heaven.
good. Toes, my toes don't look good. If they look good, I would consider it. But
Abs.
oh god.
Just Photoshop
Oh
yourself with abs.
god. Yeah, I could do that. Abs. Photoshopped. That sounds good. What else can we do?
Ass.
Ass Photoshop.
I don't know.
Mhm. Put your
Should,
face
should I
in,
make
like,
should I make an emote right now of me from me twerking? Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say Photoshop yourself on like an IG model and like a butt pic.
I don't know. I don't want any of the minors here to buy my OnlyFans and see that. I don't want to be
Dude,
connected to
You're
that.
making it free, right?
What? What do you mean free?
What
would
do
I
you
make
mean?
to see my elbows, bro?
Wow.
You want it to be free?
I see
And
them all
his
the
abs.
time.
And my abs? You don't see that all the time.
Abs. Mm,
Yeah, you know what? I'll pause
Yeah.
the timer when I go to sleep.
about your weenus.
Your weenus.
My
Yeah,
weenus.
I think that's your like elbow skin.
Yeah. Isn't that the same thing as my elbow then?
Yeah.
IG model photoshopped. I mean, I'll just put PS for photoshopped.
Wieners. What if you should like get some hot dogs?
What's midriff?
Yeah, I don't know.
Midriff?
Look it up if you don't know your anatomy. I don't.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
All right, I'm gonna look it up too.
The region of the body between the chest and the waist. It's like the
Oh.
diaphragm.
Oh, that's like abs, no? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, the other thing is also like, believe it or not, I have a little bit of a life outside of streaming. So like, like that's the thing that kind of makes me not want to pause the timer, cause like
Honestly, up to you.
yeah,
I say not pausing the timer is fair. It's totally fair.
I think it's fair
Because-
too, but at the same time, like I'm
because-
just sleeping.
Someone could wake up and be like, "Oh, 30 minutes left," and just donate a bunch. And
Well,
then
forget
boom,
about
you
that.
wake
Like
up.
now I'm thinking about it principle wise. Like, is it content if I'm sleeping? Aqua, what's up? No.
Aqua. Welcome in, Wakwa.
She's like, OnlyFans, my eyes, my soul. I'll come back a little later. Okay, good plan. Good plan.
Were you planning to stream tomorrow anyways if it did end?
I didn't even consider it not ending. I'll be completely honest. I thought it would go a little longer because I always see streamers putting like 10, 15 minutes, like 10 seconds, and all this crazy stuff, and they're like have small communities and stuff. So I'm like, I'll put 30 minutes, making $4 an hour after tax and stuff. That's fine, right? But yeah, if you're not
7
gonna
o'clock.
you're not gonna pause, you should at least go to sleep in the next 90 minutes. I don't think I'll fall asleep. That's a problem.
You're jumping jacks.
Yeah,
right
like
now.
like last night when you no, that'll make him more awake.
Yeah,
Last
jumping.
night you started playing
Do 50 push-ups.
what's it called?
Oh, yeah,
Fall Guys, and you stayed up for like 30 more minutes.
That's true. Yeah. Like I literally won't be able to fall asleep. I'm just gonna be lying down and like antsy, like this. Like, I won't be able to fall asleep. Nah, I'm just not gonna pause it. Listen, that's just how it is. If it goes on for 3 days, it is what it is. I overestimated, which is my mistake. OnlyFans, elbows, abs, IG model. What else can we get? And no one needs to feel bad about that. That's just my problem.
How about a video talking to other streamers about how they can become big?
What?
You know, like those motivational speakers where like you can do this, you can become big.
Andrew Tate.
And they
Drew
pay
Tate.
for it.
I've thought about doing stuff like that. Well, pay for that. I've thought about doing stuff like that before, but like, I would feel so dumb doing that if I don't have success to show for it. You know, that doesn't really
It's a
make sense.
joke. You don't have to be like actually successful. Just like an over exaggerated satire.
Ah. Wait, what is that as? Like you're just saying like you should do that?
Yeah. You could do it. Like there's people that you have to pay them so you can get their
Yeah, for
things
sure.
motivational.
For sure.
Like
Yeah.
the Hustlers Club.
What?
It's just
Andrew Tate's Hustler Club.
Yeah.
what else?
It's
Papo's
okay.
sister. Can we see stepsister on there?
Nah, she's on vacation,
No.
bro.
Oh.
Oh, you're
Aqua's a
saying the inspirational thing for OnlyFans. Oh, I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I should make content like that? What?
No,
I was
for
like, I was
OnlyFans.
so confused. Okay, that makes more
We're
sense.
talking about. Okay,
Yeah,
you got it. And it's like paywall behind like
yeah.
$5.
That'd be kind of funny. Paywall,
There's-
motivational speaking. That's good. I like that. What were we gonna say, Timmy?
no.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Timmy. What do you got?
I don't know.
What would you want to see in an OnlyFans?
Mm.
Aqua,
Pink
this
taking a
isn't that
shower?
bad. Pink taking a shower. That's gonna be on Pornhub, bro.
Aqua's not even here, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Aqua might be just looking and like waiting. She's done that in the past. Aqua, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna leave that there as number 5. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure. Bro, I hate staring at this hot sauce. Thanks for the follow, meme kid. Welcome in. We're thinking about OnlyFans content I could make. What do you think, meme kid? I hope you're not too young of a kid, but
Watch it be like a 12-year-old.
probably. When you flip your pillow to the cold side. Yeah, that is actually a great feeling. Ooh, I'll put my pillow as the content. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't need to put that much, right? I thought elbows was enough, to be honest. Like,
Do you have any animals?
well, I had one, but
Like a chicken?
why would I have a chicken in New York?
I don't know. Like some kind of like like a pillow that looks like a chicken
No.
or has a chicken on it or like some kind of like toy.
True. I could make a body pillow of myself, though, like Meme Kid is saying, but that's actually a good idea, but I don't want to pay to make a body pillow of myself.
Hmm.
Can I tell you a quick dumb story? Sure. I have 9.5 hours to spare. Go ahead.
We're all waiting. It better be good or you're banned.
Oh yeah, if it's bad, you get permabanned. I forgot about that. So I play games all day. Okay. Okay. So far,
Alright.
it's we could relate.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Relatable. Understandable.
My friends say I need to go out. Okay, kind of relatable. Kind of relatable.
More relatable.
Yeah. I mean, if I had friends, but I still understand. Okay. They play games all day. Your story's getting
Watch him
dry.
stop. Watch him
Sorry.
stop because like I don't want to get banned.
You're not gonna get banned.
So.
Unless you will. So I found my drone. What?
Oh.
Oh, you found your drone in your house. Okay. You charged it and you went outside and you played with your friends. No home. Well, it's fine. It's 2022. But you did that, yeah? You found your drone. You charged it. You went outside.
No, you went outside.
Oh, you went outside. Okay. Don't know exactly what that means, but.
I get the gist, but.
And I flew it and crashed it on some kid riding bike. Okay.
Ooh, that's funny.
That's pretty cool. Now, did the kid die? Like, was he riding the bike, got hit by the drone on his head, fell off the bike, hit his head on the concrete, boom, done? Or was he like, okay?
Cyberbullying.
Well, was it intentional? I don't think that's cyberbullying. Wait, that's not even cyberbullying. That's not on the cyber.
It's an electronic device that injured a kid. Cyberbullying.
Oh, I understand now. Was the kid door dashing, and was the kid named Elliot, causing him to not door dash again for months? I was actually Uber eating, shows how much you know, doctor, on mod. I mean, what? The kid died. Oh, that's a great story then. Yeah, you're not getting a ban. Cool story. What were we going to say, Dino?
Your mom.
Okay, I'm going to make the content. Let's go. I feel like I run into more people coming into chat on just chatting, believe it or not. Why did you click on this chat, Meme Kid? Can I ask you that? Well, I just did, but May you answer that? Who said I was talking to? Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about a different Elliot. You don't know? You just did.
Egotistical much?
Yes, I'm streaming. Everyone's talking about me. Of course I'm egotistical. I just did. Oh, cool. Well, I hope you stick around because we usually have interesting content. You found me interesting?
Watch a good.
Hey. Shut up, Dinel. Shut up. No, you stay here. Go nowhere else. I was joking. I want to do
Watch
more
it.
interesting stuff.
Fine.
Okay? I
If
want to
you-
do more interesting stuff.
If I see you in your boy Jimmy's stream, I'm gonna ban you because you're supposed to be here, bro.
Exactly. So recommendations.
Here.
Yeah, everyone said feet pics, but don't put the link. But everyone said feet pictures, but like my feet are kind of nasty. Shave my legs for OnlyFans. I have a sub goal to wax my leg, but I gotta wax my arm first. Thanks, Tino.
I mean, you could do it.
Shave my legs.
Yeah.
I
You
don't
could
want to
do it.
shave my legs. I really don't. You fake abs? Wait, who said it was fake? No, it's real abs. PS just means PS. It's real abs. Oh, you're saying just fake the abs. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. This says Photoshop. Guys, believe it or not, I do want to grow on Twitch. I think I'm going to start just going on just chatting and trying to talk to random streamers. I feel like that's fun.
That's weird, but you do you, boo.
Bro, why is it weird for you guys? It's so cool. You guys are weird. You see, Meme Kid likes it. You and Doctor don't like that. That's cool. You just talk to random people. Like, we're all random people on the internet in the beginning, right? Like, Meme Kid was a random person. And now, you're still a bit of a random person. But you're here now, right? That's what I do, right? I'm a random, yeah. And I'm random to you. And all these people in your head right now that are talking are also random. Oh, I like when I meet people too. MEAT, but it's gonna be cringe sometimes if that's what you're gonna say, Doctor. That's just the
Wait,
game.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you talk. I'm sorry. What if we live in a
See what he-
simulation? We might be living in a simulation.
I hope that we live in a simulation, because then other things are possible.
Maybe. And this is just a VR game. Bro, did I get enough hydration today? My hydration bar is like too low or something. So my player
Who's
is
the main
like
character though?
I'm thinking there's like, well, if it's a VR game, like we're all being controlled by different characters, no?
Nah.
I feel like I don't want to have this up because Aqua won't come back. Aqua, I'm sorry. We are not talking about that much. Lol. Thanks for the hydrate. I gotta go get water because I ran out of water. I'll be right back.
Just delete the OnlyFans.
Did Aqua say something?
Aqua said she'll be back later, because she answered at the wrong time. She said, OnlyFans, my eyes, my soul. I'll come back later. Endless dives. He starts diving.
You're wasting your points, bro.
Wait, can we not redeem them?
I mean, you could, but it's a waste of points. I gotta close this.
Wait.
What? I was flopping around in the kitchen, actually. Oh, yeah, I was. Sell your bathwater. That is a great idea. If I was famous. But I'm not, so.
When are you gonna bring back Breaks the Internet? I miss Break the
Never. Oh my god, thank you so much for the bit! Thank you, Churro. I get more excited from Churro's bits than anything else. I love
Those
seeing
bits
Kakashi.
They're the best.
They are the best. Sell your fingernails?
No, No.
No.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
buy that.
How much?
20 cents the pop.
20 cents a pop. I know I'm Jewish, but
That's-
that's too much. Thank you for the follow, Cinnamon Stick from Apple Jacks. English. It's hard.
Cinnamon sticks from Apple Jacks.
You see, I'm telling you, I think I should be a just chatting streamer. I think I'm more entertaining.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Guys, it adds to the
Another
timer for
one.
those wondering. Or it should be. I don't see it adding, but
It does. It does.
Okay. That's
Just a
funny.
couple seconds.
Yeah, it adds like 6 seconds per each bit. There's old men out there. Yeah, just like the
Wow.
guy I'm talking to right now. Wow. How you doing, Cinnamon and the Stick from Apple Jacks? Sorry, meme kid.
What?
What?
What's his name?
Cinnamon Stick from Apple Jacks. You're very.
Alrighty.
Oh, I'm just reading his name. You're very Why is that something wrong? Or
Yeah, ping chatting is very relaxing.
I enjoy chatting.
good.
Aw, I appreciate that. I'm telling you, I think I should become a just chatting streamer. I like games, but bro, you're having a seizure? No, I'm joking. I'm sorry. That was mean.
First the R word, now this.
I'm joking. Ping really said cinnamon with the.
Reported. I am reporting you.
I didn't even say.
Reported.
Don't report me, not again. I didn't even say cinnamon with the hard C. That would be kinnaman.
No, you said Kinnaman.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry.
Come on,
Uh,
bro.
That's bullying and harassment.
Sorry, Kinnaman. Damn it! Just unfollow and
Are
leave
you
already. I
abused?
apologize. I'm sorry.
If you want a good streamer, go check out.
Bro, stop. It's a bit too much now.
Go
I think
check out- oh, you're not even live. Never mind.
I think a fun combo is a chill game that doesn't take much thinking and a fun chat. Yeah, but the fun chat part I can't control, right? Someone gifted me a sub here and I didn't have any idea for the whole day. Oh, that's so cool. Wait, a random person got gifted a sub to the channel. That's actually sick. Oh, I don't know if you're random, but no one is random.
It's his first time.
Welcome. Yeah, we're doing a subathon. We've been streaming for 3 days straight. So that's why I got gifted a sub, which is pretty cool, actually. That's so cool. Yeah, that's my dog. He's
Shut up, Ping. Don't.
anyway, take a pic and introduce yourself.
I'm just kidding, Ping. I love you.
I love you too.
This
Take a
dog
pic.
I
was
knew
the
exactly
nicest
what
dog
you're gonna
alive.
say. It's the best dog. Look
he
how
was
cute
he
is.
was the best dog, but anyway,
Isn't anywhere.
yeah. Take a pic and introduce yourself. Yep. I know those things. You guys could use channel point. Oh, you guys could request music if you want, by the way. More than
Well,
welcome
I'm gonna
to.
die of food and water. I'm starving.
I'm starving. That's a cute doggo, bro. I like that's the first emote. Yo. I like how that's the first emote that you did. Why'd you do funny minus? What did I funny
I meant
minus?
to do plus. My bad.
Bro.
Now you do funny plus twice.
Yeah.
Aw, shut up, Timmy.
I
was
knew
gonna
that.
Just do it once.
Oh, you want me to recommend you music? I got you. Oh my god, I'm so funny. That's the show that I'm funny, guys, for those that don't know. I would recommend, well, I don't know how old you are, but this song sounds good. Sex and Drugs. You know what? Let me pick a different song.
Yeah, Ping.
What's your current favorite song, Ping?
Honestly, I'll put it on right now.
I can't hear it, but I love it.
Oh. You'll see it in chat.
I'm
It'll
literally about to die of food. I really hope. No, I'm dead.
All right, let me
got-
hear this.
Mickey Mouse the Clubhouse theme. Bro, I really hope you're not like 5 years old. But yeah, it's probably pretty good. Mickey Mouse the Clubhouse theme. Oh. I recommend it so much. You could play it if you want. I'm not ageist though. All ages welcome that Twitch allows, I guess, or whatever. This is how you could put music if you want, by the way, guys. Meme and cinnamon. I'm just chilling right now. I think I'm on the withdrawals from the hot sauce. I was going crazy before, and now I'm just like chill, right?
Luckily, I died right outside the police station.
Nice. Are you playing GTA?
Yeah, I'm streaming.
Nice.
Not on Discord, not on Twitch.
Nice. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse Trap Remix Slowed and Reverb. SpongeBob Trap. Nice. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of my elbows. I'm gonna take a picture of my abs. Model. Paywall motivational speaking. Should I do all this on stream right now or no? Let me take a picture of my elbows.
You should just drop it slowly over the next week.
I should. That'd be kind of funny.
You should really work on that motivational speech, though.
I don't need to, bro. I could do motivational speech right now. I don't need to work on it. Watch.
What kind of motivational speech are you gonna think of? Are you gonna do?
Bro, I could do one right now. Watch.
You should
Impromptu.
do one on like growing pee bigger. Or,
All right,
like,
I'll do
sex
that right
drive.
now. I'll do that right now. Impromptu.
Is your penis too small? Do you wish your penis was larger so you could meet the girl of your dreams and have the time of your life? Well, then you've come to the right place.
This is more like an infomercial. This doesn't really make sense.
Yeah,
Right?
that's what I'm saying. You gotta prepare.
Yeah. I like doing impromptu though. It's more fun.
Mercury by who?
By Ghost Man. I've never heard of that. Ooh, Japanese. Doragon by Dragon. Atarashi Doragon.
Yo,
Trash.
what the fuck?
Trash new dragon. That's what it says.
I'm watching a cop get handcuffed right now.
That's funny. Oh yeah, this is my favorite song right now.
Yeah.
Jared showed it to me. Trees. Ah, where's the chivalry? I just like how it sounds a lot. Okay. I got my first picture for OnlyFans. I'm gonna upload it. I can't believe I'm actually doing this after so many months. Pension is paid. Just the two of us. That's a good song. I need you. How about you? World is hot again, but you forgot. There's no space. I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my. Wait, how does that go again? Just the two of us? I don't know if that's... Oh, is that the Mercury song you mentioned? Oh, we'll listen to it. Okay, I gotta sign into my OnlyFans. I do not remember my username and password. OnlyFans.
How long have you had this account?
OnlyFans? I made it as a meme
Yeah.
account like a year ago. I don't even remember. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. July 23rd, 2021 is when I made it.
Damn, almost to the year.
That's actually hilarious. Yeah. That is so funny. Okay, I'm going to sign into it right now. We can make it. Just try just the two of us. Yeah, I know that song. Request it. Unless that's the song you requested. Let's hear it. Because I can't hear you singing right now. You know what I mean? OnlyFans.
Unless he wants to join VC. You can join VC if you donate 50 subs.
Sure. Actually, yeah. I agree with that one. If you donate 50 subs, you can join VC. You could curse, you could say stuff that's TOS. I'll just have you muted and then I'll perma ban you from Discord, so. But I will appreciate the 50 subs.
You go in the Hall of Fame of 50 subs.
That's true. My song I request is more a hyped song. Oh, okay. As you can tell, we are very hyped right now. I have to put some OnlyFans content right now, and I'm doing it. Oh, this is so cool.
That's why we have the skip button in case people do stupid stuff.
Yeah. I respect the streamer for having SR. Thank you. Well, not really hyped, yeah. I like to hear new songs, so like when chat puts new songs, like it's pretty cool. Also, it's the only reason most people are here, so I'm not good enough usually, so how do I add the photo?
Love the song.
I've never heard this song. Is this the song you requested?
Ooh.
What is this?
I'm a little...
Yo, wait, you requested or he requested or Meme Kid?
I
requested?
did.
It's actually fire, bro. Oh, no one sees this. Oopsies.
Sounds dope, right?
Oopsies. It does actually. Yours is next. Gotcha. Ah, my dog. Why is OnlyFans taking so long to load? Okay, there we go. Time to type it in. OnlyFans time. Don't subscribe to my OnlyFans. Let's see if I remember my password. I do. Oh wait, I already knew that. I'm dumb. Bro, I'm gonna wait. I can't add pictures.
You're so silly, Ping. Wait,
Wait, I can't.
why not?
I don't know.
Is it because you're inactive for so long?
I probably have to verify or something. I don't know. And I have to look this up. How to look up what? No. How to what? How to add pictures to OnlyFans. Let's see. Select the edit profile. Can you just post photos?
Maybe you need followers? You should be able to just do it. I don't think there should be any restraints. Not that I know anything about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. Select photos settings. Oh, maybe I have to go to settings here. Usher. I think my cousin met Usher in real life. I think it was Usher. And he said that he was like a straight up asshole to him. So
He seems like an asshole.
yeah, so there you go. Why? Because he's
Well, he gave somebody STDs, so
did he
he is an
actually?
asshole. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Fuck that.
Weird. That's weird.
Help.
Help! I fell down and I can't get up.
Help.
I can't help you, bro.
I can't check in. The motherfucker just left me and I can't check into the hospital.
Oh.
You have to check in by on your own.
Oh, knees. Knees would be good. I should add knees. What's up, Oak?
Welcome in, Oak Tree.
This is your song, kid? I don't know what they're saying, but they're going. I don't like rap much, but this sounds pretty interesting, actually. Where can I add photos? I don't see this.
You know what's a really good song?
What song? Yo, I'm not a schmo. Yo, those are the po-po. Yo. It isn't rap. It's more like rock.
No, that's rap.
It sounds like rap, yeah. It sounds really weird, I'm not gonna lie. But you do you, bro. I
Yo,
can't
can
add
you move me?
photos.
Yeah, that's definitely rap.
This
Rap?
motherfucker, man, ran past me 2 times.
Oh, as soon as I got my identification and banking verified. Jesus! You're telling me I have to get my identification and banking verified?
Yeah, they have to ID you. Make sure you're old enough.
But you're not gonna post nudes, are you?
I mean,
Just do it right now.
OnlyFans, you know OnlyFans used to be not used for nudes.
yeah,
Yeah,
it was for
it used to be-
fans.
Yeah.
Officer! Fuck! Help!
I will say, yeah, the voices do sound kind of rock, or like someone is, I don't know. Bro, do I really want to put my identification information?
OnlyFans. How else are you gonna make money?
That seems really
Sell
dumb.
your soul. Sell your soul.
No, no, I'm not gonna do
Dude,
that.
it's OnlyFans. Like, what
Bruh.
could go wrong?
That's the
This is what I
problem.
hate.
What if we change OnlyFans content with the next subathon idea? Is that okay with you guys?
What's the next subathon? Wax the arm?
Yeah.
I'm down.
Okay.
I would rather that. But
Okay.
we should have a poll.
Do a poll, mods, please. Which is, I guess, you. and Doctor. If it's okay. Oh, this is your other song? This is definitely rap. Sounds okay, I guess. Actually, no. We had the hot sauce. Fine. We'll wax my arm tomorrow. Because I need the materials to wax my arm. And I'll put on makeup tomorrow. Damn, I gotta do 2 things tomorrow after the stream ends, probably. That's so sad. You heard? You heard? You heard, guys? Wax arm plus makeup.
Hey, ma'am. Can you see me? Thank you.
Skip OnlyFans for wax arm. I feel like OnlyFans would be so much easier, but it is what it is.
Obviously not, because you don't want to send your identification.
Yeah, you're right, actually. All right, I want to find a random person that's just chatting, and I want to talk to them. What do you guys think?
Still waiting for Gartic phone. But
I put Gartic phone twice already, and no one joined.
did you really?
Yeah, no one joined. I even pinned. I even went to the Discord and asked, and like no one responded. So
Wow, I must have been like sleeping or something.
yeah, but yeah. All right, we're skipping OnlyFans. I guess. Well, there's more time for this, but looks like it's going that way.
Looks like a cop and he's a paramedic, bro. What the fuck?
All right, we're gonna find a random streamer to talk. That is weird, actually. We're gonna find a random streamer to talk to.
You should talk to Lotus Liam. He seems like a cool streamer.
Nah, I don't want to talk to him. Well, because he has a lot more viewers, so it just feels a little petty to talk to him.
Okay, can I recommend a streamer?
Yeah.
Or are you only doing certain streamers?
No, I'm just chatting and seeing. Oh wow, 4 people said yes to skipping OnlyFans for waxing arm. Okay. No, I don't care. As long as they're around the same amount of viewership, because I don't want it to look like I'm trying to, go for someone who's a bigger viewer thing than me or whatever.
AS Mac 3.
What is it?
AS Mac 3.
I don't know. You know, lots of money, so keep going, PP. Wait. Oh, that was before. Wait, why did it? I scrolled all the way down by accident. Case Mac 3. Oh, that's the name of the streamer. Okay. Let's see.
Up to you.
I want to find people like Triple G who are like mad chill for like just What the hell is this?
What is this?
Look at this. This streamer. Anyway.
Maybe a little delayed. Oh, I see now.
Yeah. You guys see that? Should I talk to that person?
Yeah, talk to them. Are they in undies or
Oh.
diapers?
I don't know. Oh, this guy's around the same. Oh, he looks really
Actually,
busy
no.
though.
Oh, I was gonna say that wasn't
looks-
a guy.
He looks what?
He looks really busy. No, it was a girl, I think. No self promo. Don't ask to play unless I'm playing with the viewers. Thanks for hanging out with me. I don't know. I feel like
If I'm
Oh, you
still
heard the.
He sounds
You-
like a pussy.
Say you know me.
yeah.
You could always say you know me.
Bro, last time we went through your person, we got banned from the chat.
Me?
No, man, Dinell.
What person?
Oh.
Bixby? Well, they know me and Jimmy.
Ellie, Biggs, the girl, the Jewish girl from
L.
New York.
L. Just don't say anything stupid this time, bro.
But it's funny. All right, whatever.
All right, I swear to God, if you ruin my relationship with this one, I will be mad.
But
I
I
would like-
okay, I can't say
He's
anything.
a cool dude.
Is
He's a
he
cool
though?
dude.
He said no self promo. I don't want to. It seems like a self
Don't
promo.
self-promo. Just talk to him.
Ow.
Um,
I'm a gamer.
Well, I want to be like, you want to talk? I'm doing a
No, the
subathon now
didn't
too.
work. No,
Like
it was working because
one
it
of
was
your
about-
viewers,
He's
Dinell,
doing a
told me about
subathon.
you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yeah. Yeah, you could probably say that.
Yeah, but that's self-promo saying
Nah.
you're doing the subathon.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's why
Don't
I
say
don't
you're
like
doing
to
a
have
subathon.
rules on my stuff.
Yeah, nice try,
Oh no, no,
Don't say
oh,
it.
no. Should
Don't
I
say that?
should I private message him? Should I whisper
You know
him?
what? Don't.
Should I whisper him?
Don't. Because you're gonna do this wrong, and I'm scared. And, like,
Okay, whatever.
look for someone random.
Just start with a convo. No, I want to
Yeah.
get to the point. It's so bullshit if I start with a convo, because then they like once I get to the point, they're just gonna be like, "Oh, you just started the convo for this point." No,
I didn't know you could do that.
leading in with self promo is weird.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Yeah, starting with self promo is weird.
You gotta work them up.
Bro,
You
the
don't st-
no, you guys are
nobody-
wrong. You
nobody
guys are
wants to
wrong.
talk
You
to
guys are
someone
wrong.
like
I
that.
do.
Do
You
your
guys are
thing.
wrong.
You're weird.
This person is cool with Jimmy. All right, whatever. I'll test it out on a random person. Okay, how about that?
Watch. All right, let's
Put
go
on that,
three
put on
strikes.
that doing cat girl plays cat.
Wait, the
Let's do
girl
it
with
three
her
strikes.
the underwear
Do
girl?
it that one. No. The one that said cat girl plays cat.
It's one
Oh,
of those,
I didn't see that. What's going on?
Oh.
All right.
They're playing Stray or whatever.
Automatic.
I
Right,
don't
it's
know.
named.
What's going on? Oh my god. I don't know what just happened. It like took forever to load. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a Bentley. Should I steal it?
Yeah.
Show it in front of a police station.
Guys, leading with like I feel like
It's annoying. It's annoying.
it's not like I don't know. It's not even self promo. It's like, bro, like
You're in the mentality of wanting self promo because you would invite it, but like other people aren't gonna invite
it's but
it.
I don't even see it as self promo. That's the thing. Like that's such a dumb way to see it. In my view. Like
All right, try it. Try it.
no,
I
I
wanna
do
see what happens.
I do agree with
You're
you
gonna
guys.
get banned.
I know.
You're gonna get banned
yeah,
3 times out of 3.
Yeah, I know. But there are some people that have the same mindset as me, for sure. Like Triple G, I think, is the type of person who has the same exact mindset as me.
I don't think he does.
I think he does.
You just got lucky.
I'm out of gas. Fuck.
Well, whatever.
Is-
We'll do it
Because
anyway.
Triple G doesn't go and do this.
And I do it. I don't do it.
Hey,
I've
dude,
done
you're
it.
doing right now.
Well, yeah, but it's
Triple G. He likes collabing with other people, but like
whooping get rejected, bro. Like I don't know. Like that's the most fun part about streaming. Like interacting with people. PP is weird, bro. That's how I met you, Cashew. That's literally how I met you, and it was probably pretty weird. But now it's not weird, right?
oh, that's true. You did meet Cash. though,
Yeah.
and Triple G.
I would never VC with her. Okay, this guy says boring, so he's probably bored. I want to find someone who's interesting, you know?
Let's
Females
see.
are interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Right.
but then
I want to see you talk to a random female. See
Yeah,
how you
do
work
that.
out conversation.
guys, stop being weird.
I feel like you would fail and like.
Freak,
Bro, you guys
let's
are
boot up the Nintendo.
assholes. You guys are assholes.
Yo,
Alright.
I love the Goku Black.
All right, this guy has a lot of followers and is part of something, but he also says sub to my YouTube. So you see, he likes self promo. Don't
Yeah, on
advertise.
his shit.
Don't advertise your stream. That's fair. He doesn't say. But like, is it that weird to talk to someone? Like,
Yeah,
no.
like out of the blue. Yeah, maybe you can be like,
Maybe it's weird, but it's cool. It's like a random experience, no?
how do you network, bro? Like unless you're well known.
Okay.
you
The
can't
best.
just go,
Okay, the best way to network, obviously, you rate into people and get to know them and stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm not rating.
BMW or Jeep?
Jeep.
Jeep.
Talking to
See,
people is for
fuck,
losers.
it's locked.
Something me and Pink can agree in.
What rating is good for networking?
No, the Jeep is better than.
Oh yeah.
Well, the vehicle's locked anyways, so
Oh,
I
the-
can't even take it if I want
Alright.
to.
I'll take
Oh.
the BMW.
Oh, I think this guy's
They're all locked.
he's too big of a streamer. He's only 20 minutes in, so he probably gets more viewers. Yeah,
What
let's
car
see.
is this?
All right, let's see who
BMW
else.
blacked out. I don't want to risk that.
Yeah, he averages more viewers. I don't want to look like
How about this? Go
like,
to Radiant Crescent.
I don't care
I
how
don't care.
big they are. I just want to
Karma's
talk to cool
agony.
people. Who should I go to?
Karma's agony.
Okay. Karma's agony. Wait, let me first look at Dinel's because he doesn't care about this one, and he put it in chat.
I don't either.
Oh, you guys are so
No,
mean.
put mine there.
This guy's not streaming.
Just don't say it's for me.
Oh, he is streaming. Never mind.
It-
Don't say it's from you.
yeah.
Just don't say my name.
He doesn't
Don't
really like me
mention
right
me.
now.
Bro,
I
this
kinda
is a
got him in trouble with
VR.
it, bro.
You know,
Oh, that's true.
story time,
He's a
guys.
cool dude.
I used to
He's
stream
chill.
twice a day. Once at 9 p.m. and once at 5
do you
a.m.
I just find him really cool. I don't know. I forgot about. He does face cam every once in a while, but
No bullying. Why do people have so many chat rules? Don't argue with people over chat. Use English. No advertising or self-promotion. Bro,
Maybe
should I
it's
just
'cause
say
they
fuck
felt-
it?
Maybe it's because they dealt with people
True.
that do certain things and like
True.
they abuse
I
it.
said it for
They
a good
don't
2 months or
want
something.
their
But
moderators
there
to be
was a lot
stolen
of
by other
napping
Twitch
in
streamers.
between. Like an hour.
Maybe I should
So, yeah,
change my
that's
chat
just out
rules,
of the
yeah?
blue.
Yeah, don't steal my vibes.
Don't
You should have that when Jimmy ever sees it.
I should. Have your chat promote you instead. Ooh, that's kind of interesting.
What's the number one thing?
What's
Yeah,
that?
I always. That's how
Yeah.
we met Kesmac. I promoted Jimmy. I had a conversation with Kesmac, and he was really cool. And he was like, "Oh, I'm so down.
You guys
I'd be
like
down to
Dragon
play
Ball?
with Jimmy."
Oh, am I
Okay.
playing Kenshin? Oh, I thought I was
Like
playing
Dragon
True this
Ball.
whole fucking time.
Yeah, I got him in
Nope,
trouble with
you're
his,
playing me.
girlfriend and
I
stuff.
whooped your ass 2 characters with
Yeah,
one.
All right.
All right, he says Dragon Balls with the boys, but it looks like he's playing alone. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
You see,
it's-
this is the type of chat rules that I like. You know,
All right, talk to him then.
3 or 4 lines, boom, that's it.
no
Talk to him. See
racism,
what
no
happens. Watch you get
sexism,
banned.
No over the
I'd give
top
you 20
comment.
minutes before you get banned.
No, he doesn't ban anyone.
Yo, let's go, bro. Okay. You know what? Let's bet on it, you know.
Well, at
Bet
how
on
many
it?
subs? How many subs?
No subs.
No
You gotta
subs.
you gotta take off your shirt and post it on the Discord, and I'll pin it.
Bro, you really gonna make me do that?
Or I have to do it.
Or you have to do it?
Yeah,
On Discord?
yeah. If
Actually, can I make you do 50 push-ups whenever I want?
50, I can't do 50
No,
push-ups.
not all at once. So if I can tell you randomly during stream, all right, give me 2, and then you got to do 2 push-ups.
All right, fine, but you have to do
Bro,
what I
this
say.
car is so fast.
All right.
Catch
Everybody's
you.
gonna see
That's
my
fine.
fucking stomach. I doubt you're gonna get banned, but if you do it, those 50 push-ups are gonna be dope. Now I want you to go all out though. Like, don't
Oh
hold
wait,
back.
not. I can do however I want. No.
I mean, I feel like it's unfair. Like you want
Okay.
You've been
Yeah.
asking me for years.
I can put it on my OnlyFans. I'll make an account for
Bro,
that.
an what's that? i5 350. Lexus i5 350.
Guess I can't get nothing going?
Huh?
Whose vehicle I just stole?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh my god. I've never done
the
that
middle
before.
Cashew, go check out this cool streamer called Lotus Leo.
You know
I
what,
don't
Nick?
know what I did.
If you were on here, bitch, I'd fuck you up too.
He's cool, but
Don't worry, I'll team Kiyu and Tarko later.
you're weird around him, bro.
It's my
Where's
forte.
that sweet part?
Bro, you guys are assholes, bro. Just enjoy.
God, fuck them while he's down.
I like to have fun, bro, but like so many people on Twitch are so sensitive. It's annoying sometimes. $2 to random people. Is that so bad? That I say weird shit sometimes? I'm not doing anything.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it's
No, it's
fine.
not.
Who cares?
Nothing wrong with that.
Like,
Your way of thinking is though.
is weird. Yeah, I think so too.
I feel like you do things in reverse. You go straight to the point. You don't go on a date. You go
Yeah,
straight to sex.
because I hate that shit. Like, actually, for that, I like the foreplay, but it's just like because all that other stuff is just bullshit. It's just bullshit. Small talk is bullshit. It's a way to.
It is.
It's literally just bullshit. I hate it. It's like a way to seem polite to try to figure out how much you could say to someone. Just figure it out right away, no?
Yo, that's sexual as fuck.
No, not like that. What?
No, I mean it's the screen, the victory screen
Oh,
with Khalifa and the.
Yo, what's up, Aqua? We're not doing OnlyFans stuff. Don't worry. This isn't Mr. Beast's channel. Wait, what do you think I'm? What? Oh, yeah. Sorry. This is Ping Pong's channel. What do you think, Aqua? I want to just talk to random people on Twitch. I know it's a little weird, but wouldn't that be cool? Isn't that cool? Like, isn't that different? Isn't that like we could meet interesting people like Cashew? I don't know. I'm doing it.
Honestly, you're right. Like, if you can talk to people, the people who talk to you are the same people, have the same mindset as you.
Exactly. And if they ban me,
So
they
they're
ban
the-
me.
So those are the people you want to be around,
True.
right?
Okay, I'm going for it. Hello, I am currently. Wait, should I get out of the Discord call with you guys? So it like, or
We'll dip if you get anywhere.
sounds like I'm going for a girl or something. Were you trying to
You
get?
got this, bro.
Yeah. Weren't you trying to get Mr. Beast's attention? Yeah, that's after the subathon. And that's a great way to get new content on network, right? Hello, I'm
Wait,
currently
next?
streaming as well.
You're next.
Alright.
Who the fuck is that? Is he overpowered? I guarantee you he is.
Wait,
Who,
never mind.
Beerus or Baby?
No, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, I guess maybe.
No. Keep on going, bro.
No. I realized something.
What?
He's talking to other people. I can't do that. If they're talking to other people, it's like going into their
Oh,
content,
that's hard
you know?
to
If they're not
Alright,
talking
hold
to
on.
anyone, then, you know. Sorry,
I can see who he's talking to.
just like, yeah, I can't do that one. How you doing though, Aqua? Let me find a random person that none of us know. How it
Alright.
wouldn't? Yeah,
Go to just chatting.
yeah, that's where I am. Yeah, that's where I was before. Because I feel like just
Oh.
chatting people might be watching like YouTube clips and be like bored or whatever, you know. Go ahead. What were we gonna say?
I was gonna say go to the girl at the very top with the boobs, but you know.
She's at the very top. All right, you guys ready? This is the content everyone has been waiting for.
It's only females, bro.
Yeah, it is.
There's no males.
You're like, I want the males.
Well, yeah, they're more interesting.
Damn.
Oh.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn. Honestly, I don't know. I don't watch Twitch enough, but I would assume that's
Dang.
not true. Isn't
Would you rather
yes.
talk to a boy or a female?
It depends.
Hold on, I'll be back. My dog's barking.
Okay. Whew, I got
You
out of
ever-
it. All right, let's look for
you-
some.
Ping, do you ever feel like good-looking people don't get called out enough for their bullshit?
Yeah, probably. That's why I get called out for my
That's-
bullshit all the time, bro.
That's why girls are so boring. I'm just kidding. They get called out for having no character. I'm just kidding.
And I disagree. Small talk allows you to know if you can get an interesting conversation. But if you can't get an interesting conversation out of them, it also
How do you know if you? I feel
is-
like Aqua's making a really good point. How do you know you're gonna mesh well with someone?
because if they're the type of person that's okay with me going straight to the point, then that's the type of person I could mesh with,
Mm,
right?
that's a very interesting take. But
Look, if I want to find out about someone, what they think about me, and
I feel like
no,
I talk to lots of streamers, and like a bunch of them, I probably don't talk to a lot because they're odd. They're odder than you, or like I don't mesh well with them.
uh-huh.
But yeah, small talk can help. Like know your position.
Small talk can definitely help. I obviously engage in small talk sometimes. Like it's awkward to just go straight to the point, right? But on
Yeah,
on Twitch, a lot of people are trying to make it. If you're trying to make it, like, I don't think it's a big deal for another streamer around the same size as you to be like, "Yo, you want to just talk?" I don't know. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I guess.
And if I find people that are like that, then that's better for me because that's the type of people that are like more fun to be around. I feel like,
All right, let's see it.
yeah.
Go for it.
Also, for example, IRL. Let's say I meet someone new and I tell them, "Oh, like I'm streaming right now, I'm making money on the side, but I'm not really making much. I live with my parents, right?" And they're like, "Oh, okay." Like I'll be like, do you think that's like I'll be straight up with it. I'll be like, "Oh, is that weird?" Like that's pretty I don't know. Like I would kind of push that further because like knowing what people truly think makes it so that the conversation is more like authentic, you know? I don't know. Wrong Ping. You know how you have different conversations with different people? You're not going to have a deep conversation about anime with someone who doesn't like anime. That's true. That's true. But like if you need to find what you have in common, and if you have nothing in common, run. I mean, maybe, but like,
I mean, Ping's gonna choose people based on what they're streaming or like what they're doing, and if he's interested in what they're
yeah,
doing.
like if I click on someone and I see just the way they
Like-
talk and the way, like, I could tell that they would be down to do weird shit like that.
I'll download it twice.
I'd be more willing to talk to them. You know, if they sound kind of boring, I won't. I don't know. We'll see. I
don't
think you
know
guys
why
are
it
right.
needs
though.
extra.
I think you guys are right. Small talk is
I
probably
want to
worth
win this
it.
bet. So talk to someone. If you-
okay. All right, wait. Let me listen.
Download 700 gigabytes. I don't even know anybody who has 700 gigabytes. But what do you call it? Wait, I wanted to see if there's something random that I can do. Can I do something random?
Oh, he sounds
I
bored.
don't have anything random. Actually, I do have something random. Maybe. Does this work?
Ask him if he wants to buy followers.
It's not on my screen.
No,
Dang it.
bro,
Where did I
no.
put it? I probably put it on main. Let me go to main.
Just jump into I follow her, Nymphe.
Yeah, look
Well,
at
I
this.
want to
All right,
find
homies,
random
look, I can
people.
roll a dice. Look.
I want to find random people that none of us know though. That would be cooler.
Perfect.
Oh, come on.
He perfect.
No, I thought I was doing cool.
Oh, he's got the Christian thing.
You gotta be.
Yo, and I'm
eating
Jewish,
cheese
bro.
or
We have so much in
something.
common.
What happened, bro?
we're
Homies, wait, hold on.
All right.
Where is it at?
Is
It's
this
right
really weird?
here.
Okay, I gotta make the message sound not.
I was
that
hoping
weird,
I could
right?
just
But
roll a
still
dice and
authentic
just
to
have,
like how
have
I
us
would
be entertained by the dice, but I'm wrong.
How come you can
I'm
see
wrong,
messages
homies,
people
I'm
have
wrong,
sent
and I'm sorry.
prior?
I don't know. All
Yeah,
right, I'm
maybe
gonna do
you-
it. I'm doing it.
I'm gonna make a timer. There you go. We have
Hello.
a timer now. You know.
Are you busy right now?
All right. It's almost done, homies.
Sounds
I
so
promise.
weird.
It's almost done. I don't know what else to do
Hello.
to entertain you.
I'm
but
Jewish.
Here, you know what?
I'm not gonna do that.
I'll sing.
You should.
all right?
You should honestly, because you saw the
All right,
comments.
no, that's not how I'm gonna sound on the karaoke. thing,
No, that's
promise,
not. I want to win
promise.
the bet. I'm not gonna say.
You know,
it.
it's
No.
it's gonna sound pretty rad. There's a couple songs I'm liking on the karaoke. Maybe the timer I put was the timer for the game to download. It's got 2 seconds.
Hello.
Let's see if it makes a sound.
Don't forget to add that your dog died.
That's cool.
Oh.
Y'all like that?
Hello,
I
I'm
like that little
streaming right
sound
now
effect.
too. Just
That's pretty
looking
cool. I like that.
for cool
like that little sound
streamers
effect.
To talk
Anybody
to.
who's checking your notifications, that's my fault. Get wrecked, Sonny Jim. I'm kidding. Don't get wrecked.
You could check
let
my
me close
stream
some
out,
Duolingo
but
right now.
wanna talk a bit on Discord. Remember, only if I get
Where are
banned,
these lingots
right? If I
going?
don't get banned, I'm fine,
Oh,
right?
okay, it's just these.
What's the time like window? Like if you get
When he reads the message,
banned-
after he reads the message, no?
Okay, hold on. Let me close this. Oh, I closed
was gonna
out
say
my
20
music.
minutes.
No, I
20
did not mean to
minutes.
do that.
Because
All
the
right, hold on,
conversation
let me,
could go. He could
let me
like,
get my stuff.
buy-
fixed
Ah,
over
someone
here.
just
I
rated
promise, I
him.
promise.
Ah!
Oh, thank you for the raid, Max Power. How you doing today, homie?
I
How
do
was your
sound like a
stream today?
bot.
Dude, I
Ah!
appreciate you coming by and bringing your homies
No,
over.
no.
I'm literally waiting to play an alligator
Aw,
game.
man.
I'm
Wait.
sorry. That's why I'm sitting here
Copy-
doing nothing
copy-
for right now.
copy and
Okay,
paste.
okay. He literally said, "I'm waiting here doing nothing." Okay, you can't come into his chat. You can't copy and paste the message like we're bots or something. You can't
no,
do that.
not us.
Oh, okay, okay,
You
okay.
copy and paste it, and you can go somewhere else with
Oh,
that
oops,
message.
it's the wrong copy paste. No, that's a terrible message. I gotta think about it. I gotta think about it a little.
Give $1 to random people. What?
I'm gonna go to the city and just give money to people and walk away. You're like, bro, that's so stupid, right? I don't know. I feel like Cashew, you ruined it. I love Fortnite.
Also, welcome and Mr. Vague. How you doing today with those majestic 52s? I appreciate you, homie. How you doing today, Vague? How was work today?
Ask
I
him
hope
if
your
cats
work was
go to
pretty good.
heaven.
If you worked today. If you didn't, I hope your day was
Ah!
still good.
No, that's messed
It
up.
was good.
though.
Nice.
No,
I'm
that's
glad that you had a
no,
good
no, no,
Fortnite
no.
gaming. Dude,
No
did you
small
get any
talk,
wins?
straight to the point.
No, that's a
Did you-
funny
did you
joke. That's
win like
fine.
an
But like,
awesome gamer, homie. My game's downloading. All right,
Hello.
let's go over here, homies.
damn it. Okay, his game stopped downloading. I'm gonna find
You
someone
rated
else.
just in time, homies. We're about to. We're
And
about
he
to
got
play a
rated.
game
I took
called
too much
Later-
time. I could have gone there at a much better. I came in perfect. He was bored waiting for his game to download. People weren't there. No one rated him. I could have said stuff. I could have said, "Yo, bro,
Wow.
you look bored. You want to talk on Discord? I'm another streamer too. You could check me out if you want to." Oh, it sounds so weird saying all that, doesn't it? All right, let's do it.
To
to someone
Lyle
else.
forever.
Huh?
Lyle forever.
No, I'm gonna go
why?
to random people. I don't want people you guys know right now because
I
I
don't
feel.
know them. I just saw it on your screen.
Oh, okay. Sorry. How do you spell it?
Whatever. I forgot. It's too late.
I'm sorry.
Move on.
Okay. Join a granny hot tub stream with only one viewer. That actually sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah,
Is
do
that
it.
is that happening? I guess I have to go to hot tub streams, right?
Aqua knows what's up.
But she
knows what
probably.
the content is.
But if you're in a hot tub, how are you gonna talk? Like on. Bro, I don't see her.
Mobile?
Where's my grandma? Oh my god! Don't tell me this is her. That's not a grandma. What is this? This is so weird. You see, this is even weird for me, okay?
What, someone showering?
No, it's just like, yeah, well, they're just, I don't know, it's just weird. Why are you so awkward about this now? Okay, how about this guy? No, this guy has too many viewers.
Come on, dude. Just go for it. We've made him self-conscious. It's okay. He's shy. Give him some Viagra.
Alright, I'm gonna ask this guy. Yo. I'm just joking.
Gorilla?
Yeah.
Yo!
But there's no
So
one there.
adorable.
Alright, there's no one there. Quit my job to become a full-time.
Monkey spin! He
What?
did a
I kind of want to
spin.
talk to this guy. Quit my job to become a full-time streamer. I feel like I could have interesting conversations. You see? This guy already sounds interesting. Just the fact that he said that, you know?
And he's playing Apex.
Am I just really cool and approachable? Yeah, you're good, bro. You are. You're very easy to talk to.
That's it? No?
Is he talking to
did some?
people?
Finally?
I'm gonna pause the music.
He probably is, because he's playing Apex. I'm finna throw my,
He
my power
is.
over there.
God damn it. He has
Bro,
OnlyFans,
anyone
bro.
playing any type of game.
All my shots, bro.
He has OnlyFans, bro.
I got
I'm
this.
just here to
has
talk
OnlyFans.
about your
Oh,
car.
someone's chasing me.
We have so much in common. Wait.
What do you got? What do you got?
No.
Yes, I fell to the world.
And this guy's like me, bro. He's trying to become full-time. Good luck, bro. You'll need it, just like me.
He's pretty good looking compared to you, though.
He is, though. I'm not gonna lie. Go to subscriptions tab. Huh? Why? So what? Just talk with him and all his callers? When people are there, I feel like it's much easier for them to just brush off like a random person. No. I didn't fail. I didn't
Nah,
fail.
you're failing, bro.
No, I just didn't pick my target yet. Oh, that sounds so
Does
weird.
this count as a loss, too?
No. You want to
I
see my
think so.
OnlyFans subs? Oh, no, I can't show you that. This guy started streaming like... He only streamed like once. So, you know what? Maybe he would be cool. Fine. You guys said it would be a fail. I'll try to talk to him, okay? I don't think he'll... Well, I hope he won't ban me.
If you don't get banned, you don't lose, right?
True, and you lose.
Oh, he's like Hispanic, so he's not Asian. I thought he was.
So I shouldn't go for him, right?
Call him Beaner and see what happens.
Wait, what? Where was his... He was on hot tubs and streams, right? He only had 2 viewers, though. True. Alright, I'm gonna try with him.
Well,
Ooh.
he has more to gain to it from it, so.
True. Alright.
If you, what is that?
Damn
What
it!
happened?
It has no
Jump
self-promoting.
up. I'm pushing now.
Oh, I saw
Yo,
that.
why don't you just go to the female ones, bro?
Hey, see what happens.
I will afterwards. Let me try with this guy.
Got him?
first.
He's got nothing to lose.
Behind me.
You're way bigger than him.
Hello.
Me.
Good luck, bro.
All my shots, bro.
Hello, my name is
Let's
Rick
check it
Song.
No, stop.
Subathon.
No. I'm gonna say hello. Good luck, bro. If you wanna talk about
Where's Junior? Can I help him?
trying to grow as a streamer, we could talk on Discord. I'm also
Another team.
trying to become
Oh my
a
god.
full-time
bro.
streamer.
Vete.
Not trying to be weird or anything.
Wow.
But
He's a
yeah.
bot, bro. He just died.
Alright, he died, so I could say
Wow,
it. I sent
bro.
it.
They fucking
I sent it.
waited
Fucking
for us bot. to shit on
I
those.
sent it.
That's fucking
Alright, wait,
sad.
shh. Let's hear his response. He saw it. Vouch. Casher, you didn't have to do that. He seems cool. Like, it looks like he's serious about becoming a full-time streamer. I think this could be cool.
Catch you said vouch.
Thanks for the follow, man.
He did.
Much love, man. Hey.
Hey. Appreciate you too.
What the hell was that?
Don't say it like that, Aqua. It makes it weird. He is a liar? Huh? No, I'm actually not lying. I'm not lying.
Look at you.
What? I've been on my computer if I got that message. I'm not lying. What? You could check out my stream. Honestly,
Much love. Welcome
trying
to the chat.
That's
to
what the motherfucker gets to be
find
When is
cool
Shiro gonna get
streamers to
VIP?
vibe with.
He was trying to chasing me and shit.
I don't know.
That's what you
When he
do,
gets the
bitch
points
ass.
for it.
Oh man, I say he deserves it,
Mhm.
bro. Like he's like the funniest
Bro,
chatter.
you're
you know.
talking. You
Motherfucker.
guys
Trying
talk
to
too
find
much.
cool
I
streamers to vibe with.
can't
Wait
hear
till I get
him.
my CPU, bro, so I can finally stream in 4K.
All right, bro. Hit me up whenever if you want to talk in the future. Now, bro, I'm talking about the stripper you bought. Huh? Is this one of his? This is one of his viewers, bro. I'll mute. Okay, sorry. I just want to talk.
You going straight push or what?
Heck yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all.
4K.
You gotta give the viewers what they came for.
Yeah, bro. I'm a 4K on the hub. Hey, chat, y'all didn't know Rafi FN, my stream manager. He manages my social medias, and he's a project manager to all my properties.
All right, he ignored me, but he did not ban me, Dino. So you... No, don't do that. So you have lost this one. Let's go! That's a W in my book. Also, what a weird mess. What else am I going to say if I'm going straight to it? Just have a conversation. Don't promote yourself. Oh. Too late. I didn't pull out, though. Ignore was worse than a ban. Nah, I think he felt... I think he felt like weirded out. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of feel bad. You did it. You messaged someone. Alright, who's next? That sounds so weird. Bro, I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised if I got banned off of Twitch for like harassment or some shit. I'm not even like I'm just trying to chill with people, you know? Ignores when a girl doesn't block you for a dick pic. Exactly. So it's pretty good, right? Oh, my stomach is hurting again. Listen, we're gonna try another person. I believe in us. He thought you were a bot or a creep, but he didn't block me. Honestly, why not just check out my channel? I don't know. It's worse. It's not worth their time to block you. Yeah, it is weird. It is a weird message. I can see it. Yeah. I understand now, but, you know, I think it's easier when you're playing the same game. Oh my god, that's a good point. But look, it's someone who has butts in their name. I have to click on it.
Imagine ditching Pizza Night. It's true, Rick. Can you believe this?
Oh, so the BTTV versions are the ones that get censored.
White shirt. That's you. As we've established, I'm wearing this cool funeral shirt.
So
Please.
I look like Paula.
Ooh, let's go.
Paula.
Who is
Please
Paula
be
to
kind.
you?
Although some light bullying towards
The one
Bosa
with
is
the blue
okay.
hair.
Yeah, thanks, Devin.
Alright, let's look at this. Bosa Butts, right? We know Bosa the streamer, and we know
I just
Butts.
realized I was muted.
Yeah.
They're dating, I think, Bing.
Bro, I'm not going for her. Bro.
I know.
That's
I'm
kind
not-
of weird.
I'm not.
You're kind of a creep, bro.
You guys are so annoying. All right, fine. I'll find someone else. God damn it.
Dude, I'm just kidding.
No.
I was
no.
just joining the joke. Dude, your Kirby hat is dope.
Yeah, it is.
If it
But you
didn't-
know what? It
What's
doesn't
up?
matter. It doesn't matter
If it
now.
didn't have the mouth, it would look like it's eating her. Wait, pause.
Okay. Go to a Japanese stream. I've done that before. I've talked in Japanese streams, but like they would be even more reluctant to talk like in a Discord chat. How many people have you successfully done this with? I don't know, a couple. You're probably the most successful person that I've done it with.
Did you do it with Bosa? No.
No, I met Oh, kind of. Prince told me about Bosa, and it was kind of, but not really. It's probably best to do it through like viewers that know streamers, you know? That's probably the best. Yeah, but this is kind of fun too. All right, let's do one more random person, and then we'll do what you guys recommend, okay? Okay, this guy's just vibing today. He looks mad.
Of course it's automated with a personal touch. You can create a YouTube video on how to set up and use it.
No advertising is self-promotion.
I say go for it.
Are you gonna put your abs on Discord?
Dude, you're totally fucking right. Oh my god.
You have to
my
now.
abs.
Yeah.
I'm really self-conscious. I'll send it to you, and then if you want to post them, you can post them.
All right, fine. Never mind. I think I only talked to you because Jump King would drive me insane otherwise. Find games that would drive people insane. All right, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. You guys think of games that would drive people insane like Jump King.
Why not Jump King? Okay, let's figure this out. So, games that would drive people insane. Mario Kart. Among Us. Gartic Phone. You guys have any ideas? Cookie Clicker? Dark Souls. Dark Souls. Yeah, probably Dark Souls.
I just realized I was muted again.
But
what's
Cuphead.
that called?
Cuphead is fun though. I love Cuphead.
Rust.
Rust.
Warzone.
No, not Warzone, because they'll be talking to people.
GeoGuessr.
I say Cookie Clicker is like one of the best choices. Dark Souls or Elden Ring.
Oh, Power Washing Simulator. That would be a good one.
One, yeah, we got just because they're Jewish. Pink should just go in there like, "Hi, I'm Jewish. I'm trying to connect with other Jewish streamers and have deep conversations and grow." or
Talk
something
shows
like
and
that.
podcasts.
Talk shows and podcasts, but that's normally because they're doing content.
Yeah.
I would love to do like a talk show. Dude, when is Ping gonna play Cuphead? When am I gonna
Never.
play Cuphead?
Modders. RuneScape.
RuneScape.
All right, I'm back.
Alright, so we decided that you're gonna go to Cookie Clicker.
Oh, they're Jewish? Okay, let me go. Dark Souls is a really good one though. That's a really good one.
Dark Souls or Elden Ring?
Bro, there's not a person here. This is literally a bot. Come on, guys.
What do you mean they're Jewish?
How do you know?
Calling all Jews
Says
bots?
Jewish.
Where does it? Oh, it says it's Jewish. That's hilarious. Nah, I think Dark Souls is actually
But their
great.
game is so laggy.
It is. All right, okay. Dark Souls doesn't get many viewers, so except the top people. I want to find some. Yo, this guy looks like a Viking. Wait, what?
Oh, we miss all the stuff. You can help anytime? How?
Hello.
Yeah, I know. I just call it a checkpoint.
Hello, are you a
Every
Viking?
game is different. Suck it.
Should I say that?
Oh, Jesus.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
say that. All right, I'm gonna say that.
Well, that's unfair.
Are you a Viking?
You can't do jolly cooperation in the PC version.
What's the guy talking about? Come on.
I need a
Oh, God.
thing.
Oh, sorry. Do you have a beard? Do you want it as glorious as mine? That's funny. Wait, let's see.
You
Let's see.
can't do that in this one right now.
Are you a Viking?
They have the servers shut down.
Are you a Viking?
Am I a Viking? Well, I like to think I am.
Yo!
I kind of have the aesthetic.
I literally clicked
Aesthetic?
because
Yeah, they shut the servers
you look
down
like
on
one.
the PC.
Cool. That sounds
Oh,
weird, probably.
Jesus. Well, I'm glad that you. I'm glad that I look like one for you. I definitely try to go that route.
He looks like he's really concentrating on the game.
Sucks with this game.
So do I.
Hey, fuck you! Put your shield down. Try to shoot with
Janelle, you're making it weird. No,
arrows.
I
Hey,
can't
how's it going,
shoot.
General Gigabyte?
Guys,
he does look like a Viking.
All right.
I really try.
All right. Go in, guys.
I do
Say
have
hi
Norse
to him.
runes tattooed to my chest.
Oi.
I have a very makeshift fucking Viking hat.
Oh, he has hats on for you. Lol.
Oh god, he's on fire.
How do you do? All right, hype me
That's
up,
gonna be
Cashew.
enough,
But
you
not
know.
weird, not in a weird way though.
You want my hat? Alright, I'll give you the makeshift
Small
Viking
talk
hat.
for the win. Yeah, I
Alright.
guess. All right, now I'm gonna be like, yo, you want to
There
talk
go.
on
It's a
Discord?
pleasure
No,
to
I'm
meet you
joking.
guys. Welcome in, Ping Pong and Genel. I'm Valiant Thor. We pride ourselves on death on this channel. As you know, how do you get into Valhalla other than
That's
die
funny.
in a glorious battle? For everyone.
What the heck?
I don't want to force the horn, so just show it.
His
please.
mic is trash.
All right, I'll show you the drinking horn. This is my chug horn for my stream.
Cashew.
How's it going, Glorious Cashew?
Bro.
That actually is a pretty dope name.
Thanks, haha.
Welcome
Bro,
in,
that's
everybody.
weird, bro. It makes it look like we're
And thank
you
you
don't
for
know
the
me.
follow there, Gentle and Ping Pong.
Tell him that. So is
You
Glorious
know what? I
Cashew.
do have an
True.
actual drinking horn. It needs
Glorious
to
Cashew is glorious.
it needs to be waxed. But give me a minute here. I'll see if I can find it.
Yo, if he shouts you out, we might look at your channel.
If he what?
He might actually look at your YouTube.
Oh, maybe. You chug beer on stream. Sometimes you lose water. You're supposed to be helping smaller streamers. He's a smaller streamer, no? Isn't that fine then? Are you going into other streams and
All
pretending
right,
to
I'm
not
back.
know each other?
Thank
no,
you all
I'm...
for the
What's
you chug
up,
beer on
Michelle?
stream. It's usually just water mostly.
I'm trying to find
I
random
don't like
people
to
to
drink
talk
on
to.
stream if I do drink. But this is my actual horn.
He has a
It just needs
horn?
to be waxed. And thank you, Glorious Cashew, as well for the follow while I was gone. This is actually made out of bullhorn or some shit.
I don't want to be that mean yet, Aqua. Michelle, what's up? You got gifted a sub, right? When I saw that, I was like, yo, let's
It
go.
does need to be waxed though, so
We're
you
doing
can't
a
really
subathon.
drink out of it. It's more for it's more decorative.
Still very cool.
I do, however, have a friend in Mexico that actually creates
person to watch.
drinking
Okay,
horns.
Really? He's okay. Is he boring? I
He
think
actually
he's
goes
fine.
to like Renaissance
I
fairs
think
and
it's just,
shit, and,
bro, his
what the shit?
His mic.
his
is
mic is
annoying.
annoying me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Suck it.
I'm going to GTA 5.
Okay. See.
Let's look for someone else then.
All right. I'll say
I'm dead.
nice
I'll mute him
meeting
then.
ya, but I have to go.
Yeah, but yeah,
Have a
my
good
brother,
one.
he actually bores them all
Let's
out.
leave,
He
like,
cleans them up all himself and sells them at fairs and
He will
stuff.
leave first, and then
You guys are
Cashew's
so weird.
gonna leave.
You
He was
you
gonna
understand?
send
You're
me
making
one,
it
but they want,
weirder,
like, $80
right?
to
Not
fucking
me.
send one.
I'm not the one doing this stuff. Nice meeting you, but I have to go. Have a good one and try to get a bit. Nah, I feel like that's mean to say. I just met the guy. I have to go. Have a good one.
For a while, it was nice meeting you, but I have to go. Well, Ping Pong Masters, thank you for stopping in and the follow, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Oh, he seems sad. I feel bad.
There's not many Renaissance
Don't
fairs
say
up
bye,
this way.
Pee-Pee! Why would you say that? Now it makes it. No, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. We're not there. Will we get a better? Oh yeah, that would be smarter. I already left. All right. I'm trying to meet new cool people to talk to Michelle. I just think it would be fun.
This is so funny.
It's fun, right?
It's so funny seeing like your reaction to us.
Yeah, because
I think
you guys make it awkward. All right, all right.
but
Oh
it's
my
a
god.
fun awkward, not
It
a
is,
cringe
it is,
awkward.
it is. I just had a great idea. What if I go into I'm Only Sleeping streams and just like be like, yo, I'm doing a subathon, come through.
Yo, you should do that.
Because they're all sleeping, bro.
We should do it. We should just join and just have a conversation.
Yo, oh my god. That's so funny. All right. Let's go with this guy. You can see his face, so let's go with him. Oh, he only has one viewer though, so no one else is there. If he had like,
Perfect.
Yeah, but if he had like a few viewers, then Among Us, no. Subathon day 112. Jesus Christ. You'll talk to someone eventually. Yeah. So much for such a great username. Totally not drunk. I've lost it. Stream anniversary. Come read me a bedtime story. I kind of want to go into this, guys. I feel
Tell
like.
me who and I'll go.
All right. I think I'm gonna get banned. Guys, try to wait. Let me look at the guy first, okay?
All right.
Make sure it's like a normal person. Okay. Looks pretty normal so far.
What are the rules?
What are the rules? Be kind, English only, no talking about religion or politics, good vibes only. Yo, that's pretty good. Okay.
You should go in and be like, damn. I guess I can't talk about how Jewish I
Obama
am.
or something. Oh. You'll talk to someone eventually. That's how I met you, bro. You know, I tried like 7 times on different days in Jump King streams, and you were the only person to talk to me. Or like one other person I think did, but it never came anything. All right. I see some of you guys are here. Or no, maybe it's just me. Let me check out his YouTube real quick. See if he makes quality content. Okay, he has nothing here. He looks pretty young. I hesitated.
Yeah, don't hesitate.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh. I'll continue to chat. Hello, you sleep beautifully. No, that's weird.
No. We'll go all in there.
Just have a conversation.
Agreed, he does. I love the way he holds his pillow.
No, that's weird. That's weird. That I could actually get canceled for harassment, like banned or something. No, we're not Oogie Cookie Control. We're not rating. We're not rating. What's up, bro? Let's just have a normal conversation as if it's like our own Discord channel. I feel like that would be funny. Can we do that? All right, let's fake raid. Let's fake raid. Copy paste it. Is that messed up, guys? Is that messed up?
No, it's perfectly reasonable.
Okay, let's do it. I just did it. Come on, guys. Copy paste it.
Wait.
Oh, it's weird now. I'm the only. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Yo, let's go.
Time.
It's okay. Okay, he's sleeping. He doesn't know. Okay, Cookie, enjoy. You joined. All right. No, let me follow him too. I don't want to follow a lot of people if I'm not gonna watch them though. Cashew, welcome to the stream. Thanks.
Someone do it.
Has he been sleeping for? Cashew's pretending he's one of their viewers. I'm such a baby. Guys, does anyone in chat think less of me right now? Oh, this is just harmless like trolling, right? Post the link in chat. Smart. I should have done that first. Oh wow, that's a long time. I'm a streamer too. Hopefully a good 8 hours. Hey, Janelle, you came in too. Nice. Wait, I feel like there's no one active in his chat. Now it just feels kind of dumb.
No.
Should I give him feedback? Dedication to the sleepness. Relatability, because I sleep too. Skill at sleeping consistently.
I like the other one more. The other one was more fun.
What a Mac. It's because no one's responding. Okay, this was a failure. Get out.
This is a failure.
What if we start a hype train? Bro, what's with you and giving money lately, bro? I mean, I don't mind.
He's rich. He made so much money. He's in Oogie Cookie competitions all the time and wins.
Okay, Oogie. If you give him a sub, I'll give him a sub. I'll subscribe to him.
I'll give him a sub too.
Okay. But we need to see Oogie do it first. I love how Cashew was like, welcome, and then he says, hey, PP. Go ahead. Imagine how happy it will be to... Bro, why you gotta bring up the Jewish... And he puts a heart. I have $5 left. Why would you mention it then? Guys, ban Oogie Cookie, enjoy. Damn, he sleeps so peaceful though. It looks like a still picture. Is this what you guys do when I'm
$5 is
sleeping?
all it takes for a sub.
What happened?
$5 is all you need for a sub.
Oh yeah, that's true. I don't like pushing people to subscribe, but if someone other
It's
than
his idea.
Yeah, wait, yeah. What am I saying?
It was your fucking idea.
Oogie, subscribe. You mentioned it. Come on, we're being weird. At least let's give him a nice thing to wake up to.
Let's start up. He was gonna make you spend your money, and then he's not gonna even fucking join in.
Come on, bro. I mean, I think it would be cool if someone is willing to, because like.
Let's go to someone that isn't sleeping though.
But I feel like they'll wake up to like that, and that would make them really happy and excited. No.
I want the satisfaction of watching it live. If it's my money, not gonna lie.
All right, fine. Sorry, no Typhoon.
Gotta say bye.
Oh yeah, I gotta go back. I would have given $1,000 if you weren't asleep. No, I'll just say bye. Bye. Nice meeting you.
That's fucking funny.
Bro, why didn't you give the... You want to donate to him?
Dude, I have no money. I give all my money to Liam, and I literally have nothing left.
But why not me, bro? I'm here too.
Aqua, we take suggestions.
Also.
I'm joking. Come on. Before we take suggestions, come on. You sure you don't want to subscribe?
Jimmy, I was telling him about Kismac.
Yeah.
I was
Oh my
telling him
God.
about
Wait.
Kismac, and then he started saying weird shit. I was like, no, don't do it. You're gonna ruin my relationship with that guy. He's gonna ban me too.
Wait. Oh, he moved. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Rosie said
he moved.
He moved to give money and say you moved. Oh shit, he's moving, bro. Nipple stream, damn, bro. I feel bad, bro. Now I'm giving him money. Rosie says, what is happening? I've been playing some Minecraft and Liam stream. I'm trying to find new streamers to like meet and hang out with. And then I just thought, what if I just went to people who are sleeping and just steal their viewers? But then no one is in his chat, so now we're thinking of giving him money.
Wait, what did you say to K's Mac ping?
I didn't say anything, but I was gonna ask him if he wanted to talk on Discord.
Oh, he's a cool guy.
Well, Dinell didn't want me to. How much to play a video? It's a good question. Actually, if it's above $1, if it's $1 or more, then you could play a video, and that could be the tip, and then we could give enough to yeah, we could do that.
Self promo. Do your most recent video.
Oh my god, that's so smart! I didn't even think about that. Oh my god. That is so smart. Wait, I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to do that. Oh my god.
Fucking pig.
IQ plus.
IQ plus.
Alright, I'm gonna take this. I feel like a little kid doing something naughty or something. It feels so weird. Okay. My username. Pingalink. Alright, done.
This is content. This is content.
This is so stupid.
Wait. Thanks for the The funny thing is, most of his chat is us. It's not naughty, it's big brains. Alright. Thanks for the self-promo. But seriously, enjoy the money. The money. Alright, I'm giving him $5. Oh.
Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Watch it be like.
Watch it be blocked or something.
Yeah. Not available in this country.
Wait, look what Dinell said. Have a nice sleep. He's moving. Wow. Yeah, let me put his link if you guys want to say hi. All right. This is a random guy, guys. I literally just found a random person. Okay. Let's donate. Oh. Don't want to give my PayPal information here.
No, please. Show us.
I almost did. I almost did. I don't know if he would be able to do much, but... Alright. Let's see. Oh!
He moved his toes!
Thanks for the self-promo, but seriously, enjoy the $1.
What?
What's going on?
It was TTS, but nothing's playing.
Oh.
Maybe it's videos he'll check out when he's awake.
Bro.
Bruh.
Did he just trick me?
He fucking.
Bro, you
Wow,
tricked
L-Stream.
me.
That's just right, L stream.
You're not saying that it is. Oh my god.
I got scammed. I gave you $5.
No way.
But my video isn't there. But it's okay. Because you sleep so peacefully that I am not mad. Enjoy the money. And think... okay, I'm not going to become weird. I'll just stop it there. I'm going to follow him and see if he ever responds. Yo, oh my god.
No, he stole you. He robbed you.
He did rob me. Imagine he what?
Just becomes like a huge member in this community. Just like starts collabing with us.
That's why I love doing stuff like this, because like everyone's a random
Alright.
person until you meet them, right? It's just so cool.
Follow him. He's
I
been
did.
sleeping for like 3 hours.
I did follow him.
All right, let's go somewhere else.
And Rosie said he's got $59 so far. I mean, he's making it, so he probably scammed like a bunch of people.
A bunch of
Oh,
idiots
smart.
like you.
Or that was supposed to wake him up, and then he plays the video. I think that's what it was supposed to happen.
Dude, you should do that when you sleep tonight and see what happens.
Oh, that's messed up. Okay. All right, let's look for someone else. I don't want to take recommendations yet. This is too fun. Sorry.
Why do you follow Moist Critical but you don't like him? What the fuck?
I just followed him recently, I think. I don't know, cause you learn stuff from other streamers, even if I don't. Bro, I follow you. No, I'm just joking.
I'm good at content, and you actually watch me occasionally.
I do, and I barely watch Twitch.
I think most of your watch time is through me.
Maybe
I make
Jimmy
good
too.
content, bro.
I think Jimmy
You should
too.
watch somewhere else that's not sleeping, by the way.
Yeah.
Wait, this guy's a
Go
24.
Go to Breath of the Wild. There's always wholesome streamers there.
Okay.
Or
Wait,
Minecraft.
go to Who's Your Daddy. See if there's one person streaming that game.
Oh my god.
true.
Yeah, let me see that.
That's a fun one.
He's about to start playing Clone Hero. He's good at the game. No, I don't want recommendations right now. I really do appreciate it. We might do a recommendation night. I feel like this might become a thing on my channel. This is too fun. But
When we get more people involved, it's more fun.
for sure.
Oh, is that a health med? Fuck!
Damn, she's mad. My wife left the
Hannah,
family and my
come back.
baby's leaving the mortal
back,
plane.
Hannah.
I'm not crazy, I swear.
seems cool.
She's crazy like me.
She seems cool.
She does, but she says no self-promotion.
No. We'll just
Oh, forget it.
Hey. If we give her a hype train, let's see what happens.
I don't
Where's
have
this
money
lead?
though. Oh, I feel left out.
Wait,
It's okay, Jimmy.
It's okay.
We gotta open this.
No one feel obliged to give money. It's fine. Let me just look at like more content. I want to know more about a
Trick him
person.
into giving money.
She has 6K. Oh, that's smart. She has 6K subs on YouTube. That's pretty good.
They made me healthy.
Attack on
It's
Titan
like
crack.
40K for YouTube rank on Hypixel.
No!
Oh wow, I didn't know
Man,
that.
are you able to do stuff with it?
Maybe I want to join Hypixel. Maybe I'll do that.
Did you get fucking what's it called?
Wait, guys, look at her videos. 7 years ago, 800K, 500K. That's insane. Good for her.
Girl.
What'd you say?
Toaster.
She plays Persona?
I don't know.
But
saw
Pink, you should go
Persona.
over chat and be like, yo, I was a fan ever since the fucking Attack on Titan crack videos.
Oh, she has Tourette's.
That would be so weird. She has Tourette's? Does she actually, or are you just saying that?
Yeah, it says right there.
Oh, never mind. Let's go to a different. No, I'm just joking.
My God.
What? It's a
Yo,
joke.
Pink,
It's a
for
joke.
real?
Yeah.
You should look at under the Jewish tags. I know that served you so well last
You know what? Can I do that, guys? Can we go to a Jewish person?
Where is
That seems like so funny. Okay, let's go to.
We already went to a Jewish person. You were
Bro,
like, nah, they're a bot.
They were a bot. All right, we're gonna go to Breath of the Wild. She seemed cool though. But I want a
She
Jewish.
does seem cool.
Let's
I'm
see.
gonna have a
No
conversation
one.
with her.
There's no Zelda. Of course you are. That's racist. It is, and I'm gonna do it, and I don't care. Dark. Like, what game is good? Breath of the Wilds. There were no Jews playing. Fall Guys. There's a lot of people playing Fall Guys. There must be at least one Jew. There's
Jew.
only 4?
Yo, you're rare.
I am rare.
I mean, after Holocaust, it makes sense.
I mean, you're not wrong, but not getting off till I win a game. Bro, fellow Jewish person. Okay, cool. He look
Wait, the first comment has to be like referencing the fact that he's Jewish.
for sure. Wait, I gotta check him out more because I don't.
Get out of my way, buddy.
Oh, he sounds toxic.
Well,
I
actually,
can't see. I
A
can't
little
see.
bit, yeah.
Jared and I do.
That's true.
Also toxic.
Actually, you don't really sound toxic, Jimmy.
So
Jared
locked
does
in.
though.
Yeah.
Damn, he got views on some of this. The best moments for my 1 year on Twitch.
You fucking hot dog, motherfucker!
What's that?
Oh, that's like Jimmy. He's like you, bro. Wait, let me look at this. My first year on Twitch. That's cool.
Oh no, you know, I'll be there.
The hell is that, bro? Okay, wait. Let me see what else there is here. He doesn't have an about me Instagram. His name's Liam.
His name's Liam.
I gotta talk to him now. Bro, how old is this guy though? Like, he looks pretty young.
I found his whole Instagram.
Yeah, I was just on it. I'm on his Twitter. Just had an epiphany that I'm not meant for a normal life. It's time to work my ass off. Yo, let's go. He's on the
Is he from
grind
New
set.
York?
No way he's from. All right, this is kind of weird. Let me just say I'm Jewish.
He looks like a combination of like Jimmy and like Liam.
He does. All right. wait.
Kind of. Holy fucking shit.
No
got, like,
racism.
the-
No TOS words. No bullying unless it's against Gooch. Bro, I like these rules. Oh, sorry. Let me just say.
Get griefed by the hot.
I feel like Jews are the same. Like they grew up a certain way.
Maybe. Watch. Let's see if this works. It'll work. I'm telling you. Okay, I'm just gonna say I'm Jewish.
I suck.
That's weird though, Cashew. Shouldn't I say more than just I'm Jewish? I'm Jewish
Oh.
too. I'm Jewish too. Can I say that?
No, you say I'm Jewish. Glad to see a fellow survivor.
No, don't say that,
No,
don't say
you
that,
see,
don't say
do you
that.
know, this is the
That's too
stuff.
far, that's
This
too
is the
far.
stuff I want to say as a joke, but then we get
Oh.
banned. Okay.
Oh, dude.
I feel like he would like it though. He was like,
No,
he
no,
said
no,
The other
Fucking
the
last
Jewish
time
girl
you told
didn't
me
like
to do
it.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
The Jewish
Yeah,
girl
fucking
didn't
don't
like
do
it.
Finn.
Bro, I would do it.
He
You know I
seems
would do it.
toxic.
Don't do it, Finn. Don't do it.
No, bro, that's messed up.
Dude,
I,
I got. All right.
I kind of want to
You feel
say
like
it
that's
though.
messed up.
I kind of want to
You-
say it.
I feel like
Trust
you
me,
relate
don't do
more
it.
with him.
Literally, trust me, don't do it. You literally just met this guy.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna say I'm Jewish too. Lol. All right, let's see what he says. Let's see. Or he's gonna be like, I'm only half Jewish. Haha, last one. Wait, is he saying? Oh, they're probably saying for the game. Bro, he's not. He's looking at his phone.
Wow.
What a bad streamer. Imagine he's checking out my
What a
stream,
bad
and he's like,
That's what I do.
"Oh, sorry."
Early.
It's occasionally, so I'll give him a pass.
All right, he's looking. He's looking.
Jewish too. Hey, the tags worked.
Yo, the tags work, bro. Oh yeah.
The
Drop a
tags
follow
work.
to support your fellow Jewish person. This is so funny.
Yeah,
Bro.
my fellow Jewish person.
Bro,
You should
I had
follow.
someone put the
Let's
gate.
go, the tags
I had
work.
someone
Good job,
put,
Joe.
come
Yo,
to
this
my.
is
Put
dope.
the gay tag.
I like
I'm
this
not gay
shot.
though.
I had someone come to my stream with the Jewish
Don't just be,
tag
gay
to
fishing.
XT. Gooch gay? Yes, Gooch is gay. I'm gay and that's okay.
It works.
Well, I'm
what
not.
if he clicks on you and see you live watching?
Hey, let's go. The Jew tag.
No, he's not.
Yo, should I say? Yo, should I say? Wanna talk on Discord, fellow Jew to fellow Jew?
Oh, shut up.
No, too far.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
This guy
Oh.
seems cool. This guy seems cool. No,
Oh,
not yet, not yet.
it would be kind of
Holy
weird after he's talking about he's gay too, so it might look like I'm hitting on him.
Bitch.
Right?
Leave it.
God. The dildos of death.
Huh?
Hurry up.
Alright, what should I say?
My
Slow
dog,
bastard.
I couldn't mute in time, sorry.
Oh, you missed it, bro. We found a Jewish streamer.
Yeah, and he's gay.
Yeah, what's wrong with that, bro? What do you mean?
Boy, mate.
He
It's
doesn't.
not against the religion.
Go.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of true, actually.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
The dildos of death again, man. Go faster. Go
What do I
faster,
say
go
now,
faster.
guys?
No way I don't qualify. 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 You motherfucker.
Bro, should I say, yo, you want me?
Dude, he's just
Oh,
like Leon.
He goes.
just screeched
I'm
like
gonna lose my
Jared.
fucking
He just
mind,
screeched
man.
like
I'm gonna
Jared.
He
I
screeches like Jared. Looks like me with the fuck. Oh my god.
And he's
Oh my
Jewish.
God.
Yo, you want me
He's
to?
Jewish.
Yo, I found a
fucking
cool
nuts.
streamer. I found a cool streamer. Okay.
This is fucking nuts.
Yo, you want me to carry you? Should I say that? Or is that?
I'm having a mental breakdown, bro.
Oh wait, I don't know
Ask
if he's
him.
playing with
Therapy
people.
for
Looks like
this
he's just doing solo.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You
You're
playing with
so
others?
observant. Oh yeah.
Should I hopped in the middle?
Alright, on BRB.
Hey,
Wait,
f-
I'll
So
ask. I'll
fucking
ask.
psychotic.
I'll ask. For
Okay,
you.
you ask. You ask. Be like, Ping Pong Masters is wondering if you're playing with others.
It's so hard to
Don't-
win a
don't
children's
do
game, bro. How is a 6-year-old supposed to win in this?
Bro,
shit?
don't say you play
How
with
is a
others. That
6-year-old
sounds
supposed to
weird.
win? I play with others. I do, but right now I'm trying to, win a solo so I don't, jump out my window.
Cool.
Yo, what the fuck? Why is
I
this
need to win a
bike
game
so
of this,
fast?
Game of Fortnite, game of Valorant.
Oh,
I'm
my
malding.
stomach hurts from the hot
I'm not
sauce
malding
again.
because I have a full head of hair. I'm simply just raging and pooping my pants every time I lose. So
You guys
right
wanna
now
give
my
him a hype
diaper's
train or
pretty
no?
full. I need to get it changed by somebody. Can
Who's dope?
mommy, can you change my diaper?
Gamer, what's up? We're looking for new cool streamers to meet.
This is what my life is.
Join
That-
us, gamer.
That
I feel
people
like
Getting shit on in a
Yeah,
children's
sorry.
game and raging and pooping my
it'll be
pants.
fun with you, helping us.
we're trying to find cool new streamers that people like that chat doesn't know. So it's new to everyone, you know?
Fuck you, pussy. Patience is key.
You met me. Yeah, but I mean,
Gonna scare the new
people
people.
that
I
none
gotta
of
let
us
the
know.
The new people. Oh my god.
Nah,
bro. I
I'm
gotta
not
let the new people know what
scared,
they're getting into.
bro.
Gamer, quick, go
They need to
stream
know what
so we
this
can
shit
make
is
you
about.
affiliate.
We're not pulling any punches here.
Nah, I'm not scared, bro. All good. I don't even know what he said. Chad hardly know me. I mean, I think you're pretty well known in every
This shit is
community
about
at this point. And,
Absolutely sucking cock at every game we play, but
bro, he's literally a combination of
trying our
Jimmy and
hardest
Jared, and he's
regardless.
Jewish. It's you guys got it.
regardless of the
Smack
outcome.
on.
So funny. And then he's got Liam's name.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they just have the same name.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to run a hype train?
We're making progress.
Or
We
I mean,
need a
we don't
third
have
person.
to. We don't have to, but no worries, no worries.
Okay, we're making progress. We're
Gamer,
making
you want to
progress,
help
okay.
a fellow
I need to
Jew?
loosen up a little bit. I need to shake some ass or
Yeah,
something.
come on, gamer.
I'm sorry to all those that think this is weird, but I think this is fun. You like chocolate, bro.
Fucking song.
Right? This is fun for me to do.
Please don't shake ass.
Wait, what? Is he twerking? What?
It's just like you for real.
Oh, he's twerking. Why are you Why are you twerking? Bro, you need to practice. D-Nell be like.
Not twerking, this is exercise. This is
Well, my
exercise.
twerking is good. Should I say I twerked on stream better a couple hours ago?
I woke up.
Wait, don't.
No. We're
No?
saving the
Okay.
real one for when I eventually win a game.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
We're saving
Yeah.
the real ass shaking for when I win a game. Then it's gonna be crazy. You guys are all
I
gonna be
ran
bricked
out
up.
of
It's gonna be nuts.
gasoline.
Do you know the dice
Do I
method?
know the dice method. What is the dice method?
Ask him what is the most Jewish
Take
thing he
this.
does, or quiz him to see if he's really Jewish. You got your 3 questions ready?
The dice method. where
That's
you, like,
weird. Should I actually do
bounce
that?
dice on your booty, or you're throwing it back. Because I can do that.
Nah, I don't want to ask him about it if he's Jewish. Should I? What do you guys think?
All right, sexy fucks. If you're new,
No.
thank you.
Yeah, it's kinda
so
weird,
much
I
for
think.
watching. If you're new here, hit the follow button because it helps me out and makes me not want to quit.
If we give you a hype train,
continue streaming, I guess.
can you sub for my
If you don't
subathon?
follow,
We can't guarantee him a.
Yeah, I know. I was joking. I'm
Shake your arm
joking.
like you have dice.
Shake your arm like you have dice.
No, that's high key genius. Damn.
Oh, what? The simple fact is I need to sell my PC, sell my whole setup, move on. You know, I need to get a real job, a real house. I'm pushing 30. Pushing 30? Wait, is this true? If I don't win a game of Fall Guys and Fortnite by midnight. Oh, that's his thing. That's actually funny. I thought that was legit. I'd help him
Cooking,
get a hype
absolutely
train if I get
cooking.
help to affiliate. I need 8
I'm
followers.
absolutely cooking.
All right, guys. Do we make the deal? With the devil, gamer
Absolutely
himself.
cooking.
I'm joking, you're not the devil, but
What do you say?
he said, "Give me 8 followers, I give you hype train."
All right, we'll give you 8 followers. I can help with
There's
that.
no way I don't qualify.
All right, you're not a devil. I'm joking.
That's how Ping sees you, though.
No, I don't.
Oh.
Yeah, you're fine,
You would
gamer.
never see anyone as a devil. Come on, guys.
I probably only see the devil
Ping-
as a devil.
He's Jewish. He doesn't believe in the devil. That's a Christian thing.
I guess
Oh
so.
my god,
Yeah.
you bouncy bitch.
I'll be the Christian of the group. I'm just kidding. I
Oh,
don't know what I
Jesus.
am.
Yeah, you can invite me.
Go faster.
All right, gamer. Pretty toxic to Jimmy, but
Until midnight, it's
aside from
midnight
that,
right
he's
now for
actually
me.
pretty okay from my experience. Maybe
It is
not
midnight.
for other people.
Oh,
He
yeah, that was
needs
yesterday.
8
Why-
more
why'd you
people
why do I still have
for
the
affiliate. Wait, Jimmy, are you okay with
command?
this?
Why is the command
Yeah.
still there, Melman?
I don't know if I'll follow,
Hey,
but
Crusty,
you can...
No, you don't need to follow, obviously. Yeah.
Fort's almost
Am
done.
I not following? Oh, I thought I was following you. All right, well, you need 7 more followers.
Tell you what,
You
now
need 7
the
more
challenge
followers.
is I need to win a
Liam
game
is
before
done with
fucking
Minecraft to go sleep. Nice.
1 a.m.
What's up, Nico? I have Jewish friends. My grandpa was Jewish. Nice. Welcome back, Rosie. We need. I even made a command for Jimmy. Okay.
Oh, not this one,
Need
bro. I always
anything.
get screwed.
But
with
if
this one.
anybody's willing,
Yes, we need 50. Oh, is anyone willing to sub to this random Jewish streamer? It's Judaism month, and we're trying to support fellow Jews that have ancestors that survived the. Okay, I'm just gonna stop. Basically, this guy seems cool. He's like a Liam and Jimmy breed, and he's Jewish like
and
me.
Jared.
I mean Jared. What did I say? Oh
Jimmy
yeah,
and
it is
Liam.
Liam, Jimmy, Jared, and me. Yeah.
It's all 4 of them in one person.
Ow.
So we
He's gonna
need.
steal all the viewers.
He's gonna steal all our viewers, but it's worth it because he's Jewish. So we need to get a hype train for him. Me and Dinell are down to subscribe. Gamers in chat now.
Yes.
Anyone else down
Wait,
to
no,
give
no
him
way,
one
I didn't
sub?
get that.
Don't feel
No
pressured
shot.
to, but
You're
if you're
trolling,
down.
right?
If not, Gamer offered
sir.
to like get up to 50 followers and then he would sub.
You do it.
Which is the worst deal, right? Because then you're forced to follow someone.
We
But
can always unfollow.
No.
yeah. What if we all follow? You get affiliate and then we unfollow. Is that okay?
Not like this.
I hate that I'm doing this, but...
You're following him? Wait, no, you don't need to. You don't need to.
No,
Rosie said
no,
that she could gift
no.
1. Oh my god, you're a blessing.
YOLO?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yo,
bitch.
all right.
Try to steal
If
my
you do
shit.
it, I'll do it.
See what happens. Pussy.
All right, I'll do it if Rosie does it.
No.
Wow.
Whenever you're.
Let's
Come on, give me a
All right,
loot.
I'll just do it. We just let Rosie do it and
has
we
to
do nothing.
introduce herself.
Where are they?
Oh yeah. Rosie, say hi first.
Hello, sir.
It'd be weird if
You're
they-
doing it. Rosie's doing it. All right, let's do it.
No
All
way.
right, I'll gift the sub first.
There's no shot.
All right, I'll do it too.
Oh,
I'm
this
just gonna
is AIDS.
subscribe. Why gift a sub?
This is
No?
AIDS, bro.
Or is gifting a sub
fine.
better?
All right, fine. I'll do it.
No, I don't know. Is it gifting a sub better? I don't know.
I'm probably not gonna watch them much, so
Ah,
whoever
gotcha.
gets it.
Come on.
All right,
But
I'll
I
give.
already
There it
subscribed.
is.
Oh,
No, why
okay.
go away?
I'm subscribing.
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, thank you.
You're gifting? Oh shit.
Thank you.
Whatever. I'm
Yo,
subscribing.
Janelle. Janelle.
Let's go.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. Oh my god. Thank you.
Bro, I wish I was a big
Howdy,
streamer
gamer.
so we could just
What
go
the
into
fuck?
someone and prime sub. You
Yo,
know?
Rosie. Thank you for the fucking gifted sub. Yo, Ping Pong. Thank you for the fucking sub. What the hell is going on here? The hell
Hey, Gamer also
what the hell
did
y'all
it.
doing?
Yeah.
Yo, Gamer
And
Life.
and
The fuck?
gave 100 bits. You guys are so.
Yo, thanks for the fucking sub. Whoa, thank
Isn't
you
he
for
already
the bits.
affiliate?
Whoa. What are you guys doing, bro?
Not gamer.
What's going on
Please don't
here?
click on big.
We're talking about
Yo,
gamer.
Cashew, thank you for the fucking
Cashew
Jesus
also.
Christ.
Oh
Thanks,
my
I love
god,
Aw,
you guys are
thanks,
so
guys.
nice. Oh, it's so easy because you
you.
just click a button.
Aw.
I'm gifting a sub.
Thank you for another gifted sub, bro. What the fuck? Do I have to shake ass now? Like, do you guys want me to shake ass? Do you? Sad maid boy? Yeah, I am a sad maid boy. Yo, what a bunch of guys and gals. I don't want to assume any genders here. Oh, Ping Pong, the gifted sub. What the fuck's going on? What are you guys doing?
Cashew giving 500
Bro,
bits.
do the dice
Fuck.
method.
This is
Yo,
so
Cashew with the
beautiful.
freaking- oh my god, bro. Hold on, guys. I'll shake ass after I win this game. Holy fuck! Thank you guys, bro. Thank you.
They hyping you up. I would if I had money. That's so.
Hey, it's
That's
okay,
funny.
Jimmy. It's all good. Thank you guys. Holy shit. Appreciate y'all.
You're welcome.
Appreciate y'all.
anything for a fellow Jew. Should I say that? Is that?
Yes, say that.
I said it. I said it.
Holy shit. Make
Bro.
me slightly less
What is it?
regret playing this
What's it
fucking game. Go, go, go. Move faster. Move faster.
Read it. Read it. Oh wait,
For the fellow Jew. Hey, thanks.
It's just like do a streak.
Pinch those pennies.
Yeah, keep doing it. Put the top hats. Yeah, Jimmy.
What? What?
Cashew gifting.
Bro, there were not 9 people in front of me. I'm sorry, there were not 9 people in front
Bro,
of me.
hell yeah.
I'll cash you with another fucking gifted sub, bro. I just can't win in this game.
Well, you
but
gotta
I'll
read what I
gas
said,
it
bro.
away. Thank you.
He's gonna
Let me
twerk
try out
now.
the dice. Holy shit, that shit works.
All right, bro. We don't. Aqua's like, I'm gone.
Hey, there we go.
Damn, he's going all out. Damn, all out too.
I like this guy, honestly.
Oh my god. Damn. It's so much more fun giving people money.
Go into the next game. Hurry up. Go into
Oh
the
my
next
god.
game.
Did you play Metal Gear 5? No.
Children's game, it hurts. It hurts my leg. Ow.
He's gonna throw it back his spine. What is he doing, bro? He looks like a Minecrafter. Lamo, you
Yo,
good?
he likes the Phoenix Suns. I just realized.
Ooh, you could talk to him about that.
Oh no.
Or not. It's okay. He's okay, don't worry.
Dude, he had the hair I had, kind of. I can see
Kinda.
it.
Yeah. That's why I thought
The
like
curl-
of you.
Dude.
It's literally you.
Wait, he
I'm
didn't
like
see my.
Jared.
He didn't see my message. I have to say it again.
Nah, it's okay.
Don't.
Enough of that. Everyone look. No, don't
Maybe
look.
he'll read.
Don't look at that. Don't look at that.
All right,
Clip.
maybe he'll read. Yeah, let's
Hey,
see.
thank you guys for all the fucking.
He's also
subs
looking
and bits
quiet
and
like
shit.
all of
I
his
appreciate it so
streams.
much.
Looking
really do.
quiet.
Helps me
No,
get
I'm
out of
saying
debt
you
because
and
I'm a poor
him
fucking
and you
piece
are
of
like
shit.
have very quiet streams, and I feel like I'm
I'm a
just
poor
irritating
bastard,
everyone all
and
the
I need to
time.
pay off
Ah.
some
As far as like
debts
audio
and, you know,
levels.
all the other stuff. So thank
Cause
you.
he's
thank you,
Jewish,
thank you.
bro.
I appreciate it. Trust, look.
Yeah, he's got a family.
Thank you.
He's pushing
Here,
30.
I'll play the fucking clip, huh? Is this what
Yeah.
you want?
What the? E-date on air? Oh, he did an E-date? That's kind of cool.
He's wearing a fucking maid costume.
Yo, like Liam!
I'm telling you. He's so cool.
I love how we're all like simping for him. Yeah, he's a maid boy.
He's awesome.
Nice.
All right, enough of that. Oh, I'm in last. Oh God.
What else can I do?
I'm not a maid boy.
I'm not a maid boy.
You told me to put the maid outfit on, all right, bro?
Let's give him 100 bits, cause why not? That is a power move. True. Bro, we gotta
Maid
play some
outfit is a
games.
power move. That's what I'm saying. Oh, ping pong. Thank you, thank you, thank
He's
you.
probably
bro.
like, what is this?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What are his emotes?
I'd kiss you right now.
Bro, he would kiss me. Oh,
Oh, monies.
I downloaded
Look at the
Fort.
fucking
We better play
dono,
it
too.
or else.
Holy shit. I did, and you listened. That is
All
true.
right, sauce J gang.
That's correct.
All right, I think we're done. Yeah.
I love
we're done.
monies.
Yeah, I'll just say.
Play some games. I agree.
Go ahead.
Oh damn, that was kind of
No,
saucy.
nothing.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No,
Let
I
me
wasn't
win
gonna say
first,
anything.
guys. Let me
Oh,
win
okay.
first. Like seriously, at
Let's
this
say-
point, it's becoming like.
Nice to meet
I
you. We have
can't
finished our
Wait,
business.
wait, he
or,
said
like,
something.
Do anything unless I win a fucking game of this fucking piece of shit children's game.
Yeah, he has to beat the game
I can't
before
do
going
it.
to sleep.
I just can't. I can't even like pee.
Oh,
He even
okay.
says
I
the
can't
same
even
thing
pee
I say,
comfortably.
piece of shit children's game. I always
Yeah, the
call
tags,
this
the tags work. I guess.
So you're saying you're not unique and
The
you're pretty
tags work.
generic.
What else? What other tags can we add, huh?
Ask,
What-
ask him
what
if he's
other
down to do a
qualifications
collab
do I
sometime.
have?
Or
Nah, that's.
Sexy.
Nah, not
Nah,
yet.
not yet,
That-
yeah.
You give it the
Tall.
second time.
He said what tags to
Gay.
add. Bro,
could do that.
Gay.
there are literally only 4
Funny.
Jewish streamers on
Silly.
Fall Guys
Goofy.
right now.
Exciting.
It's like one of the best ones.
Hot.
I abuse it too. Should I say? What just happened?
Smelly.
Oh, thank you
Yep,
for the
both
bits.
Good smelling. Hey, the hype train's over. Let's go.
I
Shoot,
should probably close
motherfucker.
this.
Only 4 Jewish streamers playing Fall Guys.
Oh, so you give a
am I
random
number one
streamer
Jew?
like
Am I top
100
Jew?
bits, but your
I'm trying to
fellow
be
ping
top
pong
Jew.
only 5?
5 bits. No, because he said I
tisk,
need
tisk.
7 followers. That's
Top Jew,
RS
top Jew.
Gaming. Thanks for the follow. Are you from Gooch
Oh,
Maluch's
finally.
stream? Or if not, that's
Hey, I
if
used
not,
to be
that's fine. But
top of the gambling streamer. Shit.
I'm gonna say it's like one of the best
Used to be
ones.
top
I
5
abuse
in
it.
that back in the
Lol.
day.
Should I say that? No, I'm not gonna say
Back
that.
when I would actually
Converting, so I dominate the Jewish category. That's funny.
Converting, so I can
All right.
dominate the Jewish category.
All right.
Facts.
Well, it was nice meeting ya.
Top Jew.
Top Jew. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait, that offended me. I'm the top Jew.
Pussy.
But I'd
Me
say
number one. Me number
you're
one.
second. Wait, I don't even know.
Me
if I said
number
that.
one.
I paid Ping a lot, do now. I need to save for a PC and Switch. Yeah, don't. It's okay. Don't.
He's calling Cashew top Jew.
Oh, gotcha.
Pussy.
May I send in a music video
might
that
cook
I
right
and
now.
my
Watch this
homies
shit.
made? Sure.
If I fucking get through this, bro, I'm actually cooking.
All
Oh
right.
my god, I'm cooking.
I gotta go.
World record time.
But it was nice meeting ya.
World record time.
Have a good one, chat.
World record time.
Hope
I'm
you
nasty.
win. Haha.
Alright, bye, Pong Master.
Pong Master.
I love you. I love you.
Bro, I love you too, bro.
Look me in my eyes.
He's saying I love you. I love you too. Bro, I love you too. Oh, he's crying.
I love you so fucking much.
He's crying for me. Bro, now I'm crying. His eyes, I can't. It's scaring me. Thanks for the follow. It's Joe with the fro. I'm gonna start crying too. Okay, I gotta go legit now. Bye.
Yeah, I can cry on command. It's part of being a famous actor. I do love PP because I have a PP emote. All right, bye, buddy. Bye.
I think he's in tears probably. You're scaring him. Stop. Even their chat knows that.
Yo, spam the penis emote. No, it's been a hot minute.
He's just
Spam
like,
the
our,
penis emote. You guys
our
have a
chat, we
penis
stop
emote,
you
right?
from going too
Spam
far.
the penis
Okay.
emote. It's a mushroom. It's a mushroom.
That's so true, actually.
Spam it.
Okay. Okay. That was
You wanna
fun. That
say
was
I'm
really
streamer.
fun.
Me
That was
streamer.
fun, yeah.
Oh. You see? That's
We should do this like once a month.
once a week, bro. Nah. If I had money, I would do it more often.
Yeah, same here. I'm
Um,
broke. I'm actually 1,000 grand in debt now.
Damn. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I'm
What-
mafia, man. I was trying to talk to Jimmy's dad about it, but
Oh yeah, I heard about
the
it.
insurance didn't cover. The insurance didn't cover.
All right, this is the music video RS Gaming, yeah, that you want me to see. Bro, cheers on you for going through streams and trying to self-promote. I know a lot of people don't like that, but you see?
I think that was a success.
Yeah, that was a success. You see? And look, someone is trying to self-promote here, and I'm fine with it. You see? It works, bro.
All right.
Remember the one time someone
guess
did
I'm
that in
wrong.
Jared's? It did not end well. It
Oh.
was so
Yeah.
funny.
You have to actually ask them to call. Oh yeah, for the Discord call. That's what makes it weird for most people.
Can we watch RS Gaming's video? If it's bad, we're gonna roast, by the way.
Yeah, let's watch your video. We'll be honest feedback. All right, but
Honestly brutal.
honestly brutal. No, brutally honest. Okay, I gotta go where I won't get. Okay, cool. Wait, we sending videos? No.
Delete message.
I just listen. No, you didn't need to delete his message. But
I thought it'd be funny.
It is funny. Watch the Demon Slayer one? Okay. I don't want any spoilers though.
Yeah, come on.
Wait, have you been self-promoting all of these videos? And that's how you get your views? Because if that's so, that's pretty impressive. Because this is decent views for like, you know. Oh, never mind.
back.
You'll be back? Alright, cool. Stop streaming so I can take a shower and go to sleep. I'm sorry. You already know what video I was gonna post. Yep. No? Okay. Well, let's watch this one anyway. Well, okay, first note. This is the first thing I noticed. A lot of people who watch YouTube are gonna notice this. The quality looks pretty bad. Maybe it's on my side. Here, let me try again. Yeah, it looks kind of bad. So that's something you'll have to fix, but Rengoku, one of the coolest characters. Yeah, it looks fuzzy. Like this is hard to look at, you know? I mean, I like Demon Slayer, so I'm gonna like this. But yesterday, Nico got 100+ subs. Hell yeah, bro! Congrats. Nico actually also makes AMV, so you could talk to him, RS Gaming, if you want to talk about this. Oh, you're in India. Nico's in Bangladesh. I'm seeing a pattern here, which is fine, but yeah, I would make the quality better for sure. We must also help Dinel get Afflicted affiliate. I don't know if he's seriously going for it, but yeah.
I am.
Oh.
I want to do it on my own.
Oh, okay, there you go. See, the quality there looks okay. I don't know why the quality for most of it is not that good. Alright, this is too long, I'm sorry. Ooh, boobs. The two things I would say, affiliate means you could get subs and stuff. And channel points. So, the one thing I will say about this is that, up the quality, and second, if you match the music with the video, that makes it so much cooler. So like on the drop, you just flip the screen, that would look much cooler. But yeah, there you go. That's my review of RS Music. Make better
Wait.
thumbnails too. Oh, sorry.
I was saying bye to Gooch. I forgot to watch.
Oh, it's okay. It's too late. You were gonna roast him, so I had to leave fast, you know.
Lucky.
Oh, that was fun. What to do now? You guys want to... Can you watch Vivid Visa? No, I don't want to just go through all your videos, bro. I'm sorry. You had your chance in front of our billions of people.
You're pushing it, bro.
Yeah, you chose, one video. That was your chance to show your best video.
Yeah,
so,
you gotta throw your best content out there.
Exactly. I can't watch the whole time, But, if you make it better, like with what I said, I think you'll see results. I don't know. This song again, hell yeah. Who's the juice guy in the top right corner of your video? Nice. Cashew, you're mad funny today. What happened? I'm just joking. You're pretty funny. Alright, so what should we... That's pretty funny. What should we do now, guys? Do you guys want to look through more people? But we don't need to give bits, but how could we make it interesting? Lotus Liam. This guy's just sleeping. Why does he have so many pillows? It's kind of weird to me.
Let's have a conversation. It'll be funny because he actually knows us.
Yeah, it's not the same though.
No, it will be funny. We could just have a whole ass conversation. Like, you'll know what's up.
Yeah? I don't know. Upset Trisket hosting Lotus Liam. That's his title. That's a funny title. He only got emote chat on? Okay. 1.34k Nico Re. Congratulations.
Your emotes. Just take over with your fucking emotes.
True. Wait, let's do that. He has more viewers than me, so it's better, right? Just spam our emotes. Everyone, go into Liam's chat and just spam our emotes. I guess we can't say anything, so. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I think it would be kind of funny. Should we do the funny spin?
I got a good one.
What?
This one.
That's actually good. Among Us? No. We gotta get this.
Oh, he's watching.
Wait, what? Oh, he woke up. What the heck? Wait. Here. This is copy and paste this if you're subbed, if that's okay. Oh, the watching one? Nice. People can be like, what is that? Click on that. Click on... Oh, this guy's live? Oh. He's that bored that he's going on Liam's stream and... Among Us. Gamer, don't do Among Us.
You're whose side are you on, gamer?
Gamer,
are you with
us or with them? Among Us. Why Among Us? No!
No, they're doing it.
No, stop!
It all failed.
Yeah, gamer, let's go. Come on, push. Come on, guys. Copy this. Go to his stream, give him a view, and paste that shit. If you want. I think it's funny. Did anyone clip when he showed his feet on the mirror by accident? Oh, she could talk because she's a mod, or he? Wait, you could talk. It's not emote only. This is war. Okay, we don't have enough people on our side.
I got you.
You got me? All right, let's go. Rosie's here. Let's go. We got Gamer. We got... Oh, I'm not pasting. Shit. We got Timmy. We got Dinell. We got me. Huh? Oh, I thought that was my emote for a second.
He woke up.
Wait, he woke up?
He got up. He's gone.
He got... Wait, did he actually? Wait, it's not letting me copy and paste it up to... Oh, he's not looking at chat, though. He's gonna delete me. I have a mad headache. Bro, you wanna have a bigger headache? Go to this guy's stream and just spam this. We're taking over. Yes, does. Can't sleep kind of vibe. He needs private time. Alright. Bruh. What? I gotta grow somehow. I was just joking. I thought it was funny. What are y'all doing? Oh my god, you just missed it, bro. Oh my god. Jimmy is, I don't know if Jimmy's here right now. He might not want to do it, but... Alright, I think we won the war, guys. We could stop. Yo, Cashew's emotes actually are... Let's just all sub to him and use his. Am I not sub to you? I might not be right now.
I should follow Cashew. I don't know why I haven't.
Cashew is great. He plays level-headed. He likes the, like... He was playing Osu once, I remember. He likes 2D platform.
Yeah.
Like, similar to Doctor. Let him sleep in peace. Bro, he doesn't hear us. But yeah, I think it's enough.
Yeah.
We're good. Alright, we win. Good night.
Wait. Everybody do this.
What? GG's. Oh yeah. No, Titan put Among Us back. No, why would you do that? You're ruining. Stop. You're ruining it.
You're ruining it. You're ruining it. Oh, he's.
Do you really want this war? Okay. Peace. It's Joe with the fro. Legend. Thanks, bro. And thanks for the follow. Good fight. We're Among Us here?
Oh, dude.
Nah, bro, you can't just do that, bro.
Nah.
No. That is messed up. That is messed up.
Fill it up with Doggo. Pat Doggo.
Pet Doggo, yeah. Let's fill it up with Pet Doggo. How could you do that? They must be really bored. I mean, what? You will lose this war. I do not sleep. I do not rest. I will be here forever. PP is bigger? Don't say that, bro. They're gonna check. But
they already know about you. They were...
Oh yeah. I'm trying to get 1,700 subs. Nice. But I do. Cashew.
You were saying that to a mod.
I am on a subathon. And I will not sleep. Unless you ban me. Why would you say that, Dino? Dino. It's Joe with the fro. Yo, nice dogs. Yeah, sorry. Oh, you're from Gooch. Yo, it's Joe with the fro. It's from Gooch's stream. Yo. What's up, bro? Tyler, you missed it. I'm gonna make a command for you in my stream. Okay, cool. Tyler, can't you get banned for this? Yeah, but we know this guy, so it's fine. Joe with the fro, what's up? Tyler, we just found a random Jewish Fall Guys streamer and just gave him a hype train. And he was so chill. I'm going back to ping, call it a truce. They better call it a truce. But thanks. Yeah, I would love to play with Gooch if he's down. Like, if he looks at my content and he thinks it's like, it fits him. I'd be down to collab with him or just talk or whatever. He seems mad chill, but
Don't watch the VOD while we were watching him.
no, watch the VOD. It was fun. Bro, they're not giving up.
Oh,
I
never give up.
they're mods. They could spam that shit.
Yeah.
Just walk away. It's not worth it. He totally would. Hell yeah. Put in a good word for me, Joe. Joe with the fro, bro. That's such a good name. I don't know. I'm doing a subathon now, right? And I was just streaming regular games and stuff, but I love interacting with people. So like, this is the type of content I want to make more of. Just like interacting with other streamers and viewers and stuff. It's so funny. Should I actually go live and let you go stupid crazy? Whatever. Totally. Let's go. Yeah. DNL, that's right. They will not. Rosie, I'm sorry. We gotta push. We got 2 to 3 extra viewers. No. I'll be completely honest. The extra viewers is nice and stuff, but it's just really fun to do this stuff. Cause DNL did tell me to go live. Yeah, do what you want, bro. Yeah. We're fighting a war against Among Us now, booties. With my dead dog. Should I tell them it's my dead dog so they stop? You think I should say that? I'm so messed up, bro. Just wanted to say hi.
Oh.
Nice meeting you, Joe. Have a great... Thank you. Have a great
Bye,
one,
Joe.
bro. Bye, Joe.
Have a good one.
All right, watch them
Yeah.
ban us. Wait. My dog... Should I use the dog card or is that too much? Mod is doing this, so
Dog
just blame him. The dog card, like
No.
saying...
Nah, don't say that.
Okay. I'll just say respect the doggo. Respect
Or
the dog.
memes.
We're gonna win this war. My dog is Jewish. Let's go. My dog wasn't Jewish. He actually ate pork and stuff, and he was German, so it was kind of weird. Bro, it looks so powerful over here, though. Is this the content you guys want? Dog card too much? Yeah, I shouldn't use it. I shouldn't use the dog card.
I'll talk to Gooch about a collab.
Okay, cool. Have a great one, Joe. Thanks for popping in. I do really appreciate it. Liam asked me to be temp. Regret rejecting him. No, you should have been. I feel like we look like assholes, but we're not. We're. It's a war. Why aren't ours popping up? Lamo toes.
He just goes. He puts his toes back in.
Why doesn't it show up on his stream? Whatever. Hey, Jude, my IRL friend. Thanks for the sub, bro. Pee pee poo poo check. Yo, what's up? If you ever want to come over during the subathon, just come. Well, it looks like it's ending soon, but if you want to come over, come through, bro. It would be more fun. Come through now if you want. Expose
Just
them.
come right now.
True. Then he knew that was a bad idea. True. He
Or
exposes
he can come
those.
on VC.
Yeah, you can come on VC if you want. Just nothing TOS, but you know that. You're a streamer. He's gonna let his lag hand. You know, I wasn't last night. It's like the first 2 minutes are weird because you know there's people looking at you, and then it's just normal for me. But the first night was a bit weird. And the light was too much. I let it sit on Bomberman, just letting the moon if you wanted to be banging. Okay.
I could never sleep with that much light.
Right? It was hard for me because of the light. All right, I'm gonna.
I would have to like cover my head. All right, go sing.
Sorry. I would have to cover my head too. Okay. No, they're winning the war. Let me just paste this. I find a little creepy. 34 viewers are watching him sleep. Didn't you watch me sleep a little? But yes.
And going to bed.
No, not yet. Pandamania.
What's going on over here?
Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you. You know, I just have to do it for gifted subs, you know. You know how it is. You know how it is. For like 3 minutes, then shut it off. Oh. Wait, Dinell, how can you spam?
Because he's admin.
Wait, you're admin? No, he's not.
VIP.
Oh, you're VIP? Oh my god. I can't even do anything. It's literally just gonna be you and Bala.
No. I'm not VIP. I just add a period and then like I copy paste. So copy paste, and then I period, and then copy paste, and then without the period.
Oh, you're mad smart, bro. Oh, guys, don't do this on my chat.
That's how I used to do things on your chat when I would spam.
Bro, we're killing them. This is too easy. Good night and goodbye. Wait, what? What should I do? What should I
go on my phone, but
it's okay. Bro, they keep going. Can you stop? Oh my god. Like, I just want to win. Or they got, it's like 2 against 2. Guys, can we all go in there just for, look, some random guy win life? Nice. Bro, we got a self-promoter in chat. Can you guys, like, delete that message, please?
Yeah, of course.
Stop. But
I'm
it's
out
a war
for an hour.
It's wars. Stop the Among Us. Okay, I agree. You guys want to go in there and just spam this? Just for like a minute. Just to show them, okay? That we have the numbers. Okay? Said it was fine. No, I didn't realize that's what you're asking. My bad. Can we just go in there for like 2 minutes? Okay, be a little annoying. I know it's a little work for some of you guys, like you're just chilling. But just 2 minutes. Go in there, show them doggo, and just force them to resign. Like just 2 minutes.
Get them to like give up. Oh, it's
Yeah.
Val. Val's in here. He's a
No?
cool streamer too.
Come on, Jude. What's up, Jude? How you doing? Please. You just subbed. You have the emote. Please. It's Caspi, bro. It's Caspi. You gotta do it.
In memory of Caspi.
In
We're doing
memory,
this for Caspi.
we're doing this for Caspi.
Put on some like tragic music.
Nah, it's okay. I don't wanna do that. That's too much. All right, we got Gamer, Dinell, and Pink. His channel is Lotus M. This is his channel, for anyone wondering. Oh, can someone announce his channel or like pin it or something? That's a thing, right?
Yeah.
I think it's /announce, ain't it?
/announce. Yeah, I think it's /announce. But you have to be a mod, I think, to do it.
There we go.
I didn't say shout him out, but okay. That's fine.
Hey man, we're watching the stream. We gotta give him a shout out.
Yeah, I guess so. So, but I'm a creep.
You're a creep.
Yeah, I'm talking about the song, bro. Damn it. Hello, how are... That just got drowned. Bro, what the hell? This is... Stop shouting him out. We can't see the thing. Oh, this is just a really long clip, huh? Thanks for the follow, D's Nuts Boy 66. Why does your name look familiar? But also, thank you.
Because it's D's Nuts, boy.
D's Nuts.
He probably went through These Nuts Boy 60. These Nuts Boy 1 through 65, and I was like, all right, let's see if 66 works.
Hi, I'm bent over. Bent over this dick, bro. I'm not 5 years old, bro. Or I'm a veteran streamer. You can't get me with that. Hi, Ben. That's kind of funny. We need more. Ugh, they're gonna go forever. I don't want to
go.
I'm a veteran streamer. I'm not
Help us out.
I'm not a big streamer. You like Dragon Ball? What did I just walk into? BK! Oh, that's what you said. BK, what's up? You want to join the voice call to hatch some plans? I don't know. I was tired of playing the same games and stuff, so I wanted to like mess with streamers or like meet new streamers.
Coco, we literally found a combination of Jimmy, Jared, and Liam all in one person as a streamer. It was fucking insane. Like the resemblance was uncanny.
Yeah.
And he's Jewish.
I think we won because legit it's just him. No, now Ice is doing it. But he could spam it so much. It's annoying. I'm gonna just end my stream. Okay, sorry, bro. It's sad to see just one person supporting brand. Nah, they got more than one person now. Did anyone clip this masterpiece? Bro, it looks like it's like a 10,000 viewer Andy. That's so funny. That is hilarious. A lightning bolt and thunder happened near my house? Oh, shit. Be careful out there. Be careful, Rosie. Bro, he could spam so much, though. I just want like 2 minutes of like 10 of us just...
Let's let them go for a minute, and then we'll like
Okay,
attack
yeah.
all at once.
Yeah, let's do that. We gotta collect ourselves. I'm eating at the moment, so when I'm done, like, I can't.
Retreat.
Okay, retreat. We'll let them think they won for now. Look, they're gonna stop thinking they won, and then we hit them hard, bro. Retreat, bro. All right, we got a time.
I like how they stop immediately.
That's so cool. Okay. I don't know if I'll be sleeping tonight. BK is eating. Liam's waking up. Nah, we're just we just need more soldiers. What should I say? Or should I say anything? I'm not gonna say anything. We strike at night. That's right. Are there any other streamers we can get? I would say Gooch, but I don't know if I don't know him like that. Bro, they're continuing. We have 12 more hours. He sleeps for 12 hours. Oh, that's what you mean. No, we have 8 hours.
What if we entered his stream like randomly while he's streaming and we just start spamming?
That'd be funny. Don't say more soldiers. You're right. I shouldn't say that. We strike at night. Okay. Let's make a plan. Okay. The sub counter is at 750-41 right now. When it reaches 745, we should strike. Does that sound good with everyone? Like in 5 minutes?
5 minutes. I'll be here.
Okay. Will you be here, Timmy, to strike?
That's a yes.
It's a yes. Gamer, will you be here to strike? You know someone who's doing a dono-a-thon. Would they be chill enough to do something weird like this? Rosie, are you down in 5 minutes? I don't know if BK could finish the food. Jude, I don't think is. Pandemanium. Anyone else in chat? Yeah, Rosie's down in 5 minutes. Okay, good.
Shaking my head.
What are we striking with? Good question.
Obviously, in memory of Doggy.
In memory of my dog. The fact that they are trying to rid his memory is disgusting. It's vile, in fact.
He will be itched in Liam's streams forever.
That is right. We will etch his memory. I'll be good. Let's go. We got BK, Dinell, Gamer, Rosie, me, BK, and you should have a Halo over Doggo. Yeah, I think I'll change it.
Rosie's one of them, so she's a double.
Hey, no, Rosie is great. Don't say that. Okay.
No, I'm saying she's on our side. She switched sides, so like, it'll.
Bro,
hurt
don't
them
give her
more.
ideas. Don't give her. Oh, I see what you mean. Nice. Okay, Timmy, are you there? Yes, Jude, you're joining. Fuck work. I'm keeping it 100. I'm in this shit. Let's go. Okay, we got like 6-7 people. What time is it for him? 1 a.m. Oh, he's East Coast. Nice, just like me. We have so much in common. Timmy seems to be AFK, so we've lost a soldier. Oh, he's deafened himself. Okay, he's too busy.
Maybe he's talking to his mom, or
maybe We can chill at Glufog for a minute. Can you recruit him? Can we trust that you recruit him in the next 3 minutes? You could just try to. Like, you don't obviously have to push him too hard, but if you can recruit another streamer, bro, this changes the game. Like, I feel bad for their chat. Like, but we have a good amount of people right now. Depends. Bro, I wish I was rich and I could just, like, gift 50 subs and recruit him or something. You know what I mean? BRB? Okay. Yes. Get the copy pasta ready. All right? Get it ready. I will link his Twitch when the time is right. And we will spam like no one has spammed before. If you guys want to request some music to fit with this, you can. Or I could put Spotify music, but I want to see what you guys would request, so I'm giving you a chance to make this amazing. We got Rosie, we got Ping, Gamer. All right, we have 2 minutes. Gamer has 2 minutes to recruit someone. I wish someone I knew was on. Bro, this guy that we found today, he's still sleeping, bro. Oh my god, he almost scratched his balls on stream. I would have gotten canceled. Raid music? You want him to use your emotes? Huh? Oh, that's right. He can't use my emotes. Wait, I'm a dumbass. I'll subscribe to him. I'll gift him a sub. What's his name? If he's down. Only if he's down. I spent way too much money today. Only if he's down. Raid music? What's raid music? You got a perfect song? Let's go. Request the song. Look at them. Look how disgusting this is. We love Among Us. Disgusting. No, we will change that. It's okay, but like, come on. We got Doggo. Cancelled for
Phoenix
showing his
Fallout
nipples.
Boys.
The Phoenix. That sounds good.
I feel like I've heard that song before.
He twerked on stream also. Stealing my content. Disgusting. Alright, before the next song plays. Wait, Gamer. Is your guy okay to join if I gift him a sub to spam my emote? Well, it's kind of messed up, right? Does he have a dog emote? If he has a dog emote, it could be okay. Let me see.
It doesn't matter the emote as long as it's not Among Us.
Yeah, okay. I'll just put background Spotify music before the next song pops up. Centuries Fallout. Oh, you're putting multiple ones. Okay, so I'll put the next one on then. Let's do this. Put multiple ones. That's better. He has a cat one? Okay, he has a cat one. Let's go. Tell him to prep his soldiers for the cat one. We're gonna hit hard. Wait, hold your fire. Okay. We're holding our fire. We do not strike at 7:45. We do not strike. I repeat. We will give time for Gamer's streamer friend. He is vital for this.
This will be momentous. Monumental?
This will be
Why did I say
monumentous. This will be insane. We must fire strong and hard. We must fire until they lose their breaths. Until they cannot fire back any longer with their stupid Among Us butt twerks. We have a dog that is being pet. My dog. We have to push hard. Are you ready, Gamer? He's getting our people. You know what the best type of music to put actually is? Intense music. That's it. That's gonna be insane. Boom. 1 hour of epic, intense action music. Ooh, Ball Out said, I'm just kind of vibing until the doggos come to attack. Bro! Come on, bro. Let's go, baby. Come on. We're not ready yet. Hold your fire. We have to wait for Gamer to secure another streamer. We're hitting hard. They won't know what hit them. They're gonna be going crazy, bro. They're not gonna see it. Ice 999997. Why do you have so many nines, bro? Doesn't make sense. Their chat doesn't make sense.
It's kind of nice that we're just helping Ball Out have fun while he's on night duty.
All right, don't make it real, bro. Come on. But you're right, yeah. All right. Let's do straight. Damn, they got another soldier. Back from being AFK long. Shit. Let's do stretches. Finger stretches. We gotta get that.
He'll join us.
Maybe. You wanna?
Let me whisper him.
Yo, whisper
Let me
him.
whisper him. Come
Oh.
to Ping Pong's master stream, quick, please.
That sounds so messed up, but hell, do it. Wait, is the guy not coming? Do we not have another army on our side? Shit.
Oh man.
They're gaining soldiers by the second. This is not good. Do it, gamer. Are you sure? All right, we gotta go out all out. This is a secret, by the way. If you paste a mess, oh, that was the wrong message. He's doing it. He's doing it. What's his Twitch? Can I check his Twitch? Link me. He's doing it. Push, 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 push. Oh my god. Push.
Oh my god, bro, you guys are crazy.
Where's my emotes? Push. They will falter. Timmy, you must help us.
No, not that. Oh, well, I gotta.
Damn it! Their mod power is too much. We're trying to overwhelm them with doggos.
I don't have the doggo one.
Yeah, you do?
Hey, dude, you're subbed.
Where?
You just gotta dono him $5.
I actually don't see it.
Why is he so powerful?
You not copy paste it?
There.
Guys, when you copy paste, press period. Okay? If you press period, then you could send more. You press period and it's not an identical message, and you could send more. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I need to paste more, bro. What is this?
Bro, he's winning because he's admin.
I know. That's why we gotta overpower him, bro. God damn it! It's too powerful. I don't see our soldiers. Oh, I saw Pandemanium. Let's go. Okay, I need to.
I haven't even seen one of you type, bro.
So help! He's too.
God damn.
It's strong.
Mod OP.
Mod is OP, bro. For real. Shit.
Wait, I got.
Where's your guy, gamer? Where's your guy? Your guy didn't come in with the cats. Oh, we're losing this war. The fact is, just ball out doing it. We gotta overwhelm ball out. There has to be a way. There has to be.
Yeah, there's no way.
Oh,
Here
bro.
he comes.
You're coming? He's coming? With cats? Or you're saying the ball out? Yeah, ball out is strong, bro.
Fallout's coming.
It's okay. He's getting tired. I can feel it. Look at them doggos.
You aren't even doing it.
I've been doing it. Is it moving that
No.
quick that you don't see it?
Message.
Bro, look at my stream, bro. I've been copy pasting like crazy.
Yeah, I only see Rosie's.
I only see Rosie's too. Is everyone doing it?
I don't see you ping, bro.
I've been pasting this shit, bro.
Dude, it's been saying that it's not sending because you're not doing the periods.
I am doing the periods. What do you mean? I literally see it in chat.
I don't
No?
see yours, bro. No.
Are you serious? Am I that
Rosie.
dumb? Okay, do you see it
Rosie's-
now?
Reload.
Yeah, refresh your stream, bro.
Should I refresh or should you guys refresh?
You.
You.
It's your
Oh, yeah, my
You
bad.
see everyone else.
I can't believe you guys can't see the leader.
Yeah, because you're poopy.
It doesn't even appear on the fucking screen.
Do you see it now? It is. It's appearing. I see Rosie's appearing. Do you not see mine? Are you serious?
Oh.
No.
Look on the Twitch stream.
What? Do you see me? Did you see my message?
We saw that.
What the hell? All right, I'm gonna make a new one. God damn it! I can't believe it. That's actually pissing me off. He found a way to block me off. How? Do you see it now?
If I did, I can, cause yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I see it.
That's so weird, bro. Maybe I put too many doggos. So it seems like if you put too many, bro, Come on. Oh, the stupid mod, bro. This is so dumb. It's not fair. Gamer, where's your guy? We need help. We need cats. Your internet froze. Oh, no. We lost the soldier. No, BK. Should we retreat? This is a losing battle. Yeah. I don't know where Gamer's guy was. That was what we needed. Retreat.
I don't think it would have mattered.
You don't think so?
No.
Oh, damn.
I can barely see us half the time.
Too powerful. Wait, I think he just deleted power things. Jesus, he's insane. I don't think my eyes blinked at all. Rosie, good shit. I can't believe my messages weren't going through. That pissed me off. I put so many.
Rosie's top chatter, I swear to God.
He was there. I understand he didn't know for how long. I saw like one message from Cats. It's okay. It's okay. Bro, thank you so much for donating $5 to make that happen. I really do appreciate it. Yo, Jude put it again. Yo, I kind of want to do it again. Spamming Among Us for free subs? No. Give me subs. I'm doing a subathon too. And we all got subs, Drew. No, he spammed a lot? Oh, then I thank him for his service. I apologize. They're cheating. Yeah. The good thing is if they try to retaliate, they won't be able to. My messages weren't going through too. I had to like delete some of the dogs or something. It's so weird. I deserve a follow for getting him. Yeah, yeah. Let me see what he says. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Oh, he's in Japan?
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Ping Pong Masters, thank you so much for coming in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Anything for $5, man.
Lol.
Anything for $5, bro.
To win the war. But we lost. It was too hard.
You know what? Money is money. I don't
We
blame you,
retreated.
bro, you know?
We had to win the war,
money
but
is
we
money,
lost.
money is
It
money.
was too hard. It's all good. We retreated. It's all good.
I'm gonna leave a follow. Nice to meet
Tell you how
you.
much I'm in love with this fucking young.
Who's he?
The guy that Gamer got. He looks cool. He lives in Japan. And oh, well, he has a Japan
Nice to
tag.
meet you. Nice to meet you, too, Ping Pong Masters.
But it says Japan.
It says Japan, but he ain't Japan.
Bro, I'm on follow right now. Yeah, it's his location, Cali. Oh, we're both from 97. We're both 25. Alright, whatever. It didn't look like he was interested. God damn, bro. Sag, but as a fellow mod, I understand. Come on our side. Let's talk it out. Good shit, bro. Good shit trying to get them. Oh my god. Ask him how he threw it back. Oh, it's too late. Sorry. No, he's in Cali. Oh, I'm sorry for not reading chat. I was sending in chat, but yeah, that was happening to me too. I had to refresh the page and then it worked. It was weird. We need someone within the borders, aka a mod. Blame it because it was a mod. True. We need to get a mod. I don't want to make it. It would have helped you in, huh?
I'm gonna infiltrate. I'm gonna become Liam's mod.
Do it. Play the long game, bro. Play the long game.
Dude, I'm gonna start watching them. Since Jimmy's not streaming and Jared's not streaming.
Oh yeah, become his mod, and then we'll do the war again in the future. Yeah?
Yeah. We'll be back. This time stronger than ever.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can. No, what happened to Doctor?
We'll be back stronger than ever. But not today. Y'all are too powerful. I feel like you had to refresh, BK. I don't know. Look at them cheeks. Why does everyone freaking shake their ass, bro? Oh, he's good. He's good at it. Bro, the girl's just like watching. It's muted so you won't get DMCA'd. Oh, okay. Still creepy 39 viewers watching him sleep. They're probably lurking, a lot of them. We'll be back stronger than it, but not today. Y'all are too powerful. And
What is
y'all
Doctor doing
hack.
there?
Also, Doctor, You are unmodded for your betrayal. JK, but bro. And Jimmy is here now. Why they all come now? Bro. He might have not known about it. Never mind, lol. It was the third person I know with you and Liam doing a subathon donathon. That's cool. Yeah, what were you saying? I'm special. I told you, Pink. I guess so. You're right.
We're all listening to. We're talking through Leo.
I love we're just talking through Liam. Okay. Okay, I am leaving. This man is sleeping. And I am not. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say this man is sleeping. And I do not. No, I'm just going to say, okay, I am leaving. Oh, Gamer is starting it. No, Gamer, you can't do this. We didn't plan around it. Oh, Gamer. You're making me want to do it. Uh-oh, he's getting... No, Ball Out Brand came out. This music is perfect for this, though. We're prepped now. If the messages don't go through, you refresh. Do we do this? This is scary. I don't know if we could take another loss. Our morale is down. Rosie said my fingers aren't into it. Fair. Jimmy is on their side. Jimmy. Jimmy, how could you? I thought you were one of us. My dead dog. No, I'm not gonna say that. Doggo versus Amogus, and you pick Amogus? What? I still call bullshit? They might have been hacking you, BK. You don't need more Among Us. You're a one-man army. This music, I can't. Right? It makes you want to go for it. Oh my god. Jimmy. Jimmy, I am disappointed. I cannot believe I streamed with you. Jude! My own chat! My own chat member.
Just started playing sad music.
My own chat went against me, bro. They're cheating, right? My own chat. I must retreat. No, this doesn't mean war. We're getting killed. BRB, alright. How could you say sorry? How could you do that, bro? He's a one-man army. Join us, Dino? No. I have to go to a stronger team. Bro, we're like Naruto. We have a bunch of people. Come on. We gotta attack. I'm barely hitting him. Yeah, but he's a Hokage. Bro, you're not wrong, but like, I really enjoyed your subathon. You're a fun streamer. Aw, thanks, bro. I'm sorry I ruined your morning sleep schedule, but thanks for sticking around. Have a great one, Chudo. I'm happy you enjoyed.
Have a good one.
If you have a minute, you could join the war. But have a great one. Wait, Dinell. Why did Rosie say Lamau? Dinell, don't tell me you went. Dinell, what are you doing? What is that? And Jude. We lost. Unmod Dinell? I might as well.
Give
we
me
lost.
mod.
Timmy gets mod.
Yep.
Honestly,
Goodbye.
do it. I want to see you do it.
And good night.
He said, honestly, I want to see you do it.
I'll do it, bro.
No balls. No
You
balls.
betrayed us.
Wait, I don't have to do it. I'm on.
Oh my god. What? What is going on? I'm gonna unmod you. I'm gonna unmod you, bro. You're doing this in our channel. I will unmod you.
You did it too.
Jimmy's not a mod. I will unmod you. Thanks for the fun. Jadep! No, I'm. Janelle, if I see one more message of Among Us, you're gone. It came to our hometown. Bro, what the hell's going on? What's a sad song? I don't know. I gotta put sad music on.
So funny.
Bro, are you serious?
Oh shoot.
We're losing in our own hometown. Look at all these emotes. Freaking stupid cats. Cat Jam is actually okay. Good job. Good job, Doctor.
Ping, just outpower them.
Oh, yeah.
Why aren't you trying to outpower them right now?
Because you know what I could do?
You could just spam it.
I could do something better.
Watch him be a
ban all of them.
BB. Watch him like time them out.
We're losing the war. But you know what's even
We
better?
lost the war.
Than no, we lost the war. We lost the battle, not the war. But you know what?
Bala is wait.
I'm crying. But you know what I can do? I can do something that will make you all stop. That will end this war forever and make only one person supreme. That's right. One person. Jesus.
I like how Bala is
Doctor,
still dominating your stream.
Doctor, Doctor, try to even Oogie Cookie enjoyer.
Not Oogie Cookie.
Bro, Doctor, try to fight back. Anyone who can, try to fight back. I will help you all.
It was fun while it lasted.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye! Get out of here, you Among Us losers! You will not be supreme in my own chat. Doggo for the win. You scammed us with your mod powers. Victory song.
Yep, I'm not a cop.
Victory song. Okay, I don't know what the hell this is.
Not gonna lie, that's a little bitch move.
It is a bitch move.
Whatever wins wars.
No! No, they found a way! Wait, no. Oh my god. No, I pasted it by accident! No. Okay. Alright, I can't use that power again. I can't use that power too often. That power drains me. Trained Doctor. Let's go, baby. Good shit. What? All capitals? Are you serious? Let's go, bro. Oh, beast modding, bro. Beast modding. We even got him in the background there. Make me mod, I'll help. No, it's okay. I can't just make people mod like that. If I have mod, I can do something. Spam? It doesn't matter. They have no way around this. How? Because we are the superior race. Doggo beats Among Us. That's my son. Do you see that beautiful face in the background? You're trying to get rid of him with your stupid Among Us twerking? I could twerk. You want to see twerking? I could twerk. All right? You don't need no Oh my god. Now you're tagging Mogus. I don't even know what that means. You've fallen. You've fallen from where you've once stung.
Nah, right? Oh my.
Give Rosie VIP so she can do something. She can spam.
Nah, it's okay. We got Doctor. It's fun. Guys, how many variations are you gonna try before you surrender? I can't believe, Jude, that you're against me. I thought you're in home turf, bro. We got the freaking Hokage now. All right? They came to our turf. And you're still on their side, bro? Like, come on. Stay on the stronger side. Think about it.
And we gotta think of every single variation and ban it.
Or I could just give VIP to every chatter. that I trust with the VIP. Yeah? For the spam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you've gone up against the wrong army. Liam might be stronger when he's awake, but when he's asleep, he has no power. Doctor, why are you putting Jimmy hype? Don't dare me.
I bet they're in VC together and they're just talking about it.
That's messed up, bro. Bro,
Should
what's...
just unmod Jocker
Just as I
and
thought.
Denel.
Just as
No,
I thought. They're all
Denel's okay
together.
now. Rosie, you're getting VIP, and so are you, Gamer. That'll put it more. That'll rub it more in his face. Gamer is getting VIP. Wait, where's the VIP buttons? Damn it! Jimmy? No, I am not VIPing you. You are a traitor.
Me.
Timmy, I got you. How the hell do I do this shit? I mean, I will
/VIP, I think.
fight while I get more power. I know where you live. I can cut off your internet. Don't do that. Wait, I could just /VIP? I will never go against you again? Bro. If I see you go against me once, you're outie. You hear me? Rosie, thank you so much. You are now VIP.
My Chrome's lagging.
Timmy. Are you ready?
Yes, my Chrome's lagging though, so I'm trying to get it copy and pasted, but
Gotcha. What's your exact... Can you say something in the chat when you can?
I can't.
Doctor, good. Stare them down. I support Rosie VIP.
There.
There we go. Thank you.
I sent something.
You did. Thank you.
Pro Doctor spam.
That's such a good spam. It takes up so much space.
I'm doing that one.
That one is great. They've given up.
Yo, you got 20 viewers because of this.
Hello. White people happy? Bro, there's literally no way to win. My screen will be flooded with the emotes of dogs and my face. Where's my VIP? All right, I got you, Gamer. I got you. Gomen nasai. Jude, how could you go up against me? Oh, I'm looking for your name, Gamer. The chat is moving too fast. I can't find your name. Gamer!
Your chat's making my PC lag.
Can you just give up? How could you not give up now, ball out?
I don't even see them doing anything.
He did like once or twice. All right. Gamer, we don't need you as VIP. We're okay, but thank you. I don't want to VIP too many people.
Cheating limit.
But thank you for the bits.
Someone
All right.
just gift us up. Oh.
I think chat looking like you got 1,000 viewers. I know, right? It's funny. We won the war. No, we won the battle. Okay? How could we lose on our home turf, bro? We might lose when Liam wakes up. Doctor, let's go, baby! Woo! We're good for sure. Sayonara. I'm neutral as of right now. Okay. Jimmy, think about it like this. Liam is the bigger streamer, so when he awakes, it's, you know, it's gonna be a slaughter. Jadeb Jamari, are you... Doctor? Bro. It's good you stopped, bro. Gamer, I'm making you VIP.
They're doing it again. They're doing it again.
Gamer, you're VIP. I support Liam, but I don't support this Among Us baloney. Hell yeah. Liam is great, but Among Us? No sense. Makes no sense.
It's really making my whole PC lag. I gotta click out of this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope BK's is okay too. Doctor, how could you?
It's not even that it's the stream. It's
Jimmy, I had to. My own mods went up against me.
It's the thing on the screen. Like all the emotes popping up on the screen makes it
Oh,
lag.
gotcha. For the content? Bro, there's gonna be content when he comes back. You monster, I don't care. I don't care. I do anything for the victory. I'll sell my soul for the victory.
That's cap.
I won't, yeah. But I'll do a lot for the victory. Jimmy, you're really gonna do this? Just think about it. When Liam comes back, like, do you really just want to slaughter me? How boring would that be? Don't you want to fight? Jimmy. Is it because I made Gamer VIP?
Imagine.
It is. He said that was the reason. I don't know. I don't think he could beat this. Me and Rosie are on the game, bro. Look at all those doggos, bro. Oh, it's so beautiful. And he's in the background. And me and VC, I have something to say. I don't know. I don't know if I want to hear
Where
what
did my bike go?
If you're gonna say something to Jimmy, no, it's okay. I'll add you to VC when Jimmy is in
Where
here.
did my bike go?
I don't know. Yeezy's on my feet. Yeezy's on, huh? All right. Be gone.
Someone just hit me going 10 miles per, fucking 200 miles per hour, and my bike went flying.
That sucks.
I don't know where it went. That was
Gamer.
$25, man.
You don't. What do you want to say? What's this Yeezys on my feet, bro? This is stupid. No, that's arguably worse than Among Us. Okay. Bro, I can't even press enter anymore.
Oh, where the fuck did my bike go?
Bro, I don't even know what's going on with the chat. It's frozen. It's going so fast.
We crashed your stream.
Look at the screen. You guys don't have emotes popping up though. Maybe get Liam's emote or something, no? Half of y'all probably subscribe to him. That would be smarter. So you could see the emote battle. This is not the same. Ha, Doctor is such a noob. He pressed V and pressed enter.
Hey Ping.
Yo.
I have an idea how we can win right now.
Send me a message, bro. By the way, Gamer, you could send me a message and tell me what you want to say on VC. You're a bit, you know. Oh my god. Bro, I don't need to sleep, alright? My subathon is ending, okay? I don't need sleep at all. I honestly can't tell who's winning. It's too,
Look at DMs.
It's literally frozen. You're so smart! 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 We're losing the war. Oh no. Ow. We're losing.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Okay. Never mind.
You're right.
Shit. We're not losing. Me and Rosie are killing it. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Wait, I think you're right. I think we're okay.
Wait. No, they made us you can't post it.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
They blocked it? Dig big.
Thanks. Blocked one.
Thanks for the bit. Yo, thanks. Sorry, I missed that. It was 1 bit, I'm guessing? Well, there's other ones. What should we... Hey, look at that chat, baby! Hell yeah! Oh, they think we're attacking them, so they went back, maybe. We're not attacking you guys. Actually, I can't even tell at this point, bro. The amount of messages. What the hell, bro? Like...
No, they went back.
They went back?
To me.
They went back. Good. Distract them. We own this turf. Get out of here. Frickin' Dinell. How could you do that, bro? When they awake, we're gonna lose. We need a victory. We need a victory, Doctor. Come on. Oh my god. My own mods. I'm versing my own mods.
I'm distracting them while you do that.
Thank you. This is disgusting, guys. I can't believe it.
Actually, though, like, where the fuck did my bike go?
I don't know. Bro, I cannot see how many bits you gave me. Oh, I can. 1 bit. Thank you.
Yo. Can you help me find my bike?
Me?
Someone hit me.
Ah, okay. Gamer, you could join.
There you go.
Join the VC.
Down this way somewhere, bro.
Join a VC and I'll drag you
like
in.
200 miles per hour and my bike went flying.
Damn.
I'm good. I ain't bleeding.
Bro, you're unmuted.
Alright.
Rosie, I commend your service. Honestly, I'm starting to think we got the wrong mods here. Our mods They left for Jimmy. Especially Doctor. He stopped showing up as much. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying that. And now they go on the other side. Yo. Yo, gamer, what's up?
You guys got any food and water?
Food and water? Oh, not us, right?
Sorry, I'm playing.
My bad, my bad. Gamers in the VC. Yeah? And I like him more than all of you guys that betrayed me. What's up, gamer? That's right.
Who's on the stronger side now, Amogus Thoughts?
That's right! You tell them, Rosie! I gotta put intense music back. Intense music. I don't think you can hear me. Yeah, I can't. Sorry. Where's my intense music? Intense music. There we go. We have one. Your pinky hurts? It's fine. We have one. Thank you for the bit, gamer. I don't think I have you muted. Wait. Yeah, I don't have you muted. Is your mic not working, maybe? We have won the war. I will not sleep. We will not lose. It is working? It's not showing on the Discord. See, look. It's not moving on the Discord. Should we attack them again? Hey, nerds, go to sleep. Your message wasn't posting. It's Discord glitching? Oh. No, that's enough? You're right. You're right. You're right, Rosie. You're right. We should not attack. But I can't believe it. My own mods went up against me. Dino, get out of here. I don't want to hear your voice. How could you do that? I do love you. But how could you do that?
It was fun.
He came back to fight? Bro, this guy does not give up.
We're gonna tell Liam that
I'm
he's not doing his job, holding his pose.
Bro, I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight.
Left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass, 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 left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass.
Me and Rosie are killing them.
Magnifying glass, left magnifying
Get out of here. You might be able to defend your own spot, but not home turf here.
Left magnifying
Rosie,
glass,
I think we're good.
Right magnifying glass, left magnifying
Sag, he put a Sag
right
in there.
Magnifying glass.
He put a Sag.
Magnifying
That means
glass,
he's given up.
Right magnifying glass.
Will you accept
left
truce,
magnifying glass,
O mod
right
of
magnifying
Liam?
Glass, left magnifying
Ball
glass,
out brand.
Right magnifying glass, left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass, left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass, left magnifying
I could stop
glass,
TTS easy.
Right magnifying glass,
It
left
didn't work.
magnifying glass, right
I
magnifying
win,
glass,
accept this
left
truce.
magnifying glass,
You won
right
on your turf.
magnifying
You
glass,
lost on our
left
turf.
magnifying glass,
Accept
right
that.
magnifying glass, left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass.
Bro, I could just shut off TTS. Broom. No one hears anything.
I was told that Gamer would be here.
Gamer is here, but his mic's not working. I'll accept that. Okay. This is a verbal and a textual agreement to have a truce between the dog and
Okay, get in here.
the dog and the Among Us rivalries. It is accepted. If anyone breaks this truce, I would say they'll be permabanned, but I don't want to do that. It's kind of messed up. They will be timed out. Agreed, Ball Out Brand? Chat, agreed?
Time out for 2 days.
Timeout for 2 days. Ooh, for the rest of the subathon, essentially. Well, I don't know how long mine or his will be, but make sure to spread the message. Jimmy, don't do this. You're not even live, bro. You don't want to do this.
Jimmy, you get fucked up, bro.
Jimmy, you don't want to do this, bro.
You have people from ping pong streams that are admin on there.
Okay. He's just doing it as a prank. All right. It is truce. It is truce. It is truce. Thank you. And may we be forever in peace. BK, do not start this. I have all night. I slept well last night. Okay? Tino. Are you kidding me? Why are you guys doing this? I don't want to fight another war. God damn. All right, you guys asked for it. I can spam as much as I want, more than anyone else here. I think. I don't really know how it works.
Just remove their admin.
I mean, we could just look at the emotes. It's pretty clear who's winning. Actually, wait. I'm not fighting against Liam emotes. I only fight against Among Us. Yeah, honestly, I like that emote, Jimmy. Jimmy, can we be allies in the upcoming war? Because when Liam wakes up, I don't know what he's going to do. I like the Lotus dance. Wait.
There we go.
Wait, the Lotus dance is from Lotus Liam's? Oh. I like that. I like that. Oh, now I could hear you.
Can I speak for a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
See, I don't know why y'all fools try to come in here for what Liam emotes when it says what it says on there? Ping Pong Masters.
It's okay.
If Liam so darn, then yeah, you can post that in there Among Us. This is ping pong, so we respect ping pong with the emotes, okay? Okay?
It's okay, bro. It's okay. Ball out. I don't believe that Liam will retaliate. Okay, cool.
He will.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Listen. He has a bigger audience. I'll take the truce. I'm good with the truce. But I will, if anything happens, I will become Naruto. And I will recruit other streamers. What the hell was that? There's a reason why I know other streamers. It's for this purpose. Okay, gamer, you good now?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll talk to you later.
Alright, I'm gonna get some rest. You,
what's up?
If anything happens, you have my phone number. Call me.
I don't, but okay, I got you. I'll message you. Okay. I might un-VIP the people I VIP'd though.
Alright, bye. Love
Bye.
you.
Love you. I'm sorry, Jimmy. Okay, that emote is actually beautiful. Alright. Whew. I'm kind of scared to go to sleep now, to be honest. I want to keep Rosie as VIP so badly, but Rosie fought till the bitter end and did not betray at all. Rosie has been awesome. Rosie went to the zoo. But I can't do it. I'm sorry, Rosie. I have to be fair. There have been people who have been here for a very long time and do not have VIP because they did not get the points to get it. Timmy is an example. I don't know if he wants VIP, but he might be muted right now. I cannot, out of my good conscience, make that decision. Thank you, Rosie. So understanding, Jesus. Future possible mod for sure, if you would want that. This hurts to do. But thank you for your service. It actually hurts to do this. Less so with Gamer, but it's just to un-VIP people that have been VIP. Bro, can people give me the usernames for Gamer and for Sag indeed? For Gamer and for Timmy? Actually, never mind. I think there's an easier way to to do this. I just go here. I'll put to ask back on. I'll just go here. Moderation. Rosie, how many points you got? 10k. Oh, 100k is so much. I know. I'm sorry, but that's how you show you're a VIP, that you've been around for a long time, you know? Ooh, I mean, technically, Dinel, you could do that, so this is what I could do, right? I think this is the behind the scenes, by the way, guys. What streamers see. Moderation, permitted terms and phrases, blocked terms, auto mod, ban evasion, ban chatters, block hyperlinks. Where is it? Bro, imagine I make subscriber only chat. That would be hilarious. I just thought about this. Ball out. Imagine I did that. That would be so messed up, but funny. It is in community. Oh, thank you so much, actually. Roles manager, thank you. I'll earn my way up like everyone else. Aw, thank you. That's so beautiful. By the way, if anyone makes some art, I'll give you an art thing, which is really cool. This is the only... Cortez, Piantissimo, and Doctor are the only two that have VIP. But he became moderator, so I can't give him VIP. We have one VIP. VIP is a well sought out thing. Yeah, you're not VIP anymore. Sorry, bro. Oh, okay, I'm pretty tired now. I'll earn my way up later, right? Also, it'll be mean for Chi who wants it to. Yeah. How much does Chi have? Chi has quite a bit of points. I don't remember. I gotta play Pocket. Wow, I was about to say a different word after Pocket, but Pocket Mirror for her, because she likes that game. It's actually 143. Wow. I'm too energized now. But I hope Ball Out and the others had some fun. Kind of like what Dinel said, like they got to do some other stuff with their and their night duty. It was fun, not gonna lie. Right? This is the type of stuff I want to do a lot more of. And this might be weird, but it's just random and it's just so fun, and it checks all the boxes for me personally as a streamer. As a streamer, I think about what can I do that I will have fun in? What can I do that chat will have fun in? What can I do for growth? And that's pretty much the main stuff. Yeah, the free-flowing stuff like this, it checks all of those boxes. It's fun. It's fun for chat, because you guys are interacting, and it's fun for and it could result in growth, right? I love doing that stuff. My pinky might hit me for the rest of the night, but man. Thank you, Rosie, for your service. Thank you so much. Arigatou gozaimasu. In my rating of chatters, you are very, very high. You are S tier. Oh, that was fun. This was a lot of fun. Also going into that finding the Jewish streamer. Oh, that was great. We met some cool people like the streamer and Ball Out. Yeah. What do you guys want to do now? I feel like we should chill a bit, right? We should bring our energy down a little bit. We got 7 hours left. Maybe it's not time to bring our energy down, actually. We got 7 hours left. Let's see if could be a watch party. Yeah, I was thinking watch party too. I know Fallout, but now I feel closer. Nice. That's awesome. Ball Out, you mean? Nice. That's awesome. I think watch party is good. That sounds good. We could watch stuff. I think I want to start making this a daily thing. Not this war with emotes, but crazy stuff with just random streamers or streamers we know. I really want to make that a thing because it's so much more fun. And I already mentioned the reasons. So, at least a little bit of each day should be pushed into that. But yeah, we could do a watch party. Just send me vids you guys want to watch that you think are good for stream, and I'll watch. You know, we'll watch. I gotta change the description. Watch party. Feel strong, man. Aw, you're still here. That's nice. Janelle, Rosie, feels strong. We love you. I don't know you that well, Paul Out. Oh my god! Wait, I love you. You have a J Schlatt profile picture? That is awesome. Oh no, I love you. I love you, bro. That means you're mad chill. That's great. Okay. Yeah, you're great. Oh, the second I saw that, I was like, that's great. All right, what should we watch, guys? What's the stuff that always has the like the weird stuff? Opposite sides of the war, but it's all cool. Oh yeah. I don't love you, bro. You I'm just joking. I mean, that's cool, bro, that you like J Schlatt. VIP ball out? No. That's not how it works around here, and you know that. Oh yeah, should I switch what the sub goal says? What do we have to do tomorrow? I already forgot. I gotta put on makeup and I gotta wax my arm. Alright, that's cool. I feel like I'm not describing this well. I probably have to describe it well. Money to people IRL. I think that's a better description. Anyway. Yeah, what should we watch? What's the stuff with the that Jared watches a lot? I feel like that's great content for stream, and it's like interesting and stuff. Cut, not cut. What's the other thing called? That type of stuff. I think that could be cool. Makeup tutorials? Oh shit, that's actually good. Jubilee, yes, that's what I was thinking. Would you guys want to watch Jubilee? Kind of want to see it.
Hi guys, welcome back. Fresh highlight.
Bro, her eyebrows look fake. Is that just me or her eyebrows fake? Look at that. Not hating, it looks really cool, but they look really crazy. Pause music. Good idea. We have music running almost 24/7 on stream. I forget about it. You've seen this video?
Hyaluronic hydrating foundation.
There's a guy in the background. That's such a smart way to make an idea. You know why they... Oh, I paused it, but thank you. You know why they've done this? You guys want to know? It's because guys who click on this video will be like, oh, I'm feeling a little insecure about putting makeup. And then boom, they see a guy. They're like, okay, it's not that weird. There's a guy here. And boom, they put on makeup. It's genius.
Because like I told y'all, I have dry skin. So I like a matte foundation instead
let's
of
go
like
to Jubilee. Sounds so silent without the music. That dude looks like an Edgar. Okay. That's so random. Teen boys anonymously answer 7 burned in ooh. Oh. Why'd I say like I'm interested in the boys? That's not what I meant, but okay. Mask off is a blah 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 blah. Whose boyfriend is most attractive? Wait, is that a thing? Look up Edgar cut. Bro, you guys are saying so many things. What's Edgar cut? That's a bowl cut. That's terrible. Oh, this is beautiful though. Oh, I wish I was this man. He looks so sexy. All right, I gotta chill. Whose boyfriend is most attractive? Wait, is that a Jubilee thing, or you just whose girlfriend is more attractive? Whose boyfriend is most attractive? Oh, I like that. Let's do this.
Yeah, because it seems like he'll like plan something.
Oh, he looks cute, bro. He looks cute.
I say him. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to comment on the women because I feel like that would be rude.
Because it seems like he'll like plan something secretive
This
for him,
hurts?
plan a nice date out.
It's cringe, right?
Yeah.
That TLC love.
It's
If
mad
you had to rank
cringe.
yourself against others,
This guy looks like S-Fan, who's a streamer. This guy looks pretty cute. TLC love, stop. Wait, what? Oh, TLC love. That's what they were saying, right? This guy dresses up good. Bro, honestly, I like this guy the most. He dresses up mad nice. This guy looks like he knows he looks good, but he doesn't do anything with it. Dom looks like Timmy's brother, so he's automatically wins. Calvin has a nice haircut. And Mark looks like a nice guy. Mark looks like a friend that I would make. Mark is kind of cute, right? Bro, I wish I was cute like that. Why do I have to look like this? Or like Jimmy, Jared, Liam. Look at this. Look. Bro, I have an egg-shaped head. I have like thick eyebrows. It doesn't make sense.
Based on a specific trait.
But they had makeup, so it's okay. They actually
What
look
would it
worse
say
without
about
makeup.
how you see them and how they see you? We brought together 5 couples and had.
Oh, they're couples. Oh, it's whose boyfriend? That's right. As a dude, those guys are average. I think Mark is the cutest. I think the rest are kind of average, yeah. But, I mean, they're kind of cute, too. Ryan is pretty cute. Hot. I don't know. Because he's making a weird face here, Calvin. Dom looks good because it's Timmy's
and how they see you. We brought together
Probably
5
good.
couples
They're like all average.
and
That's
had
true.
the boyfriends rank themselves based on how attractive they think they are. Then we invited their girlfriends to rearrange them. This is ranking.
My name is Calvin. I'm 23.
Oh, I don't like Calvin anymore. His head is too big for his body. He needs to work out.
And
He'll look more attractive if he works out, bro. His head is literally like bigger than his whole body.
I grow cannabis.
My name is Ryan. I'm 25.
He's too shy. He's pretty cute, I guess.
I work for a tech company.
He's smiling, bro.
I'm 21.
Dominic, I can't tell if Dominic is a Chad or not a Chad. I can't tell.
I'm a full-time student and I'm working in tech.
You guys could give your opinions.
Hi,
if
my
you
name
want,
is Mark Vega.
Obviously.
I turned 28 today. I made.
Mark is probably the cutest. Mark, he got that nice jawline, everything clean, pretty symmetrical. The hair is like all over the place, but not too much that it's messy. You know? YouTuber,
a real estate agent, and a actor.
My name is Mika. I'm 21. I'm in the process of getting my license to drive
Mika looks average to me.
the commercial trucks.
Dominic is giving guy who drinks a nice latte at a cafe. Yes. Mark, right? Mark is the best. I bet he'll get the most top
Big
votes.
rigs?
Dom is my favorite. Really? Oh, wait. My head is blocking off one of the guys. But besides that, Dom, do you guys see this? Wait, I literally, oh my God, I have to use this. I have to use this. I never use this on stream, so I have to use this, okay? I have a purpose for this. Do you see this white line? That's their height. Damn it, why does it have to be in white? Dom is by far the tallest one. So I think Dinelle might have a point.
I would say this.
I was gonna say this guy.
Bro, that was perfect timing. What the hell? They all know it. They all know it. All of them.
Like
This
6
guy.
foot.
I thought Dom was, just based off like a first impression, I thought he would have been like ranked the highest because he had the looks, he had the height, he had the eye color,
I still think Mark is the cutest looking guy, but this might be a little weird for Timmy, rating his own brother, but
I was gonna say Mika. Just like the style, the hair.
Yeah,
Seems
Mika.
like really chill.
he does have the
Can I say
nicest
myself?
style.
There you go. There you go. I was gonna say you look like Andrew Garfield, kind of.
Andrew Garfield, kind of actually.
Oh, I get that one. Actually, yeah.
I just realized you look like Edward Collins.
Oh, I've gotten that.
Yeah, I
before,
see that.
The guy from Twilight?
Yeah, I can see that.
Alex Wasabi.
Oh my God. Yeah, we're gonna get this.
They're like, you look like a typical Mex. Oh, what? No, we can't say that. You look. I'm joking. He actually looks like a Chad. I don't know. I like Mark the most. I think he looks the best.
Yeah. By the way, I like the beard. I like the beard. It works well on you.
I like the hair too.
Dude, I can't grow a beard.
Did you get a fresh cut just recently too?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
I knew it.
They're so nervous, bro. He went like this. I don't blame them, but Alex Wasabi is spot on. Was my childhood crush, so there you go. Oh, damn.
I had to look good for the cameras.
Yeah. I like your hair.
Wait, which one is Alex Wasabi? The Mark?
I love your
I
hair.
usually get like a fade right here, like 0, but I just put my hair down.
I'm jealous. I love his hair.
Mark? Yeah, Mark looks good.
I would say yes, because first day we met, we actually kissed already.
Ooh! Alright.
When I first met her, she was working at this restaurant, and
Calvin actually looks pretty good. I didn't realize it until maybe it's the point of view. He looks really good.
me out on a date, so she definitely thought I was attractive.
I'm not sure actually, because she kind of looked.
I think Dom will be number one for everyone though, because of his height, and he looks like a cool guy or whatever. Are you staying up all night, Ping? I mean, at this point, yeah, it's gonna end in like 7 hours, so probably. Should I? I feel I'm gonna stay up until the vibes kind of cool down. The vibes are really high for me right now, so I know that's a bad answer. I'm sorry. I was planning to just go to sleep 2:30, but I'm feeling pretty good, so yeah.
He almost left me on red and almost like didn't respond to me after I started talking to her.
Possibly staying up
In
all
the
night.
very beginning, but I think she finds me attractive because I help with her dealing with emotions. I know it's
I'm
a big
sorry,
thing.
BK.
I'm kind of like her
Finish
partner.
strong, yeah.
We had a great first date, so I think so. It showed up really like edgy looking. Like I had a sword piercing earring. I was wearing like all black. But yeah, these days I definitely feel like I dress more like a dad. So you know, times have changed.
He's too chill, bro.
One is the most.
Yeah. All right, what do you guys think they'll do, or what do you guys think it should be? Ping always finishes strong. I wish, but yeah. I'm gonna say I think they're gonna put Dom in the first. Calvin and Mark wearing chains, nice. Yes, Janelle would know. I would say maybe Mark. No, this guy I forgot his name. Second. Then Mark, Calvin, and this guy. But my personal ratings would be Mark, maybe this guy, Calvin, whatever. This guy, and then actually I like Dom the least. Wow. Dom 1, Calvin 2, Dom 1, Calvin 2. Okay, that's what I was saying. 3 Mark, Ryan. Wait, which one's Ryan? Oh, the Asian guy, right? Okay, Ryan, and then the other guy. Yeah, I could see them doing that.
Yeah, get over there. You deserve to be there.
I'll go for right now.
Number 2.
I think I was thinking Kim this one number 2 because I just like the beard. He got a beard and everything.
I don't know. I'm very firm on number 2 with you.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2 for you.
Really?
So should I move?
Yep.
No.
Okay.
I think you should be here. You
I
look
feel like
Alex Ferguson.
yeah. I feel like this guy. Oh, Jump King. I feel like this guy could have dressed better.
Number 3.
I think you should be here. You look like Alex Ferguson.
Number 3 it is then.
That's
The
fair.
reason.
He's dressed the nicest, but at the same time, he's not. Like, he has the nice shirt, but he doesn't have the pants to go with it, and it's not tucked in. It just looks a bit weird. Like, Dom knows where it's at, you know, with this outfit. This guy, I don't know what the hell he's doing. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know fashion. Look at me. It doesn't work. His outfit looks a little odd, right? This is funny. I'm happy you're enjoying it.
Yeah, I agree.
Why are they all going black, bro? I will give him props for not like dressing like all black. Like they're all dressing all black.
Yeah.
Except Dom.
I think I might be in the wrong spot.
Why?
I think I gotta scoot that way a little bit.
Oh.
It's a toss-up for me. Yeah.
Because you look like Andrew Garfield kind of, and he
Yeah.
kind of looks like the dude from Twilight.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
It's like what actor do you
Oh,
like
now
more?
I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like more.
Yeah.
I would say it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
I could agree with you on that.
So my ranking would honestly be, I
Damn. They got toxic. They're all wearing casual clothing. Ideal. Oh,
think you
my
make
bad.
3,
I would wear nicer clothes, but whatever.
4.
Wait, they might change it up, Rosie.
I like more.
Yeah.
I would say it's 1, 2.
Look at his reaction, bro. I feel so bad for this guy. Because Mark is saying everything, right? Look.
3, 4.
I could agree with you on that.
So my
Aw, you saw it? He was like, yeah. I feel bad, bro. That's not nice. Self-obsessed much? No, I'm just stating a fact. Well, maybe not nicer than all of them. But when I go out to the bars or whatever, I actually dress up nice.
ranking would honestly be,
Nice-ish.
I think you, Mika, 2,
Mika. His name's Mika.
3, 4, 5.
Mika's number 1.
As you should, bro.
2.
Yeah.
Probably put you at 3, 4, 5.
And then what would you say?
I would say 1.
Damn, they're putting
2,
Ryan on 5, bro.
3,
Yeah, I feel bad for Ryan.
I'm cool with being anywhere between like 3 to 5.
I got 2 and 3 the most, so I got 3 more. You got 4.
Now Ryan's gonna be last.
What if we just did a ranking based off of only personality?
I'll say you
Ooh,
1.
based off personality. Wait, let's first see what their attractiveness was. Of course. Well, that's what we're saying, right? Dom and Calvin. Mika, right? Or why I gotta remember these names? It's like a 10-minute video. This guy and then this guy. Ryan is yeah.
Based off of only person.
I hope Ryan gets
I'll say
first.
you won first.
Yeah, you're really
You
funny.
two,
Yeah,
move up, but like get in front of us. Or
Mark is the best, bro. I would date him if I was gay.
like push us two down. We could
Like no joke, I would because he is, bro. He looks good. Apparently, he has the best personality. Calvin is a 5'2". He's too skinny, right? I don't
still
know.
figure out the order.
Yeah.
You two figure out. Yeah.
Do you think you should be more?
That's a toss-up for me too, you know? Like,
Yeah,
I
'cause
like
you're
your personality. You're pretty cool.
Yo!
I think he should be a little up too, because you're really
friends.
chill. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how.
Ryan's like, yo, I'm not last. Thank you, bro. This is why they're the top two personalities. You saw that? These two are the top two personalities because they're humble, or maybe not humble, but they're nice, bro. They're like, bro, you're not last, bro. You're nice. Come up with us.
I think he should be a little up too, because you're really chill.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I was thinking.
Even
that
Calvin's
too.
like,
I
what?
would move you up in front of me. Okay. Honestly.
Oh, they're gonna put Calvin last. He's like, I'm the most attractive. They're definitely gonna put him last.
Work. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Move up here.
That's hilarious.
You too. Yeah.
Stream element, stop.
Yeah, you are pretty quiet. That's why I kind of
Confident though.
It comes from my girlfriend. She gives it to me.
I really think Vika should be one. Based on looks and personality, I really do think Vika should be one. If we're combining both, I really.
We don't look. He's looking into the camera, bro. He's looking into your soul right now. We don't see everything that's going on. So maybe that guy was just quiet and he was just trying to like be funny by saying, I'm the most attractive. You know? Maybe he's actually has a great personality.
And I think he has a pretty unique style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want me to stay here?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that shirt, bro. That shirt is carrying weight, bro. It's the nicest shirt. But the outfit is just, I don't know.
Okay, so I think he should be too, because he's really confident. This guy, yeah.
All right.
Do it. Yeah. Go.
Damn, bro, they're jealous of Dom. He's so attractive. They have to put him on the last.
But it's hard for me to rank you below me. I'd be happy to switch.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah. Okay.
I think it makes.
Do you think you should be number 4? Honestly, my personality sometimes lacks, so yes. It sometimes lacks? Okay, I feel it.
Yeah.
Final ranking, are you guys happy with this?
Oh, this is personality plus attractiveness, right? You're gonna go on mobile? All right, cool. This is personality and attractiveness. We got the guy, then we got the guy, Calvin, right? Mark probably wishes he was higher. Dom, and then Ryan. Really? Mika was his name? Yeah, Ryan is last even with the combination. Well, he pushed himself to be last. He could have been higher, I think.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were gonna add personality as a factor. Should I wait for Rosie? I'm gonna wait for Rosie a bit. Now the girlfriend's whole thing is they're gonna rate the guys. All right. How are they gonna rate? They're gonna rate Dom number 1 probably. Mark as. Why am I stopping here? I'm sorry. Not nice. Mark as who's with who, I wonder. Oh, that's actually interesting. Yeah. I didn't even think of that. Oh, I need to buy the thing. The eye tracker. I need to buy eye tracker. Buy eye tracker. I feel like that would be mad fun. They're gonna hype their own man. You think so? Yeah, that makes sense. They know their own man. Unless they don't have a good relationship. But yeah, I think eye tracker is mad good. I should have done that for the subathon. But maybe I still will. I mean, it's like if it doesn't end. All right, I don't know where Rosie is, but I waited long enough. I'm sorry, Rosie. Oh, she's cute.
For me, it's more than physicality, obviously. Yeah, for sure. Attractiveness. So,
But
like,
ba-
personally, I wouldn't be attracted to him off the bat, but he talks really well. Like, the way he talked about you and the way he presents himself, yeah, it was really sweet.
They watched. Oh my god. They watched what you came right when you're on pause? Okay, good. They watched when. Oh my god, they watched the whole thing that we watched and more probably. So they're gonna have attractiveness and personality as a big part of it probably. Oh, that's interesting.
That more than
I still think they're gonna push Dom up. I still think, even if his personality is not better because he's tall. That's what I think. I think he's gonna be number 1.
For me, it's more than physicality, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. The girl in black is.
Yeah, attractiveness. So like personally, I wouldn't be attracted to him off the bat, but he talks really well. Like the way he talked about you and the way he presents himself was really sweet.
She's pretty. The girl in black. There's multiple girls in black. I think she's the cutest. Her and
but he talks really well. Like the way he talked about you
and her.
And the way he presents himself was really sweet. So I would rank him up top for sure.
But I mean,
Maybe
that's just from
1 or
attractiveness
2.
level. Not,
Okay,
I don't know
so
who they are.
Number
you know?
1, of course. Number 2, because of his hair, and we're the same color, so automatic.
And we're the same color, so automatic. Oh, that's so dumb. I mean, what? Well, that's not necessarily dumb. Maybe that's just her what she likes. That's what I was talking about. Gotcha.
I honestly put him as number 1 for the most part.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, for sure.
Who?
Same. You know, birthday.
Okay.
Mark? They like Mark like me and Rosie? Let's go. He's so cute, bro.
And obviously my man would be Frank. That's number 1. Good.
Oh, she didn't look that confident in that. I don't know. He has a puppy face. Mark top 3. Yeah.
Obviously
Look at her eyes. They dart back and forth.
my man would be Frank. That's number 1.
Maybe she's just nervous.
Good. But
we have to
number 2, I say him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the way he comes out,
They like Ryan!
So too. He seems like the type of guy.
Wait, why'd you
that
dot?
would be just a nice boyfriend.
Don't do that to Mark.
He seems like he'll like
No, I
cancel
can't.
being secretive for you, like a nice date out.
Definitely.
Oh, he's mysterious. They like the mysterious aspect of Ryan. Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh, that's so cool. That's so funny. Oh my god.
That TLC
cool.
love.
I'm gonna go.
The TLC love.
Pretty biased. Whatever. I think he has to give himself some more credit, so I'll give him 2nd.
Yeah.
He has a personality. It's a good
No, for
personality.
sure.
But I also like Calvin.
Yeah.
The way he.
Bro, if I was there, I would be number 1 because my personality is awesome. But my face is bad. So my personality is like here, my face is like here. So they would be like, okay, you win, you know? So, yeah. What's her
He
name?
said, I learned my confidence from
I
you.
don't know.
Yeah. That was really sweet.
Yeah, Ryan, number 1 for me personally. Number 2, plaid shirt. I just like the style.
What
It's
an
something that
interesting
I think I would
couple,
honestly wear.
like, stuff.
And also funny.
All these
such
couple
a bright
like,
personality. Like you're
they're
just
so
naturally
interesting.
attracted to like his essence,
Yeah.
which is really cool.
They must individually rank? What does that mean? Oh, that's smart.
No hard feelings. I think everybody's beautiful and gorgeous.
Bro, don't say that. Nah, that's a nice thing to say. But do you really? Probably not.
Number 1 specifically because the vibe, the
If they didn't pick their own boyfriend.
jewelry, the
Short
head bop when he was listening
relationship.
to music. Number 2 because of the way he presented himself and
Because
talked
he's
about
tall.
his significant other, which is so cute. Number 3,
What's up,
funny,
Nico?
outgoing, happy. Number 4, kind of quiet but fun. And then number 5, no hard feelings. Like no one's a 5 in my eyes, but that wasn't just my personal taste.
Okay, number 5 because he's cocky but not tall enough to live up to the cockiness. Number 1 because it's her boyfriend. Number 2 because it's the really tall guy. Number 3 is because he has a good mix of being hot and good personality. And number 4 is because he has no other place to be. It's gonna be similar. I wouldn't be surprised if all of them are similar. It's just their boyfriend is number 1. If one of them has their boyfriend is not number 1, I'll go. That would be crazy.
Number 1, I mean, what a stud, right?
Oh, she didn't pick Dom.
Number 2, just really love the hair, the style, and super funny. Number 3, the style, very cool looking. 4,
She hates black people. I'm joking. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. I just had to say it because it was kind of funny. So I said it. And we're going to pretend I didn't say it.
kind of energetic, like he's got some vibe that like seems really cool, like mysterious. You kind of
Dom
want
is
to know
top
more.
3. That is true.
And then 5, still very attractive, just not my type, to each their own.
Oh, is that not my type? Oh. Where's the R star? No, no, that's the not my. It's just it's just funny because like people get very passionate about this stuff, and it's like if it just looks funny that she put him at number 5 and then said not my type. It's like you could have said I don't know, his personality was or he's too short for me. That was definitely a yikes. I mean, it's not necessarily, but it might be. It's kind of funny to me though. Hopefully it's not.
He's number 1 because
she's cute.
I think it's very cool. Number 2, I think.
Wait, that's her boyfriend, right? Okay, it is. She could have complimented him instead of that. Yeah, she could have said, number 5, I love the way his hair is. And yeah, just left it at that or something. They're matching.
He's number 1.
She's really cute to me.
I think.
Bro, faces are so like
number 2,
important to me.
I think
His
he should give
jacket and her
himself more
skirt.
credit. Number 3, I don't know a lot about his personality, but
What'd I say, bro? He was being too cocky. He's number 5. It's as simple as that.
From what I've seen, he's
Sophia?
Really cool. Number 4.
Like, you're remembering
he just looks
their
like a
names?
kind guy. And number
I already
5,
stopped. After I realized I have to remember 10 names, I'm like, okay, I'm done.
Like, he is attractive, but attractive is subjective.
First one,
No,
not
he
being
wants to
biased.
know. Oh, her name?
And 3,
Sophia, yeah.
It's just, but
not being biased.
Subjective.
First one, not being
Your head
biased.
blocked. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Jennifer, Mark's boyfriend. Thank you. Here, I could put my head over here.
It's fun. I just find him really funny. 2, great personality, great person. 3,
Dom is top 3, baby.
yes, Edward Cullen.
Oh my god. It's so easy to like tell. Like people who are too cocky but can't like be hot enough / tall enough. Number 5. People that are mad tall, automatic like pretty high up, yeah. I thought he would be number 1, but apparently his personality wasn't that good. We didn't see enough, but if it was just on looks, he probably would be number 1.
Like,
my guess. I could be wrong, obviously.
4, sweet guy. 5, he has a lot of confidence, but I don't personally find him attractive.
They don't like his cockiness. This is Ajania,
Number
Calvin's
1,
girlfriend.
I put because I find them really attractive. Number 2, I put as a tie because
a tie.
1, I feel like I kind of like the energy, but I wouldn't really be
Well,
attracted
just dude is doing well,
like
yeah.
if I spent a lot of time. But the other one, I felt like attracted, but not really. I don't think I could hang with. Number 4, it just
Bro, you
not
already
it for
you
me.
already said why this is number 2. You just put it as a tie to make it less weird. She's like, he's my color, and I was like, okay. Was that allowed? I don't think so. I think that's why they put 1, 2, 3. Maybe they'll explain it.
And number 5, I just I'm not interested in the topics I learned.
It sounded like she was gonna say, I don't really date Asian. I'm not really interested.
About that person, so I don't.
Like, listen.
I'm not interested in the topics I learned.
I don't really like Asians when I'm dating. Like,
About
that's
that
what it sounded
person,
like.
so I don't want to really listen to it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
That's funny. Calvin is last, right? Yeah.
Personally, it is what it is. I'm only trying to impress one person, so it didn't really bother
Good
me
for
too
you,
much.
bro. Good for you. I think she meant Asian fever is not my thing. Maybe. Ooh.
And lastly, Micah switched spots with.
Oh! Let's go, bro! Our man won! Let's go! I said it from the beginning, bro. Mark is the hottest. Hell yeah, they knew what they were looking at. I'm surprised Dom wasn't higher. His personality must have not been that good. I don't know. Like, he seems like the safest bet, right? Attractive, but not insanely tall, that he's super attractive, and he has a good personality. He's like, he's like hitting all the spots well. And Calvin was just cocky. Ryan is too quiet. Dom has a bad personality, apparently. We didn't hear much of it. And Mika, I don't know. Mika seemed cool. Well, that's why he's second, I guess. Those two are the best. Yeah, I agree. I think these two are the best. Timmy, I'm sorry. Your brother is in the middle. Personality carried. Maybe. He's not really my type, aka he has a small dick. Well, they don't know that. Unless they were talking behind the scenes.
And that is your
Personality carried, then looks. Yeah, it was definitely a combination. It seems like it was a combination. I mean, personality definitely screwed this guy over. Because he's not a bad-looking guy, right? So, yeah.
Which score from the girls?
Behind the scenes.
I thought it was you. I swear to God, that was you.
They also got along very well, and they were talking a lot when they were rating each other. So it makes sense that like the girls are like, "Aw," you know, well, maybe not "aw," but maybe they're like, "Oh shit!" Like these guys can get along very easily. Like maybe that's attractive. I don't know. I'm not a girl, bro. Mika and Mark should be friends after this, right? There's such a vibe. That's what I'm saying. Like that vibe probably helped. So this is what the boyfriend said. They put Ryan last. He moved up one. Kelvin's cockiness put him all the way into the back. And then everyone kind of shifted with these two flipping. Oh, that's so cool. Wow. Girls got it right? Yeah, it seems like that, right? It seems like that. I think girls got it right too. I think this was, I already forgot what I was saying in the beginning, but I think this was, maybe I would put Ryan here and Dom here, but this was like closer to what I was thinking too. Eminem friendship. That was cool.
I thought it was gonna be like 3 or 4, honestly, just because I knew I was lacking a little height, but I guess they messed with my vibe, I guess. So.
I never thought I was gonna be ranked number 1. Never. And I really thought Dominic was gonna be number 1.
He forgot his name, bro. He saw the cut. They had to ask the producer. Look.
Number 1. Never. And I really thought Dominic was gonna be number 1.
They could have done a better job at that. This was fun. Facts that height don't always cater. Yeah, they don't cater. I'm happy you enjoyed it.
I don't know. I think they just appreciated my hair and the fact that I look like Edward Cullen. That definitely helped me a lot.
I'm still.
You seem so goofy.
Shocked down here. I'm really shocked.
He's like, me too.
The girl spoke.
The women have.
That's good of him, bro. Calvin. Anyone sad with their rating? The girls spoke. Sophia got a vampire boyfriend. Oh, yeah. Dom.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the next video is the guys. Calvin was a little too confident and kind of came off in a negative way. That's exactly what I'm saying. Calvin got humbled quickly. I bet he's a nice IRL, but sometimes this is actually pretty good comments. Number 5 is I want to be gangsta. Maybe. It doesn't matter. Good personality is better. Yeah, we don't know how long they talked for. Like, personality definitely matters. And they're thinking about boyfriend and girlfriend, right? People really need to understand the difference between, confidence and cockiness. That's actually true. I said cockiness, not confidence. He was definitely confident. Mark was humble, which is one of the most attractive duos to people. Confident but humble. I have to take notes. Nobody likes cockiness, though. I love that everyone is like, I'm sure he's a super nice IRL. Like, you don't have to say that, but I like how people are not bashing on him because, like, we don't know him, right? That's pretty cool. That's really cool. Look at his pants. Number 5 is Wanna Be Gangster.
Like, yeah, push us.
I can't even see his pants, bro. Everything camouflages. He just looks too skinny to me. Maybe it's because my grandma always tells me to eat. I don't know. All right. I think there's a girl one for the guys now.
I'm just letting y'all know y'all beautiful, okay?
Mark making them laugh. Look at Mark. The video starts with Mark being a Chad.
We know.
Just making sure.
All laughed.
But I gotta be brutally honest somehow.
That's why he won, right?
If you had to rank yourself against others based.
Okay, so maybe I should have remembered their names. Sky, Jennifer, Sophia, Vera, and Ajania. I don't want to say her name wrong, but wonder which went first. The boyfriends being rated or girlfriends? No, it was the boyfriends being rated because they said now we get the girls next and the end credits.
based on a specific trait, what would it say about how you see them and how they see you? We brought together 5 couples and had the girlfriends rank themselves based on
Come on, don't be mean to me.
how attractive they think they are. Then we invited their boyfriends to rearrange them. This
Sophia 1, then Sky, then Eugenia, then Vera, then Jennifer. Sorry, I had to. It's okay.
is ranking.
I don't know. I don't like making fun of people's appearances. Because it's just like, if you look at the average person, it's like me, bro. It's not nothing special.
Hi, my name is Ajane. I'm 23.
Ajane.
Is ranking.
That's a cool name.
Hi, my name is Ajane.
Ajane.
I'm 23 and I'm a mindset coach from Sacramento.
Mindset coach. That just sounds like bullshit to me. But maybe it's something. Bro, Ping, you're mad hot. Don't lie to my face, but I appreciate it.
Hi guys, I'm Vera. I am 23 and I am a PhD
Vera?
student. Wow.
Oh, wow.
I'm Sophia. I'm 19 and I'm a
Sophia.
full-time college student.
I think they'll make Sophia 1. I agree with you, Dina.
I'm Jennifer.
She seems like, shy. You see how she puts her hands? She knows what she's doing. I could be talking out of my ass, but this is what it looks like. I'm cute, but maybe their personalities will change stuff around.
I'm 26. I'm a property manager and also up-and-coming real estate agent as well.
Jennifer seems chill. She seems intimidated to me. I kind of feel bad for her. She seems intimidated because she's like shorter than everyone too. But yeah, I don't know how much height matters to guys. What do you think, guys? How much does height matter to you? I feel like my assumption would be most guys would want to be with a girl who's shorter than them, but I don't know. Ping was in this video, he would be number 1. Aww. I'd probably be like number 2, because of my personality. But yeah. I like smaller. Agree, Cashew. And what's up, Cashew? I think 1, Ajane, right? 2, Sophia. I already forgot who Sophia is. Oh, Sophia. The one in the middle. Okay. 1, Ajane. 2, Sophia. 3, Sky. 4, Vera. 5, Jennifer. Let's see Vera first. It wouldn't even be a contest.
Last woman. I'm Sky. I'm 21.
Oh, that's
I'm a
Sky.
full-time
I think Sky's gonna be pretty high up there. She looks outgoing, but not so outgoing that it's like too much. I don't know.
student, and I'm also getting my Pilates certification.
I feel like Vera, is that the tall one, is gonna be intimidating because she's very tall. Vera's blonde, but she's. Oh, you're saying she's stupid? Is that why you put her at 4? I can't even say anything here. You'd be too rude. Yeah. No? Oh.
Define attractiveness by something that it makes your body feel like. Are you attracted to the person, or does it kind of make you repel from them?
If you have a great personality, you're fun, energetic.
Having some sort of direction.
Yeah.
I think it's
Jesus, so many things. God damn. Oh, I'm underage? You can still have an opinion, it's fine. It's weird if they had an opinion of you, but not if you had an opinion of them. I'm just pointing out who she. Oh, sorry.
It's more than physicality.
Thank you.
I
did
think
ask.
How they carry
Thank you.
themselves, self-care, hygiene, how they smell.
I feel like with personality, she might be the best. Oh, my mouse is not in a good location. What's her name? Sky.
My boyfriend met me in college, and he always tells this story about how he saw me like across from the
Oh,
library.
that's Ryan's girlfriend. Bro, I feel like I know Ryan so well now. Now we're getting to know Vera. Ain't none of them my type. I'd say like 2 of them. I don't know. For me, like face matters so much. Like how someone's face looks. I love how the girls are getting so more in depth than the boyfriends.
And was like, oh my god, look at this stunner, which obviously I am.
About how they met their partners, right? Yeah.
He's always been like a little bit of a shy boy, so he never like really went up to me or anything. So we met officially on Tinder. So yes, I definitely think he thinks that.
Shy boy on Tinder, that's pretty crazy. What is Timmy's type gamers? I'll say the one on the left and in the middle.
Thanks, like across. He's
Yeah, I think it's the same for me. I think it would be probably for me 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. Or her height is just so intimidating to me. Or 4, 5. I'm not sure. I don't know them well enough. Sky and Sophia, right? Sky and Sophia are the prettiest, I think. And Sky seems like she has a personality that's just really good. I don't know. It just something clicked for me there. And this is Sophia, right? Sophia and Sky, yeah. I think she's cool too. I don't know enough about these two. She seems not confident enough, but we'll see more maybe. And she's mad tall. The second one from the left reminds me of a girl in my school. Cool. Something about M&M's, so SNS. Wait, what's SNS? Is that a sexual thing? I don't know. They're all beautiful to me. I couldn't.
My
Shut
boyfriend
up,
met me in
Tino.
college, and he always tells this
You put a
story about how
rating
he saw me
before.
like across from the library and was like, "Oh my God, look at this stunner," which obviously I am. He's always
Sky.
been like a little bit of a shy boy, so he never like.
Oh, is that why he said M&M? Because it was Mark and I didn't realize that. I thought he was just saying M&Ms because M&Ms go together like in the package. That makes more sense.
really went up to me or
I was very
anything, so we
confused.
met officially on Tinder. So yes, I
You know?
definitely think he thinks that.
But why would you think they would choose that? Especially just seeing their faces. That means you thought about how they looked, right?
I'm attractive, or at least I hope so.
So my boyfriend hit me up in his words. I slid in her DMs. Is what he says. I believe he does think I'm attractive. And he's the one who did the first move, so we're gonna go with yes.
Why does she do that? I'm being so mean, bro. Oh my god. This is why.
We were coworkers at the burger salon.
She seems the most chill, maybe. Or maybe Sky, I can't tell you.
And right off, like, I was the most prettiest at my job.
I take it back.
I mean, we first met on Tinder. He super liked me.
Sucking
So
dick. What does
I'm
that mean?
assuming that's
Oh, like,
he was attractive. Here we are now, 5.5 years later.
5.5 years. Good for you. Oh, she's with Mark. Cool. It's a Hispanic thing. She's sucking Oh, wow, Timmy. Dinelle got it. I don't know what that means. The personalities match, Jaina and Calvin. Yeah, they both seem like kind of asses, right? That is so true, actually. He says he's underage and says...
MVP. Yeah. We met in high school. He complimented my shoes.
Bro, Sky
He's
and
like, I
Mika.
like your shoes.
They might be the coolest. Oh, sorry, I stopped at that frame. Sky, but they seem like the coolest people. I don't know.
I know.
Like Mark is here in my head, and then Mika is here, and then like Sky is pretty high up, and I don't remember who Mika was with. Who was Mika with? Maybe I'm wrong. Bro, I have to stop pausing when they're talking.
But I friend-zoned him at first.
Sky and Mika for real, a good vibe, right? They have such a good vibe.
It's a while to get here, but like 1.5 years strong.
Yeah.
1.5 years strong. It took a while for us to get here. I think they're gonna break up, guys. 1.5 years is not that long. And you're saying it took us a while to get here? You have a lot more to go.
I mean, I think everyone here is like definitely like really attractive.
Yeah, I think we're all very confident in who we are.
I can't tell if she has too much makeup on or not. Came from the Sophia and Dom seem boring. I don't remember who they are. Who's
I think everyone
Sophia
here
and
is, like-
Dom? Oh, Sophia. Yeah, Sophia does kind of seem boring. She seems like she dresses up and she knows like the moves, but she doesn't do much. But I'm not sure. I don't know. And then Dom. Who's Dom again? I don't even remember who Dom is. Came from the friend zone. That's what I'm saying. That's what it kind of seemed like with Sky. But they still have good vibes. Like they're probably better friends than together. Dom is white boy. Oh, tall white boy. Vampire boyfriend. Dom and Sky. Dom and Sophia. I feel like they're just both stereotypically very hot, but they might be a shell because we know Dom doesn't have a good personality. And so far, I don't know. Sophia kind of seems, she's letting me down. So it seems like they're both good for each other, but not in a good way. I don't know. Oh yeah, your brother. Thank you. That's the best way to remind me.
Definitely like really attractive.
Yeah, I think we're all very confident in who we are.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but they're both hot, but they don't seem interesting personality. Yeah, yeah. And I don't want to like that seems that seems like stereotypical, but so far it seems to track. Maybe we'll learn more about Sophia.
Yeah. And that's already attractive right there.
Yes.
I think I would personally want to chill with Sky the most from them. Sky is the most attractive to me after learning a bit about their personalities. Sophia and Dom seem boring but good looking, almost like they never needed to develop. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
You see, they're all laughing and she's just standing there. Which is, maybe she's going against social norms to laugh when all the other people laugh. But maybe not.
Okay, first off, no one's a 5 here. I think we're all attractive women here.
Should we start with
Jennifer? Okay. I don't want to be mean. I think Jennifer is 5. After getting to know her personality, she just wasn't that confident, and that's all that kind of oozed out of her that I saw. She wasn't confident. And she doesn't have the best looks, which is fine. You know? That's why you have the personality and stuff. But I feel like we didn't even get to see her personality. So yeah, I think I'll have to say she's a 5 as well, like you guys are saying. This guy seems cool. Yeah, I agree with that. And she seems like normal, like she's a little nervous too. She has her hands in her pocket. I don't know. Sky might be number 1 for me. And actually, I kind of grew to like Vera. So maybe Sky, Vera, Ejene, Sophia, and then Samantha. That's what I say.
with outfits?
Yes.
I like her outfit.
Oh, the
Wait,
and your
what?
hair.
I don't know why, but I didn't even think about outfits for the girls.
Her outfit.
But I did for the guys. Is that weird? Like their outfits all kind of look kind of boring. She's the only. She's actually Sky's the only one that has somewhat of an interesting outfit. No, and she also kind of does. But thanks for the follow, Gooch. Fellow Jewish streamer. Thanks for the follow, bro. It was nice to meet you. I like Skies the most. Yeah. Oh, you don't have to do that, bro. Wait, why didn't the sounds go off? I'm sorry. Sounds were supposed to go off. Hello there. You're not Jewish. Ah, oh, you've been lying. Amazing. Bruh. No. This guy's outfit is comfy, but also aesthetically pleasing, right? Sophia's is pleasing, but doesn't look comfy. True. I'm only half Jewish. Bro, I don't really care. Welcome in, bro. I just thought it would be funny to look for streamers that way. Band, perma-band. Just gotta do. Thank you for the raid, Gooch. Yeah! That happens sometimes. Hey, use the clip thingy. Welcome. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. We're muscles. Look at this muscles, bro. Thank you, Timmy. That was beautiful, bro. I practice every day, just for people like Gooch Malooch to pop in. God Monkey will be available first of every month. Welcome. What's up, Joe? Wait, is that a pig emote? Do you have a pig emote as a half Jew? That's not a pig, is it? I can't tell. Oh, that's a face. I'm sorry.
Monkey do bad.
Monkey do very bad. This is sick, though. I like this emote. This emote, I just can't tell what it is. I'm sorry. Definitely a pig? Oh. We're rating people's girlfriends. Yeah. You guys want to join? Yeah. Oh, I guess I should talk about myself a little bit, right? Hey, guys. My name is Ping Pong Moosters. I'm a streamer. Doing a subathon now. What do we play? We play like everything. And we watch videos sometimes. We like to find new streamers, okay? Like Gooch, that are freaking cool. So there's that too. Yeah, What do we do? We play like Fall Guys, Fortnite. Not really Fortnite, but Fall Guys, Hollow Knight, like some community games like Gartic Phone and stuff like that. But yeah, I have no idea what it is, but I don't know if I should say it. It's a peepee. It's a penis? Wait, what? Oh, I see it now. Bro, that's actually... Twitch won't take that down. That's very smart. Pink, did you ever end the prediction you started a while ago? I think... Oh, I guess not, because you have a 1 next to your name. I think so, though, actually. But we play Mario Kart, Battleship, Fall Guys. Oh, yeah, a lot of Fall Guys lately. The head of a dick. Nice. And Levelhead someday. True. But, yeah. We should collab stream if you're down. Well, only if you're like the vibes here. I always like meeting more viewers and stuff because it's fun. Production result is... Thank you. I was about to go fix that. Thank you. Whoever did that. Yeah. Let's continue watching. We just watched boys talking about girls, and now we're watching we just watched girls rank boys, and now we're watching boys rank girls. Wait, why is the... I win? Nice. Can't forget about Minecraft.
Okay,
oh, yeah,
first
Minecraft
off, no one's a 5 here. I think we're all attractive women here.
Should we start with...
Bro, I feel bad for her, bro. When she said that, everyone was... They were all laughing when they were making jokes, but look. Listen, guys.
Okay, first off, no one's a 5 here. I think we're all attractive women here.
They're all like, yeah. Oh, I really... This was a bad frame to stop this at. I'm sorry. Will Ping get rejected... What did you say? For being weird... What? Oh, did you make a prediction for that? Oh yeah, I should probably mention. We were going through different streamers and I was like asking people, hey, you want to talk on Discord? And they're like betting if I would get rejected because I'm a weirdo. But anyway. They all looked at her in a way that seemed eek. Yeah, they all looked at her like, we're not going to laugh along with this one.
Should we start with outfits?
Yes.
You can get Gooch to talk. Now I can get Gooch to talk. Oh, like talk to him on Discord? I don't know if he wants to talk on Discord. I don't even know if he's still here. But yeah, if you want to talk, we could talk. Or we could talk another time, which is fine. Or we don't have to talk. I don't know, bro. I don't know you that well. You don't know me that well. We do what we do. Who wouldn't want to talk to you? The girl that I was stalking, I actually have a restraining order. I can't get within 50 feet of her, so she doesn't want to talk to me. But other than her, I think most people are okay with talking to me. Yeah. All right, let's continue the video. Rosie, it's a joke. It's a joke. Guys, it's a joke. It's not real. It's a joke. Gooch not live. No, Gooch just rated in. I got those gozaimasu again for that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, guys, it's a joke. She was so cute and...
And your hair's gorgeous. Your makeup's on point.
You need to come with me though.
Okay, no, for sure.
Because it's giving like Olivia Rodrigo.
Okay, I kind of don't like Sky right now. I miss Ellie. Shut up, Janelle.
Oh, makeup's on point.
I kind of don't like this girl now. I'm liking Samantha more. All right? Can I... Yeah, well, we know Janelle. Can I explain why?
And your hair's gorgeous. Your makeup's on.
She took this chance to leave her spot and pass by... This is Samantha. Pass by Samantha. Right? So that Samantha would be last. This is only girls and very observant guys. Boy, oh, it's Jennifer? Shit. I don't know. She looks like a Samantha. I'm sorry. Jennifer. Okay, Jennifer. What sexist, I promise? I did say that confidently. Let's run that back. Sky passed by Jennifer. Okay? Purposefully. So that she wouldn't be last. Because she knows she's smart. Okay? She's not dumb. She knows that girls are going to be like, being nice to each other. So the second that she passes by... Ooh, that's a sexy emote you got there. The second that she passes by, bro, she's screwed. Because Cause like, bro, they're not gonna move much. Watch. If they do move much, then I'm just wrong and I don't know what I was just saying.
Okay, no, for sure.
Because it's giving like Olivia Rodrigo.
Oh,
very true.
very much so. Okay.
And your nails are super cool too. So
Yeah. The attention to detail, like the beads, the necklace, the ring.
Bro, give something Jennifer's way, bro. Yes, I might have forgotten her name. But, you know, she's a little shy, bro. Be nice. Olivia Rodrigo? Gosh.
Maybe.
That's just pretty.
Because I've been seeing your guys' tattoos.
Oh, I don't have a tattoo.
Oh?
Okay.
Okay. I thought she was going to go all the way to the end, but none of them. Oh, I feel so bad for Jennifer, bro.
Are they attractive?
Girls.
Yeah.
Oh, I think
That's
so.
like, I think they're attractive.
I think I have some like a lot of stupid tattoos. Like I have a math integral on my back. It's like
I'm just going to stop. Rosie seems tilted.
really nerdy.
I think you should be
Yeah,
tattooed. I feel like you're Miss Stallion. Like,
Yeah.
the height, beard,
The build,
PhD,
yeah.
everything. Also,
Like you played soccer growing up or something. Ooh,
Wait, shit.
what
PhD.
sport are you athletic? That's attractive too.
I
Is athleticism attractive? I guess it could be. Those are chicken feet tattoos.
almost went to the Olympics for both
They
ice
do look
skating
like that.
and skiing.
Oh,
I go to the gym for mental clarity and just to get my physical appearance up there, you know?
I salute you to that. That's actually.
They are chicken feet tattoos? Jesus. I feel so bad, bro. Vera has great genes for sure. Okay. Loki wanted to play volleyball but couldn't because it didn't fit my schedule. Who asked Rose? I mean, that's cool. Volleyball's cool. I feel bad for Jennifer. Anytime she says something, they're gonna say it in the comments too. Everyone just looks at her like, yeah. Do you know that stone thing from Mario Kart? Yeah. Ticked. Oh, ticked. Yeah, isn't that a slur? What you typed? Or it's I don't know.
Gym scared me. Oh my god, they just the men.
the middle.
Okay. Personality.
Yeah.
If it was personality, I'd
Girl, you had a young
Yeah.
time. Like, you are.
She's very comfortable with herself. I will say that. I don't like her personality that much. Like, it's okay. But she's very confident and, like, comfortable with it. So that's cool. Number 5 looks like that. Oh. Is that Megamind that you mentioned earlier? Honestly, Jennifer gets more attractive. Yeah, because she's, like, more nice, you know?
Character in a good way. You two definitely go up. I'm definitely more quiet.
Oh, come on. They're putting her at number 5 for everything. Yes? Oh. Which, I'll be honest, like, I can see why they are. Like, the personality thing is she's mad shy, but she's probably shy because she's a little less attractive than everyone else, right? So it kind of plays together. Like, in real life, she could be, in real life, but you know what I mean? She could be confident, but, yeah. Jennifer deserves better. So, just like how Ryan was, so karma, hopefully. Yeah? So, I'm Brand, not in Liam chat. Okay. Nah, we're not doing the war, bro. It's too much work, bro. I'm not doing that. I am not doing that. And maybe I will go to sleep, so I don't know. Honestly, Jennifer goes that. She's gonna go home and cry 100%. Yeah, probably. I feel bad for her.
I just talk a lot. Don't get it. It's good enough.
Oh, you have such a pretty smile.
There's so many. They ignore her the whole time.
No, but yours is pretty smile too.
So white.
And so is yours. And you have a mole right here, which is kind of cute. You know, let's hit it accents.
You're scared of how we do. Yeah. Because you're so pretty.
I know.
You're not even looking at her, and she's so polite about it. They're creating a separate group. Wish I knew that before I spent. Gamer! I literally make a pact. I have to time you out now, bro. I have to stick to the rules. I'm sorry.
I'm like sunburn turning red.
And I freaking love your body so.
Yeah. I wish I had your
I'm not gonna do 2 days.
legs. Are you kidding
Yeah.
me?
It's a
I'm
10-minute
literally built like a
time.
corgi.
Wait, why is a hype train close? Did I miss something? Huh? Why does it say hype train close? Look. A hype train is close. Huh? Wait, if you get raided, we didn't get subs, gifts, or bits. Host and raid. Huh? Okay. Hey, thanks for the 50 bits. It has to be 100 or more for the sub train, but that's fine. Like, I'm not saying that to make you do more, but. I spammed it 2 times. You still can't spam it, bro. We're in a truce. That was weird. Oh, thank you, Cashew. Arigatou gozaimasu. Damn, we're on 6 hours again. Appreciate that, bro. But I'm still very confused. Anyway. Yeah, you can't use alts to avoid a timeout or a ban. You just can't do that, sorry. Even if you put one message, bro. We had a pact. Thank you, Dino.
Get up there.
Yeah.
I'll switch with you.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay. Me too.
No, girl, you up there.
Right now, why don't you guys now take an average kind of mix personality overall, like, so that would be your final ranking.
I think you're
My God, bro. This is getting irritating slightly. Yeah.
definitely number
it
one
is.
for me.
Yeah.
For me
No
too.
question in that.
I think number 2, I swear. Yeah.
Get back here.
I honestly don't like any of them except her now. I don't know if Jubilee did this on purpose, but they're literally not interacting with her, bro. They're literally just ignoring her.
But I think you're good at 3. Yeah. Is he?
If I was rating, I would purposefully even the space between them, bro. Look how big the space is. If I was rating, I would put her at 1 and then everyone else like at 5 just to be an ass like that. Jennifer is the Ryan of this group, yeah. I still only like Sky. I don't know if I honestly don't like her at all anymore. Sophia, she might be 5 in my book now. Look, everything she does, she's trying to make a. Look how she's standing. She's like, you know, you like this, you know. Sky is still kind of cool, but no one's interacting with her. Skip to the end, honestly, when the guys rate, or like after they sort their ratings out. Oh, this is almost done. Sorry, they're all being cons, but still.
I was expecting myself to be number 5, not because I don't think highly of myself, but just because I was on I don't know, like on set with all these beautiful women. And
Like she's not ugly. She's just like the rest are physically more attractive, probably, right? The way that they set it up, they should have. They kind of screwed her over, Jubilee.
and they all have something going on in their lives too.
It works.
I just feel like I'm okay with what they set me at.
You know what? I have an idea. We can hold hands and then we're all number 1. They're connected.
Bro, I thought she was gonna say, "I have an idea, Jennifer, get above me, girl," and I was gonna be like, "Oh, they made her into an outcast. That's fucked. Sorry, you're fine. You could curse. I don't care." But yeah.
I did.
Send a message.
Yeah.
But the guys saw all of this, right? So I'm really curious to see what the guys will do, especially like the ones that seem to be pretty nice or whatever. I love you, Jennifer.
Least to most.
All right, like personality-wise, I would put Jennifer pretty up there. Attractiveness-wise, let's still be honest. Like she is number 5, but that makes her higher, you know. I wish I saw more of what was going on. I don't even want to rate them.
Least, or do it at the end, the turtleneck, just because it's my style. 2, her, because I don't like tall girls.
That's valid. It's so good. That's valid.
3, 4, and then 5.
Tall girls is gonna be a lot.
5 with the blue socks, just because she is tall, and I'm like 5'7".
Yeah, tall. This was a bad spot to pause. I'm sorry.
Go 4.
The tall is a big factor. I knew that was gonna come. I hope to hell they saw everything that went wrong. Wow, Pink. Whoa, what did I say?
3.
I'm being honest,
2,
no?
1.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'll just start from 1. I'm gonna say 1.
I don't like Sky that much anymore either.
Yeah.
Sophia's still mad hot.
2, I do like the Pilates thing. I think that's actually really cool. 3, she's getting a PhD, which is really cool, actually.
You know, even though Vera is tall, I think I like her more than the others. Because Sophia seems really fake, and Sky, the more I'm watching, seems pretty fake too. I think Vera's number 1 for me, maybe. Maybe they shouldn't
four,
point because I bet they
she's
can
super
read
sweet.
lips.
And then five,
Yeah, why are they
nothing
pointing?
advanced, Just not my type.
Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, Dildo. What a beautiful name you have. Because that's what girls do. Oh, physically is crazy. Got to be honest.
She's still really cool though. Has a great bubbly personality.
I'll start from 5. I think she's great. She has a great personality. It's just not something that I think I find as attractive in particular.
Wait. Did I hear that right? Wait. Do you guys know why I'm saying wait?
I think you're good.
Wait, is this what it was?
Get back here, girl.
Guys,
Us two.
how did she rate him? She rated him last. And do you remember what she said? Okay, this is what I'm thinking. Okay. Oh hell yeah. You like those emotes? Mad nice, right?
Number 2, I kind of time, but the other one I felt like not it for me. And number 5, I just I'm not interested in the topics I learned.
Oh, what I say, bro? That's the one that I said, oh, it's just not into Asian guys, right? Bro, he's holding it against her. He's holding it against her, bro. Look at that.
Personality is just not something that I think I find as attractive in particular.
It's not something I find attractive as particular. Doesn't it not seem that way, right? Perfect emote to respond to that.
Particular. 4, she has like a really cute turtleneck.
This is
She's
rough.
very sweet. 3, and then 2, she has some sort of Kardashian vibe going on.
That's what I said.
It's like
That's what I said.
And then
Kardashian
2, she
vibe?
has some sort of Kardashian vibe going on.
That's what I said.
It's like
That's what I said.
And then 1, obviously my girlfriend. Yeah.
He's like, obviously my girlfriend. Like, I just have to say it. So. Slay, Ryan. So much like I did the Fortnite dance. Nice. She sure can act like a 1 in a way too.
I would say
Okay. If I don't laugh, you get permabanned. And I will talk to other streamers that I know, and they will permaban you from their chat as well. Do you agree to that, Dildo? Okay. And so, which means if I don't laugh throughout that whole video, you have to give me $100. If you don't give me $100, permabanned everywhere. If you say okay to those terms, I will watch your video after we finish this.
Number 5 would be her. Not my type. Love the hair though. Number 4,
Everyone's
I would say
chat.
It would be her. She's a little
Take
bit
it
on the
back,
wide
Dildo.
side. As number 3, I would say her. Because she's a little too tall for me, I would say. Maybe a lot taller than I am.
Damn. Everyone is using the tall card, bro. I'm ready
love
to
her
ban.
style.
Oh yeah, do you know? We have some mods here that are mods on like 30 different things. So Sophia's
Love
lips
the long
though.
jacket, and of course what was I?
It's like 5.
Number 5, there you go. Number 5,
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
say would be not only because she's my girlfriend, but because I just love simple.
Yeah.
And that's what.
Wow. I actually like this couple the most. Mark and Jennifer. I like the couple the most there. But he kind of almost said number 5 for her. I would love a tall woman. A lot of people don't. A lot of guys don't like tall women. I think it's because it's intimidating. Yeah.
Maybe.
Mark is with Jen. I didn't expect that. Mark and Jen are the best. Yeah.
Who's that?
Like if I wanted friends, like these couple friends, I would want Mark and Jennifer because they make me look better, but also because they seem very humble and nice. Tall woman is a challenge. Welcome back, gamer. Sorry for the timeout, but we are on truce. You cannot attack. The boyfriends must individually... Actually, can you go back and apologize for attacking and say that... well, no, you don't need to, whatever.
I'm just letting y'all know y'all beautiful, okay?
Conquering a colossus.
Just making sure. But
No.
I gotta be brutally honest somehow.
Yeah. Unless they scroll up. I like small girls because they ask for help. Oh, I could see what you mean there. For me, the best is like the same height. That just seems best. But I mean, I don't really think about that as much as I do about like other stuff, I guess. What height is small though? It would just be shorter than however tall the guy is would be my assumption.
As for number 1, she would be that one person I would go to if I need any support, any love,
Aww.
and I like simplicity. Number 2.
Why does he keep saying I like simplicity? That makes it sound so bad. Like you're saying she's simple and the rest are like amazingly beautiful. It's so weird. Always the skin color last. I think you'll be surprised, Dildo. Timmy praying helpless girls. Nah, it ain't like that.
I love the fit. Number 3, cool.
And I'm not gonna call you Dildo. By the way, are you still okay with that deal? The $100 deal? Yeah, I haven't heard from you. You said okay, but I explained the whole thing. You didn't respond to that.
Socks. Number 4, she's pretty cool too. And number 5, pretty cool also. You know, it's just not my type. No hard feelings though, y'all.
Number 1, we have a very special connection.
Wait, I didn't pay attention.
5, pretty cool also. You know, it's just not my type. No hard feelings though, y'all.
Number 1,
That's funny, bro.
we have a very special connection.
Cool socks.
Probably one of the most beautiful, caring, and really amazing person. 2, I think she has a cool Kardashian
Maybe
look.
it is a race thing now. Well, her attitude was like the guy's attitude, kind of. But I would have put Sophia last, probably.
3 as well, good looking, but a bit, you know, on
Ryan
the
is so
shy
wholesome,
ends.
so smart.
4, she seems like a
Oh, they put her at 4.
very
Look at
caring
this.
person.
She's happy.
And 5,
Aw.
not quite my vibe, but great personality as well.
I wish they would be more straightforward and saying, she was a bit too cocky or something. Because when they say not quite my vibe, it makes it feel like to some people, I think that it's a race thing. And I think that's, yeah, unless it is, but I think the messaging should be very straightforward there. Jen is a
Number
1 in our
one,
start Hearts.
I absolutely adore her, and I think she's the most beautiful girl in the world, and she's like the most.
She's so fake, bro, but she's so hot. Like, I'm not gonna lie. You're almost at 11K, let's go.
Free-thinking person I've ever met in my life. And then 2, she seems very mature for her age. 3, she's also very intelligent.
Wow.
And 4,
they all put her at
she's
5.
super sweet.
She is, wow. Good job, guys. Oh shit, I forgot you're here. What's up? Bro, the guys are nicer than the girls were, right?
Yeah.
Bro, they were like shitting on her, and the guys saw that,
The guys don't wanna hurt the girls' feelings more than they're already hurt.
Yeah, bro, I wouldn't want to either.
And they put that one girl on the fucking bottom. Who talks too much.
Yeah. I love how you said it like that. The one that talks too much. Guys just want a woman that shuts up. Is that what you're saying? She did talk a lot, actually. But we didn't see the whole stuff, like all the conversations. But it's nice. Like, you could even see she's like kind of happy. She's like, aw, they're so sweet. I'll tell you, they'll put the prettiest girl at the bottom. Nah.
Knows her place and who she is and is very confident. 5, also, I would say not my type necessarily, but
like, she's pretty. She's actually really pretty. I would put her and like her at the same pretty level, maybe. Maybe she's number 1 and then she's number 2. But I think her personality is probably the worst. Because the personality outweighs, yeah.
I love the confidence.
Well, it doesn't completely outweigh, right? But I think Vera had a good personality.
And I love how she's herself completely. I think that's really cool.
I like her
Pick
necklace,
number 1.
that's all I really
No
like.
explanation needed. 1 of 1, the best. You know.
Oh, she changed it. He changed it up.
Number 2, she looks like Olivia Rodrigo.
So this is gonna be because she's too tall.
I put number 3 because personality is cool, really chill. She's a vibe. And number 4 just because she's simple and I like what she said she was doing for a living and stuff. And then number 5, just put at the bottom.
Put this guy at number 5.
You think? I'm kind of curious. You think the guys were ranking a lot of them based off how the girls rank them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rosie really hates when they talk about Olivia Rodrigo. He said simple too. Why?
You know, not my type, but she's really smart, so that's cool too.
So number 1.
I think they think they're being nice by saying that she's simple. I would say, what would I say? I would say Jennifer was shy but still honest And I don't know, I'll say some shit like that.
It's a little biased, but this woman is super divine and deserves all my time. 2.
Okay, you see, it makes sense that this guy would be brutally on. He just looked at attractiveness, 100%. Yeah, she seems modest.
Yeah.
He looked at look at that. He had to say his girlfriend, and then he said the hottest one, and then the second hottest, and then the tall one, and then Samantha. Or why I keep saying Jennifer. That matches his personality too. Oh, that's so interesting.
Her outfit and her hair.
This is cool.
3, kind of the same. 4, this person's like athletic and motivated. And then 5, no certain reason, just someone's gotta be last.
Bruh. No certain reason, just somebody's gotta be last. You could have thought a little more into that, but sure. He would put his girl lower if he could. 100%, I agree. He would be like, bro, she's smoking hot. And my girl's like 2, maybe 3. And then... Bro, all the comments are going to be about... Love and Jennifer. Huh? Isn't this based off the guy's ratings?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, why'd they put Jennifer at 1? Jennifer is 4, though. She's awesome and cool. 5, the bad one. Yeah, pretty much, right? That's what he said, right?
And this was the average rating.
Interesting. I don't know. Vera seems just overall pretty neutral. I started to like these two less and less throughout. I honestly don't really like Skyla, but Sky. I don't remember their names.
No.
Oh, and this is what they thought. Oh, that's right. Look, she changed how she dressed too. She put the coat on. She still stayed up. And look, the guys just saw how pretty she was and put her up. Well, actually,
the only moved was the person that was at first for the girls went to the back.
True. I'm so happy with the couple with cockiness were in last. True. I feel like she wasn't as cocky as the guy. I don't know.
Seems like a guy's choice.
Guy with the other cocky girl.
Yeah, it was the cocky guy with the cocky girl. Did she just
Yeah,
say?
that makes sense.
Did she just say seems like a guy's choice? I don't think
what?
For the ranking. I think the guys could have been meaner. They could have put Jennifer last. And Vera like second last because she's mad tall. And then her first. Nah, I think this is a pretty decent rating, no?
We are not to hurt their feelings.
Well, no, it's a combination of like personality and all this stuff too, right? Like I wouldn't want to be, let's say, with this girl. Maybe she's so pretty though. I mean, I don't know any of them well enough, but you know, just from what we know, like I wouldn't put her first. But yeah, kind of shows a lot about cockiness. Yeah, Jennifer doesn't deserve, but they could also be just doing this because they know they're gonna go on YouTube in front of millions of people. Morning, what's up, Nathan? How you doing? She was second to last. Yeah, that's true.
I feel like I don't. Yeah. This needs to.
Question of the day.
Caught me off guard.
Yeah.
That's the first time someone put it. 5 more hours? Not even 6 more hours, do you know? Wow. Or 5 hours, 49 minutes? Wait, what did they say?
Last, basically last. I feel like I don't. Yeah. This needs to. Last, basically last. Caught me off guard.
Yeah. I don't think I should be here.
Bro, like, are you guys insecure about yourselves? Like, who cares? It's just a rating. You know you're going on YouTube. Why would you say that? I don't think I should be here. She's like, I don't think I should be here. Oh, last shouldn't be last. They're just assholes to Jennifer. Girls get out of here except Jennifer can stay. Yeah, 5 more. Okay, somewhere north of 5 hours, 49 minutes. Thank you, doctor. I appreciate that. Those 1 bits will make it go up. It's just a number.
Kinda, yeah.
But it's like they're so like focused on it. It's kind of funny. You think that knew that they would be on YouTube? Yes. Isn't this like the whole thing? Like, I wouldn't see how they wouldn't know that they're on YouTube. I don't know.
I'm not really sure what the guys
But I guess they could have not heard about
factored
it.
in to get there. But I think that the girls
She's not self-aware. She doesn't know why people didn't like her.
have like a more open-heartedly.
Because you're cocky.
Exactly. They're all self-centered except Jennifer, honestly. From what we've seen, I would pretty much agree with that, yeah. Some streamers didn't think I'd put them on YouTube. Yeah, but you're going on a show to like... You're literally talking to a cameraman. Like, come on. No, I'm not gonna say that, bro. Ajana is full of it.
Perspective.
Me being in the middle also makes
Damn, look at
sense
that face.
because I'm also a little bit more on the stereotypical attractiveness. Like I have blonde hair, I'm tall, just kind of all these things that, you know, you grow up hearing about like what is considered attractive.
I really like Vera. I just wish she stuck up for Jennifer. Like, otherwise, she seems pretty chill. Because, like, she was kind of humble there. She could have said... Yeah, she could have said other stuff. I don't know, but...
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, I was gonna say we're all beautiful. No one deserves to be a number 5.
I don't think the ranking is based even on attractiveness. I think we just got put in our places.
I'm not taking anything personally. I mean,
I think we just got put in our places.
I don't think it was based in attractiveness. I think we just got put... You see, I don't like that girl. I thought she was cool in the beginning. She's actually, like, kind of an ass.
Yeah, let's see if you laugh.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not taking anything personally. I mean, I still think I'm cute. I'm not that attractive.
That guy
but-
Dildo doesn't know, bro. Oh, you looked at it already?
Yeah, it's not funny.
Damn right,
I
baby.
still think I'm a cute
Damn right.
girl. I still think
Bro.
I'm gonna repaste it, or are you gonna scroll up?
Huh? Oh, you could
You want
repaste
me
it
to
if you
repaste
want. Sure. I'm just gonna watch the end credits here. It shows to prove majority they do. The pretty girls dominate. Vera seems nice, and so the layers unfold. No, Jennifer, you're so pretty.
We just got put
We don't know much about Jennifer, but never gonna give you up. I'm so confused.
in our places.
I'm not taking anything personally. I mean, I still think I'm cute. I'm not that.
You say the truth because society, but look. They're a couple.
Never gonna give you up, never
Never
gonna,
gonna
let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you
Right?
cry,
They're a
never
couple.
gonna
They're-
say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt
Attractive,
you.
but
Damn right,
I still
baby.
think I'm a cute
Damn right.
girl or woman.
Bro, Mark looks like he wants to kill them, bro. Damn right, bro. Damn right. I don't blame him, bro. I would want to kill them too.
You know, you win some, you lose some. Not everyone thinks you're a hottie.
I don't think what's it called here.
Oh, he's not in the... Is this bannable?
Hey,
No,
still
it's not bannable, doctor. It's fine. You still watching? Dildo, you here? You ready?
I added him.
Oh, okay. Jennifer's with the best boy, so she wins. True. I like Mark the most. I liked him the most in the beginning.
He's
Bro.
part of the M&Ms, bro.
Yeah, it's the M&Ms. The fact that the ladies... Bro, I love this comment section is like exactly what I'm thinking. This makes me think that majority of people probably think along these lines. But who knows? The fact that the ladies completely ignored Jennifer very much made me cry. And even her boyfriend saying that was so terrible. Yeah, her boyfriend called her simple. And I like simple. That was actually kind of weird, bro. That was weird. I cried a little for Jennifer because I know that feeling people compliment each other and just ignore you. Yeah, like, were they not self-aware of it? Like, oh my god. Or maybe because we're watching it from a screen, it's easier to judge, but still. I just know deep down Jennifer being called simple hurt her. Yeah, why would you call her simple? That was so weird. I'm gonna watch the video. It's not TOS, right?
No.
Heck yeah, bye-bye. Alright, you know what? I'm not even gonna watch it. Because I know you're trolling when you say bye-bye, so bye-bye. Mark definitely could have done more in terms of building his girlfriend's What? Mark could have...
You know that guy that does the mukbangs?
Yes, the big guy?
Yeah, it's that guy dancing.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't laugh at
Yeah.
that. I don't think people understand... Well, like, you guys understand. I don't laugh from... It takes a lot to make me laugh.
It's like that dancing and then him crying over him dropping a chicken nugget.
Oh. I thought the girls seemed so sweet at first. That's what I thought too. But then they ignored Jennifer the whole time. Bro, I love how, like, it's literally one-to-one, the same exact, like, thinking. At the end, they made it so obvious. Well, I don't know if I love that. That might be weird. I don't know. I feel like maybe the producers presented it that way. Maybe nah. They were clearly ignoring her. At the end, they made it so obvious that they didn't think the last girl could possibly be last.
Monkey do good.
Yeah, that
Monkey
was
do
so
very
sad.
good.
It takes a racist joke to make me laugh. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
For some people, yeah.
And dark jokes or whatever. We could do a you laugh, you lose if you guys want. I wanted to hit the sub goal where I have to spin a wheel, but we're not gonna hit that. So.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty
very
okay.
I think if I hit 50
guess.
followers, I'll do a
Monkey do
24-hour
bad.
stream.
Monkey
Damn.
do very bad.
Where'd the music? I'm just reading stuff, so yeah, I could put the music back on. I'm just reading the comments. You laugh, the stream ends? Nah. At your mom's house. Sorry. It's messed up how the girls didn't record it. Jennifer. Okay, everyone's saying the same thing. It's the way they ignored her. Kept describing her as simple. Yeah, I agree.
Can we suggest videos?
What?
Are you watching these videos all day, or can we suggest videos?
I guess you guys could suggest, but these are fun so far. You laugh, you wear a maid outfit? Nah.
Why not?
Because I might laugh. When we get this, when we make the wheel, if that happens, then we'll do you laugh, you lose. If that doesn't happen, we'll do it, off the subathon, I guess. But I'm asleep. All right, good night, Dino. Probably won't see you tomorrow, but have a great night. I thought Aljana was gorgeous and so sweet, so I was real disappointed that nearly all of the men said that she wasn't their type. Does she not understand why they said that? Oh, the least was dead last. Bro, like, I hate when people do this stuff. Like, they apply one thing to everything. I hope I don't do that. I try not to do that. But, like... Did I mention I had a shit ton of dog emotes? Nice. I think I've seen some of yours, actually. Look, I'm just disappointed that the one lady with the least Eurocentric features was dead last by men's standards. Like, do you actually think that's what it was? Wow. She was pretty, bro. But she had kind of not the best personality. I don't know, man. That's weird to me. That is a lot of dog emotes. Wait, what? Only 2 of those are dog emotes. Oh, that's you, Nathan. Oh, gamer. That's actually cool. Goodbye. Alright, what did you send?
Alex wants to...
Hi, Jessica, and goodbye? You laugh, you replay the video. This is 18 minutes. I don't want to watch 18 minutes of memes. I'm not gonna laugh. Okay.
Bro, your ice cream!
That one's not funny.
No. Listen, even if it is funny, I'm not gonna laugh. That's my point.
Oh, wait, no, the Minecraft one is funny. That one before it was.
Ah, gotcha. I'm surprised you're not sleeping. I'm gonna do that, but I want to say hi. Hi, bye, Jessica. Okay.
Oh, your ice cream!
Try. What happens if I laugh? I get hot sauce? No, I don't want to do that again. Nothing happens, yeah. Let's just see if you can make me happy.
Bro, your ice cream!
What the fuck? I was not dating her. She did that the first date.
What happened?
You'll see it if you watch 2 minutes.
Okay.
It's like directly at 2 minutes, I think.
No worries, bro. Have a good one. If you laugh, you get slapped by Will Smith. That would be cool if we could get him here. If you guys could get him here, let me know. Good night. I think I posed for that. I did. Let's go. There's plenty of fish in the sea. The fish.
Dad, what's for dinner?
Dad, we're hungry.
Dad, we're hungry.
Dad, what's for dinner?
That was kind of funny. That one was actually funny. Yo, call him. Thank you, Kesha.
Yeah, I found that funny too.
Yeah, that one was. I would have laughed at that if if I wanted, if I wasn't holding back.
Thank you, Golden. Thank you so much, Golden.
Huh?
So much, Golden.
What happened?
What?
The wind's. Oh, that's actually cool.
The wind blew it.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing today? I got you for speeding. Do you have your license and registration?
No, I think you were speeding, sir.
You got me, man.
Bro, this is so. When it's too easy, like. When it's like, you can tell that's so staged. Like, that makes it not funny.
It's like his brother.
Yeah. To me, it makes it not funny. Yeah. Oh, it's this guy? Oh, people send me this guy before. Or maybe everyone does this. Like and subscribe right now.
Poor dog. Poor dog.
Like Zoink Scoob, let's get out of here.
Alright, that was funny. That was funny. That was a good one. That was really good. The Scooby Doo.
Yeah.
That was funny too. What the hell? Thanks for the bit. Pick one Deathstroke, MLP, or Mask. Huh?
Wait,
I don't
you
know
never
what
seen
means.
that guy?
No.
Bro, that guy's famous for fucking yelling at his sister.
Oh. This is an injustice.
I found that one funny.
Yo, dogs are mad funny. Yeah.
Where you from?
Pick one. Deathstroke.
What you saying?
Okay, that made me cry. The 2-minute mark too. Because like
it's a bit past on this one here.
Yeah, but still, like, because I could see people like, he's just so confident. He's like, yeah, keep going, keep going. And then he's like, you're good. That was funny. What the hell?
Would you date her?
Yes.
This episode of Death Battle is brought to you by Death.
I don't want to watch Death Battle, but thank you. I don't know how much there is to talk about with Death Battle. Oh, is that why you asked which one? Should I go to sleep, guys, or should I stay up for the next? No. 5.5 hours, bro. I don't know if I want to stay up till 9.
Until your chat dies.
Stay up. I'm tired though. I actually was fixing my sleep schedule. Some of you guys had better sleep schedules. Stay up.
It's only 3 a.m. ping.
It's
5 more hours.
Drink soda. It is 3 a.m. Oh, I want to. Should I? Okay, how about this? If you stay up, I'll stay up. It's not good for either of us, though, Rosie, or anyone in chat. Well, I guess depending on what your time zone is, but what if I pause the timer when I go to sleep?
If you go to sleep right now.
Yeah. All right. Have a great one, Joe. It's
Don't you have
nice
to
to
leave in
meet
the
you.
morning?
And thanks for talking to him about the collabsing and stuff. See you, Joe. What'd you say?
Don't you have to leave in the morning?
Do, but it's like 30 minutes. If you stay up, I'll go to sleep. Pause timer. Should I just make it end and stay up, or should I pause the timer and continue?
That's your choice.
Oh my god. Technically, there's still stuff we have to do. Like wax my arm, Jesus, and put makeup on. I feel like I honestly feel like the subathon could become really cool if it keeps going, but
Why don't you just add time to it then?
I'm not gonna add time to it just like that.
Why not?
Totally. Yeah, have a great one, Joe. Someone needs to gift subs while he's asleep so he could get another day of this. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to like.
This is actually fun, not gonna lie.
Yeah? Hell yeah, let's go. I'm happy you're enjoying. Flip the time. Yeah, we got 27 hours and 33 minutes and 5 seconds left. Yeah. All right, I'll watch one more. Then I'll make a decision. That was really good. That was really good. I like that. That was really good.
Bring you on into the...
Sorry, like the stuff. So I think some of the best things to watch, like for watch party, is like Jubilee and cut videos, but also like just meme stuff. But like
hamburger,
like this
cheeseburger,
one.
Big Mac, Whopper hamburger, cheeseburger,
Maybe some other stuff.
Okay.
Whopper hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac,
Whopper hamburger, cheeseburger. Oh, it's not.
150 degrees in Gila Bend right now. And 1,270 in Ahwatukee. Now I'm not authorized to evacuate Ahwatukee, but this temperature seems pretty high.
Cave Creek is really
Yeah, Cave Creek, Fountain Hills, they
What
don't
is
look
this?
good either. And frankly,
It's not funny.
Wickenburg is a total loss.
The entire time I knew him, he only ever had one goal.
What?
To wipe out
That
half the universe. Just like that.
Tell me his name again.
Christopher Robin.
Wait, I'm confused. The news one. It was so random. It was not funny. Am I?
The news one wasn't funny.
Oh, they did it on purpose, yeah.
Yeah, it builds up.
Did you bring a loaf of Clausen's bread? No! Why don't you drop down to the grocery store for some?
That's kind of funny.
Clausen's bread is like music to my ears. What are the symbols for? This is a very symbolic commercial.
That was funny. You know when you just know you're not gonna laugh, it's kind of hard to make it laugh again.
What you eating?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I feel a bit. Oh, this guy made it 420.
Sandwich made with Clausen's bread. Want a bite? Sure.
Are we there yet? Not yet. Are we there yet?
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
yet. Are we there yet? Not yet. Are we there yet? Let's play a game. Look at where we are.
This is funny.
Another highway is going to be really useful.
Yeah, but I'm not done yet, though.
Wait, you're not done building it?
That's got to be the best pirate I've ever seen.
I love memes with Pirates of the Caribbean. That went dark. Yeah.
Dog. Oh, poor dog.
Dog.
There's lots of things you can do with this stick, Elmo.
Oh, snap. I thought it was going to put it up its ass or something. That was funny because I played Breath of the Wild. I can't believe I laughed at that.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
Jesus, that looks so scary.
Take a look at the 5 and 10.
He's gonna fall.
Glistening once again, with candy canes and silver lanes aglow.
Oh, he wasn't even singing.
No!
Okay. Thank you for the follow, fist bump. Yo, I'll give you a fist bump. You probably got that a lot. Finger count? Huh? Did you just send a clip from another streamer?
Weird people follow you.
I am. Maybe I shouldn't stream this late. I will say
dick.
Yeah.
Or dildo.
Did I click on this?
I'm clicking on it. Wait.
Okay, thank you. Alright, this video though, I actually laughed at in the past, but I've seen it already, so I couldn't laugh at it this time. This video is mad funny to me because of the randomness. Because you could hear that it's like legit.
What the fuck?
Don't click on that video.
You can. It's just gross.
Oh, is it TOS?
No.
Yeah, look at that. They're literally like the same height.
Okay.
Dude, you'll see in a minute. You'll see.
I'm too impatient. I'm fast forwarding. Oh, interesting. Pause timer and go to sleep, then resume timer when you awake. All right, I'll do that, but I'll finish this video first.
See what you have.
This is one of the funniest videos, I think.
No!
That's awesome. Yeah.
What you got? Knife.
Yeah, I've seen that before though. Oh shit.
Poor dog too.
Oh, that's what he said.
Poor dog.
Yeah. The funny thing is he just goes back on the sofa and he's like, oh shit, did I do that?
Yeah, if fish can live underwater, then so can I.
Duke, do you want the ball?
These are funny. But they have a similar pattern. I got work tomorrow. Rosie, we got this, okay? This one has there's like a minute left on this. I'm just gonna brush my teeth and then I'm gonna head out. Well, head in.
I'm John Cena.
I've seen this one. So do I. You guys are OGs. Or you guys are mad nice. Thank you.
Granny going in. This is the last one, by the way.
Okay.
Now that's a fire. Listen, sir. Knock you in your head with my stick.
Oh, I've seen. Oh my god, I've seen this. I died of laughter from this when I originally seen it. It's actually mad funny. Not this version, but like they have videos of like yoga singing and it's just mad funny. I don't want to get copyrighted on it though. Yoga. I wrote yoga singing. Yoda. Oh, I'm gonna my stick. This is the famous one. Oh, that's what you just said. Yeah. This is my favorite one.
Everyone told me not to stroll on that beach.
Fork.
Seagulls is mad funny. All right.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have.
Mango on a fork.
Oh, mango on a fork? I don't know if I've seen that. Okay, what do I do now? Oh, I gotta poop.
Brush your teeth, go to bed, poop.
Yeah. What should I have as the content? Should I just have my face? Should I change it up today?
What?
I think I'm just gonna have my face this time and you guys could talk on Discord. I'll be back. I'm gonna go. You'll see what I mean. I'll go. I think I have to. I'm sorry, guys. I'll have to poop. So you guys could say bye now. Poop stream.
Poop stream.
Thank you all so much for being here. Am I really pausing the timer? All right, let me just go pause the timer. I don't even know how to pause the timer. Like, I literally have no idea how to pause the timer.
Just keep the time, and then what's it called?
Gotta poo poo.
You should remember the time and then put it back.
We stopped at 5:25:30. Okay. Let me write that down then. 5:25.
Oh my god, bro. These ain't even funny.
25:30. I'll turn off the timer and I'll just put a note that says timer off when sleep. Yeah?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, did I delete the text? No, I didn't. Okay.
What if someone donates a sub? Will it go up? Or like, will you add it?
I'll figure that out. Yeah, I'll add it if it doesn't go up, but it might end
And are
up.
you gonna restart stream
Why? Wait, what do you mean?
for the 12-hour VOD?
Oh. Shit. I didn't think of that. Thank you. No, I'm gonna get up in like 5 hours, probably. So, yeah, because I have to go. Wait, I'll get up in 6. Yeah, I'll get up. Oh, I gotta poop so bad. I'm gonna get up at 7, 8, 9. Let me think. I'll get up at 9 a.m. I'll just get up regular. Your video has been using content ID and has claimed some material, of course. Whatever. Yeah.
No, that's actually cool.
What?
The closest image to the sun. NASA released it. It's 1,287 kilometers.
Damn.
Away from it.
Seems kind of close.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta change the lights. Oh.
Just sleeping.
Yep, just sleeping tonight. I think that's fine, right?
Yeah.
Get to look at my beautiful face. All right, let me just do this. All right, I'm gonna go. Good night, Timmy. Good night, everyone. I'm gonna poop and then brush teeth, and maybe I'll say bye again. But yeah, good night.
left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass, 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 left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass. Left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass, 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 left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass,
Left magnifying glass. Right
Right
magnifying.
magnifying glass. Left magnifying glass. Right magnifying glass.
Glass. Right magnifying glass. Left magnifying glass. Right magnifying glass.
Amanda.
Right magnifying glass. Left magnifying
Magnifying
glass.
glass.
Right
Right
magnifying
glass.
glass.
Left
Left
magnifying
magnifying
glass.
glass.
Right
Right
magnifying glass.
magnifying
Left
glass.
Left
magnifying
magnifying
glass.
glass.
Right
Right
magnifying
magnifying
glass.
glass.
Left
Left
magnifying glass.
glass.
Right
Right
magnifying glass.
magnifying glass.
Left
Left
magnifying glass.
magnifying glass.
Right
Right
magnifying glass.
magnifying glass.
Left
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 magnifying
magnifying
glass.
glass.
magnifying
Right
glass. Right
magnifying glass.
magnifying glass.
Left magnifying glass.
Magnifying glass.
Right
Right
magnifying glass.
magnifying glass.
Left
Left
magnifying glass.
magnifying
Right
glass.
magnifying
Magnifying
glass.
glass.
Left
Left
magnifying glass.
magnifying glass.
Right
Right magnifying
magnifying glass.
glass.
Left
Left
magnifying
magnifying
glass.
glass.
Right
Right
magnifying glass.
magnifying glass.
Left
Left
magnifying glass.
magnifying
Right
glass. Right
magnifying glass.
magnifying glass.
Left
Left
right
magnifying glass.
magnifying glass.
Right
Left magnifying glass. Right magnifying glass.
magnifying glass.
Left magnifying glass. Right magnifying glass. Left magnifying glass. Right magnifying glass. Left magnifying glass.
Are you guys
Right
okay?
magnifying glass. Left magnifying glass. Right magnifying glass.
Doctor's so
Left
monotone.
magnifying glass.
Left magnifying glass. Right
Right
magnifying
magnifying
Fuck,
glass.
bro.
Left magnifying.
I heard doctor go left, right magnifying glass.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yes.
The fuck's
Indeed.
Ping doing?
I don't know. Why is this camera so overexposed?
I'm so confused.
He woke up, turned his bedroom light on, and then I don't know.
Oh my god.
It's been overexposed while he was laying down.
Yeah. Like only his face was the correct exposure. The rest of it's just like this white.
Maybe his mom turned on his light.
I don't know. I don't think it's the light. I think it's just camera set for his face, but it's like a super dark room. But I don't know.
Kind of scary looking.
Yeah, maybe we need a left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass,
Oh my
Left
god,
magnifying
bro.
glass. Right
right
magnifying
magnifying glass,
glass.
left magnifying glass,
Right
right
magnifying
magnifying glass,
Left
left
magnifying glass.
magnifying glass, right
Right
magnifying
magnifying
glass.
glass. Left magnifying glass. Right
Right
magnifying glass. Left magnifying glass. Right magnifying glass.
Left
Left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass,
Amanda.
left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass.
Congrats.
Can't all be speaking kings.
Bro, what the fuck?
I'm so sorry. This was meant for Ping.
I was
Not you.
actually about to go to sleep.
Oh.
You're good though. I literally just fucking got back into my room. And
my
all I hear in
goodness.
my head says left magnifying glass, right left. I was like, what the fuck?
Left magnifying. Right magnifying.
Oh, I got a photo. Look at that blanket.
It's an amazing blanket.
It's so overexposed. What is going on?
I can barely see the blanket.
Ping, come back.
Ping-a-ling-a-ding dong.
Ping-a-ling-a-ling a ping pong ping.
Every minute that Ping does not come back, I will ban one random Twitch user.
Do it.
The first one will be Coco Butt. It's spelled Kokobutt.
Okay, cool.
There's a person that was banned named Dildo today.
BK was really talking about them, and then they saw they got banned.
Yeah.
It was quite good timing.
Yeah.
I was literally just trolling for no reason.
I had to like zoom in on their name to be sure that it said dildo and not ditto.
I straight up like glued my face to my screen so I could read it better. Just to make sure I wasn't actually seeing dildo with an I and an L.
Okay, now I get why you got banned. I understand now.
Huh?
I couldn't figure out why you got banned, but
Do you
now
see
I
the
see.
meme?
I do.
Yeah, it's very funny. Haha.
Wait, was it just the name or was it the thing he said earlier?
The YouTube video.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought.
Ping didn't
Ah.
even watch it either. Just
Some
Ping was
interesting
saying, "Will I
people.
get banned for watching this?" And then he said, "Bye bye." And
Yeah,
Ping
no,
was like,
yeah, he
"Yeah,
said,
all
heck
right."
yeah, bye bye. He
That's
said,
always good.
what, Timmy boy?
Yeah, I was adding him.
Mm. Anyhow, left magnifying glass, right
Right
magnifying glass,
magnifying glass.
left
Left magnifying glass.
right
Right
magnifying
magnifying
glass,
glass.
I have a
Left
question.
magnifying glass.
What?
Were you guys in a VC and
Yes,
you
we
just
were.
thought that that would be a good idea to come in here too?
Yeah, basically.
Alright.
Imagine though we just all uniquely had the idea and joined at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Literally.
This was not
I know what you're
coordinated.
talking about. That's exactly what happened.
Oh yeah.
It was definitely 100%.
Left magnifying glass. Right
I
Right
should
magnifying
change.
magnifying glass.
I
You gotta
should
do
change the
that
title
TOS
to left
tomorrow.
magnifying glass, right magnifying glass, left
Oh my
magnifying.
god.
Left
Put
magnifying
a
glass.
TTS tomorrow.
Did he change the TTS cooldown? I can't buy it anymore.
No, he turned it off.
Oh no, it's back. Okay, we're good.
Here we go.
The
Unless I thought
cooldown's
he
just.
turned it off.
He did turn it off earlier when I did it, but I guess he turned it back on, but changed the cooldown. So now it's like 10 minutes.
Oh, you. Here, I got you.
So much.
Oh my god.
Left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass, left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass.
Something went wrong. Please try again later.
Ah.
Oh, never mind.
Left magnifying glass. Right magnifying
glass. Left magnifying
We don't need TTS. We got this.
We are TTS.
TTS isn't working.
No,
Hey, he
doctors,
turned it
TTS.
off.
Left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass, left
Left
magnifying glass,
magnifying glass.
right
Right
magnifying glass,
magnifying glass.
left
Left
magnifying
magnifying
glass,
glass.
right
Right
magnifying glass,
magnifying glass.
left
Left
magnifying glass,
magnifying
right
glass.
magnifying glass,
Left,
left,
right,
right,
left,
left,
right,
left,
left,
right.
right.
Magna writing class.
I'm never gonna be allowed in VC ever again.
Yeah, this is your first time in Pigs VC.
Literally it is.
Mine too.
Ah, welcome.
Thank you.
Man writing glass. Shut up.
Magna writing class.
No, what I've been saying is a man riding grass.
Yeah.
Well, there's Ping.
Oh,
Wait, where? I need to turn it back on.
Left magnifying glass. Right
Right
magnifying
magnifying glass.
Left
Oh, the
mag-
exposure's normal.
my ping.
Right magnifying glass, left
Right
magnifying glass.
magnifying glass.
Right.
Ping!
I think he has
Good night,
everything
Ping.
muted.
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
Jinx.
I would think
mean,
he would
Jin-
look at chat before he went back to sleep, but sadly not.
True. Maybe
Well,
he'd get sucked
probably-
in.
He probably
Yeah.
did.
No,
He
I
saw
don't
us.
think
He just
so.
didn't care about us. I see how it is.
Aw.
See,
It's
I
like-
couldn't look at it. I would have to pretend that the whole thing was just shut down in order
Fair.
to fall asleep.
I have to turn off all my monitors so I leave my computer on.
Mm,
It's too bright.
right. At least he fixed the exposure.
Let's
It
see,
was-
see how the
was the
photo
light.
works. I'm still waiting. Okay, here it comes.
Dumpy.
Nice.
What number quote was that again?
Which one? The BK one?
Yes.
294.
264.
Oh,
Did you hear it? Did you hear it?
260.94.
260.94. Oh wait, no, it is 294.
He's just standing there.
Ingu-chan?
Yo, man, it's just standing there.
Oh, korimashita ka?
Good night.
Thing is he rewatches the VOD, so
Yeah,
he'll
Of
see
course.
everything that we did.
As he should.
Yeah, that's the point. What do you mean? I need him to come here and hear left magnifying glass, right magnifying glass, left. We need to go back in time to see some of these great quotes that you guys weren't here for.
Actually,
What's the latest quote?
Doctor.
Like 298. Yes, Amanda?
That one's mine, I think.
Oh, not even. 296? I don't remember what some of the numbers are, but no, it's not that one. There were some interesting quotes during the Breath of the Wild days, though. I mean, there's this one, of course. I remember 240. There's one that's really wild, but I don't remember what the number is.
Oh, I'm spelling it wrong. That's why.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I
Oh.
didn't even notice.
I didn't either.
Hmm?
My brain saw how it started and ended and like filled in the blank.
I'll shave my
Yeah.
eyebrows for 1,000
Oh,
subs.
that's not the one
Oh
I was
my
going for, but no one forget.
Never.
Ghost of Tsushima, so
There
must
should
have
be
been
another
earlier than that.
command where you can find the list of quotes.
There is not one, unfortunately. There should be. Why did you 234 again? He needs to add it. There is not currently one, though.
You hear that ping? You hear that? You need to add it.
Yeah.
We
Oh?
want to see this list.
Wait, 224 is 250. What's 250?
Whoa.
Shoot to cooldown?
Hold on, wait. Can I do it?
I mean, you could. Well, but only if
Okay, you got
true.
it.
Also, number 250. Hee. Interesting.
For-
I think I remember. I mean, I wasn't here for quote 11, but no. Oh, that's an interesting one. That's not what I thought it was going to be.
You still want to put it? Oh my god.
Is it 17 I'm thinking of?
says-
No. There's not a 300 yet. No, not 17. I wish I remembered what the numbers were.
I will never have quotes on my stream.
Fair.
That's probably
But
a good thing.
I'm sad about it.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna suck it.
You just clip
That's what
my
you
quotes.
get, you
It's all
bitch.
good.
Fair. Does Ping have the thing? I wonder if shoutouts work. Can we see some Jimmy
They
clips?
do. Yes.
Oh my god.
If you shout out Jimmy, they will work.
Let's see. Some Jimmy clips.
Yeah, boy, Himmy.
Ahoy, honey.
My delay on mobile is so far back.
The Guitar Club.
This is
Oh, it's
from
a
his
guitar club.
God.
I want to see the Joker one so bad.
Damn. Gotham's gonna come for the crowns. Ah!
Oh, it's the bullshit song.
Bullshit. It's
Fucking
bullshit.
Oh my god, I forgot to go back to make a clip.
Aw.
Is the VOD still up?
For that
He posted like 3 of them.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, cool. Cause there's a clip I gotta go back, a couple of them I gotta go back and get from the modcast.
Yeah,
Where
we had
Denell
some
shot Hammy,
true. We had some
and
moments.
where I killed a Nell.
Mm-hmm.
Best part.
Noobs play golf.
I watched every single clip basically, or YouTube video that he made.
Ooh, the dedication.
Or not basically every single one. The ones that he told me to put in his stream.
Yeah. That's interesting. Not what I was going for, but
It was boring.
yeah.
Really boring. I was playing Minecraft the whole time.
Ooh.
Oh fuck, the vent. God damn it. Pumpkins.
I just want to find the quote. There was a quote that says, "When I was younger, I took photos of my family's asses."
Huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
I have no idea what the number is though.
Just
Did
go through them
Did
all.
Ping say that?
Ping did say that. It was
That-
very close. It was close to the foot fetish one, but I don't know in which direction. Oh
You
Hmm?
find it?
no, this one though is not. It doesn't improve on the theme.
Oh my
You
god.
want fucking I put incest.
Yikes.
That's big yikes.
Sounds like
Indeed.
something Ping would say.
True. What?
What?
What? This one sounds like Jimmy. What? 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 What?
Literally.
You probably died.
In Pokemon Unite.
Yep.
Oh, we're all the way to Pokemon Unite. I think I'm looking for Breath of the Wild, but when
That was
is?
in the 30s, yeah?
Yeah, but I mean, Pokemon Unite was way after Breath of the Wild. There was like 2 months between those, so I guess we didn't clip anything.
Do your guys' parents just ever come into your room and just say, "Isn't it hot in here?"
No.
No.
Sometimes.
My dad just did that.
That's funny.
He's telling me to go to bed.
Is that their polite way of saying go the fuck to sleep?
Yeah. He opens my door, and as my door opens, that means I have to go to sleep.
That's
That's
fucking cool.
funny.
It's funny.
I'll go to bed in like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I wonder what that blank is.
What blank?
I would get banned from Twitch because of my. It
Boobs.
sends it
Yeah,
out.
it says boo. Oh, yeah, you have a
Yeah.
It
the
says
advisory
boobs.
thing. It says
B-E-W-B-S.
boobs are too sexy. I guess we'll just go down in order. I remember this one.
Oh my god.
I think I added that one. You said that a lot. This was not a one-time occurrence.
I believe that.
Okay, this one he didn't actually say. He literally read a chat and then like someone typed exactly this, and then he read the chat, and then they were like, "Okay, quote."
Oh my goodness.
But whatever.
We should delete that quote.
We don't think we can, but yeah.
Give me your special
No,
meat.
that's funny. Give me your special meat. Ooh. Okay, I've already done 234, so down to 233.
Oh, have you guys seen this clip?
Which one?
I'm posting chat.
Okay. Finger count. Oh,
Wait, did you watch it?
I am. That's sick. I want to have 6 fingers.
It's technically 6 on the left or right, and then 7 on the other one.
Yeah.
It's just like 2 thumbs connected together.
That's sick. Okay, 232. Ass eating a sport. I remember that one as well. 231. Okay. I feel like we've gone too far, truthfully.
You missed it somewhere.
Lick my tits. That's accurate. Shit. Great quote. Thank you. Cooldown. Oh no, Danelle's here. That one's great. I'm mod commenting Danelle with that one. 228.
Ugh. Fuck.
226. If we get past the 220s, then we've gone too far.
These are Call of Duty.
Oh. Yeah, I think we've gone too far. Other direction time, 241.
Did you do 240?
That's where we started. Oh. Okay. No. 241 was the one we wanted.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the extension of the quote is "My family's butts look interesting,"
Oh.
but we abbreviated to "butts look interesting."
I like how you just automatically skipped 241 and we went through all of those just to go back to 241.
Literally.
We figured it out. That's what matters. Anyone rewatching the VOD or watching this modcast here, even though I'm the only mod in here, this is what you came for.
Yep.
The mod, just not
Oh.
a mod. Here.
Exactly.
I'm the mod of Twitch.
Slash mod BK.
Well, Ping said he was considering it, so maybe cross my fingers. Just kidding.
You don't have permission to perform that action. Sorry, BK, can't
What?
mod you.
I already knew that.
Slash VIP Coca Butt.
Ew.
Unable to add VIP. Satch.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
And
you just hack Ping's computer and just saying.
I mean, I'm already editor. I could make the title "Let's Mod Coco," but
I'm just saying.
Work.
You should do it.
They used to call me BK Butt for a reason.
BK Bot. Bookbot. Bookbot.
Bookbot.
Bookbot. Bookshot.
Oh no! Oh shit! I can't keep stopping.
Look a lot. Toot tot. True.
It's like, what are we even saying? And then just true.
Based.
Who needs weed when you just can go on lack of sleep and feel the same way?
Ping's reward request queue is so big. Nothing is ever redeemed. And there's 1,279.
Oh
wow.
Timmy, do you want your 1 point for first?
Sure.
There you go. You got 1 point. Good job.
Doctor just gives everybody back their points. Reject all.
Is that the only thing that I did today?
I don't know. I was just looking particularly at the firsts.
swears a lot in his sleep.
It's really fun fucking with Ping when he plays Fall Guys. He's like, "Hi, I got you, bitch." Then fucking do it back to him.
Damn.
The things that people TTS are really interesting. I'm just scrolling through them.
Oh no. I can imagine.
Yesterday, someone spammed the letter Z.
4 months ago, Gamer for Life 420 said, "The fitnessgram pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult
That
as
gives me anxiety.
Twice, 2 different times." You punk. No. There's not very many interesting ones though. Well, there was Sumalama Dumalama, you assuming I'm a human, what I gotta do to prove to you I'm a superhuman, innovative, and I'm made of rubber so that anything you say is ricocheting off of me and a clue to you.
Oh wow.
hmm Ping got roasted.
I like how you start laughing, then Ping got roasted.
Okay, that is, I'm gonna send you guys this screenshot. How is this
Ooh,
okay?
exciting. Where are we
Wow. VIP. This is wild. Shit, the screenshot went away. Took too long.
I love it when that happens.
Yeah.
Why the fuck does it kick me every time I
What?
start?
Yeah, it's a bit fucking wild.
I just don't understand how that's ever okay
It's
to
not.
say ever.
Can we ban that person now?
Is it someone that still comes into the stream?
I don't know.
Yes. They're in Jimmy's chat too sometimes.
Oh my. I've not seen them pop in, but
They're
I
not.
will now that I see the name.
Yeah, they're not around super often, but I mean, Ping gave them a strike, so he's considered. Oh, they got timed out today or yesterday.
Oh, I know what it is.
Yeah.
They got timed out for 10 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What did they say?
Nothing. We had a big war with I forget his name. I think it was Liam.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that yesterday. I mean like
Oh.
the 19th yesterday. Yeah, this is what they got timed out for yesterday, which is what they got the strike for. It seems pretty consistent.
Oh, wow.
What the?
Granted, they're that, but that doesn't make it okay.
They shouldn't even be allowed to be on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Such language.
Yeah, they're around pretty often. Hopefully they learn to behave, but I'm looking through their logs and it's not great. Anyway, sorry about that. I just
No,
got
it's
distracted.
Allowed to be distracted. I think it's my bedtime. What
Me?
time
I
is
think.
Finn supposed to be getting up?
Uh,
He didn't say this.
9.
9.
He usually gets up at 9.
Really? Oh,
Be here
it's
for
only like
that.
4 more hours.
Because he was up when I got up at 6 o'clock my time.
I
Huh.
think the
Which is
first
9
night.
his.
Yeah, the first night was supposed to be 9, and yesterday he got up at 9. The first night he actually got up earlier than 9, because I
Hmm.
was doing words on stream by myself.
I did that at one point. Interesting.
Bedtime for me, guys.
Yeah,
I got some
I
schoolwork to do tomorrow, so
totally fair. Night PK.
Night.
I think I'll hop off this VC as well. Bye, Timmy. Good luck with your modcasting adventures.
Indeed.
Wait. I have to put the timer back. And then I'll read chat. So don't forget to do this. Huh? Oh, it's minutes. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. No. Where is it? Okay. Huh? That's wrong. It's not 12 hours. Huh? What? Why? Oh. Okay. What? Alright, give me a second, guys. Why is it doing that? It shows the right thing. But why is it doing 12 hours? Oh. Initial marathon duration. Save. What? It's not 12 hours. There we go. Okay. Alright, there we go. What's up, guys? Woo, he's awake. Yo, what's up, Claire? Why is the computer charger so close to your True. True. Okay. We gotta turn off this lo-fi music. Not sleepy time. Thought we had 12 hours? No. We don't. I'm gonna read chat here. Why are all the lights on? Oh, I'm an idiot. I had the stupid I had a stupid thing on and the lights stayed on. Okay. Which means if someone gave 1 bit, the lights turned on. Which probably Chudo or someone else did. Man, right? Dumpy. Nice. Okay. Quotes. Shouting out Jimmy. Oh, huh? This finger count thing? Really, Timmy? Sag. The fact that we both came here. We've always been here. Damn, 76 hours. I can't change my computer. Yo, what's up, everyone? Le Sheep. Le Sheep? Huh? I'm so out of it. Oh, I got 2 followers. Wait, no one did a bit, even 1 bit. Why did the lights come on? That's annoying. Anyway. What's up? Oh my god, it feels so weird. I did not get enough sleep. But we got makeup here. I gotta wax my arm. I gotta check my notifications. Oh. My cousin's birthday is today. And everyone's saying happy birthday. I said happy birthday already. I'm just gonna text my mom, ask her when I have to go to the thingamajiggy. I think it's 10 or 11. I have to do something. Okay. I am back. Oh yeah, I wonder if Liam knows about what happened last night. Oh, I'm still tired. I should have gone to sleep normal hour. This is normal hours. I'm gonna turn off stream to start it up again. For the timer. Not the timer, for the hours.